mushrooms, yes. Ooh, she likes mushroom pie. Don't eat random mushrooms, they'll make you sick. Did I just check that? There's a what? What did I buy? How do you... Stretch, dance, coffee, shells, chop wood, talk to people. All right. Let's start our streak at 0. There's times I don't think I know how to play this game. Really. Truly. Completely. How about you marry me? We can roll around in the hay. You and me, my beauty queen. To a sharp scavenger. So I was strolling along the beach, listening to the waves roll in, when suddenly I heard this rad DIY idea. Then I had a crazy idea for sharing that recipe, and here we are. You've got this. I believe in you. Clever crafter Renee. Apple hat. I already know it. Well, Renee, I already know your tricks. There's a mushroom right there. Skinny mushroom. This is a fat mushroom. Elegant mushroom. This we're not calling fat mushroom, huh? I'm gonna roll a big fat mushroom. Wait a minute. Mushroom fatty. Bang. Hello, Siri Butt. Got a cricket. It was such a chirp feel. Chirp. Cheap thrill. Chirp thrill. Chirping the drill. Thrill. My baby loves my turnips. This tree's not gonna grow right here. Like, what is that whistling noise? Look, I dug up a fossil. And some money. I feel neglected, like I need to do more. I feel like I've like neglected this island long enough. Maybe it's time to clean this place up. Hey, Billy, take all the leaves out of here. All the flowers. Let's start anew. How do mushrooms grow if there's no space for mushrooms to grow? That's an interesting question. Right? That's a valid question. How do mushrooms grow if there's no room for mushrooms to grow? Like all these flowers are stunting my mushroom growth. No! I'm having a terrible time with this crap. My mom says I can play for a couple more hours. And then I have to come in before it gets dark. Snarky. Snarky belarky. Look, I dug up a fossil. A fossil. Fossil. What is this fossil? I'm gonna go grab a sweater or something. It's actually cold. Today, boomerang and Audrey fry. I'm cold. I need a blanket. That's like a table. We'll be back. Chop wood. Got your chop wood right here, baby. Oh, what's this? There's an empty house. Oh, because the chicken moved. What's his name? Bartholomew? No. Gonger? No. Gladys? No. Geronimo? Big guy though. Knox. His name was Knox. Bang! Aluminum. I think I should go get a cup of coffee. Does anybody want anything while I have coffee and Tim Tammies in my jammies? What is that? Bang! Caught you, buddy. There's Dora. May the force be with you. did I miss that guy? No, we'll let him go. There you go, buddy. I'm gonna trade these fossils. And then I'll go sell them. I'm gonna put the stuff away in my house. I'll run down and grab a coffee. I should give somebody that apple hat recipe. Maybe Joy. That'll do. He's got the right idea. It's a takeout counter. Oh, my stomach hurts. Oh, Boots, buddy. We're gonna change clothes. Come on in, Boots. It's my buddy Boots. Get yoked. It's my buddy Boots. Alright, Boots, you go home. Okay, see, it's Miss Joyful Designs. Hello, hello. How are you this morning? Afternoon, evening, or good night? Since I don't know where you are, what time it is, I have no idea. She could be out frolicking in the garden. Gotta change my shirt. Oh, tank top works. Let's see, what do we got here? Nope. It's November. Oh. I'm good, thanks. How are you? That's a nice color. Colorful striped sweater for the fall. Get cozy. Have you seen the latest Animal Crossing news? Ooh, maybe that was a frog switch. Because I love this look right here. But it's wrong backpack. Oh man, that colorful. No, I'm gonna wear that colorful sweater. You haven't? Oh, I better start hanging out on my island then. All right, hold on a second. You really haven't? Well, how about I just play it for you? Hold on, let me see if I can play this. Calm down. I will go make a cup of coffee while this plays, and you just watch. Okie dokie, can you do that? You think you can do that for me? Do you? Do you? Let me know if the audio works.
Hello, everyone. How have you been? Today, we'd like to introduce the Animal Crossing New Horizons Nintendo Switch 2 Edition game, which adds features exclusive to the Nintendo Switch 2 system. We'll also cover a free update that all Animal Crossing New Horizons players can enjoy. First, let's take a look at Animal Crossing New Horizons Nintendo Switch 2 Edition. The graphics are improved with enhanced resolution. Here's a side-by-side comparison. Looking sharp, huh? Switch 2 players will be able to make use of Joy-Con 2 mouse controls. You can use them to redecorate. We hope this feels like a more intuitive way to move your furniture and make adjustments. You can also use mouse controls when creating custom designs or writing messages on the bulletin board. There's a new item available in Nook's Cranny, the megaphone. Use it to call out to your island residents with a microphone built into Switch 2. Lolly! Look at that! She responded. It's a useful item when you want to find your island residents, even if they're around the corner. Until now, up to 8 players could meet when connecting online. But if everyone has the Nintendo Switch 2 edition, up to 12 players can meet up. With Game Chat on Nintendo Switch 2, you can chat with your pals while playing.
So, what should we do? Cheers! Tasty. Oh, yeah.
By connecting a compatible USB camera, your faces can appear in the game, like this. That way you can see your friends' reactions while exploring your island together. Animal Crossing New Horizons Nintendo Switch 2 Edition launches January 15th. Nintendo Switch 2 players who already have Animal Crossing New Horizons on Nintendo Switch can upgrade to the Nintendo Switch 2 Edition by purchasing the upgrade pack. Okay, let's dive into the free software update that will be available for all Animal Crossing New Horizons players. The free update will be available January 15th, the same day as the Nintendo Switch 2 Edition. Let's take a look. There's a new facility opening on the pier. It's a resort hotel right on the water. and it's run by Catton's family. Their goal is to work together to bring in guests from off the island. You'll help out by decorating guest rooms. Decorate the rooms based on various themes to ensure guests enjoy their stay. For example, the theme in this one is Seaside Room. Furniture items that match the theme are provided. You can also use other furniture you previously obtained, so feel free to decorate however you like. There we go. That looks nice. What's this? We already have a guest. He seems happy with the room. Great work. After decorating a room, you'll earn hotel tickets. Exchange these in the souvenir shop run by Grams. Here, you can find all sorts of hotel-themed items and other rarities exclusive to her shop. By dressing up these mannequins, guests can borrow hotel outfits that are sure to brighten up their day. Recommend outfits that match your island's vibe or the season, so guests can make the most of their stay. You can even wear the outfits, and so can anyone else who might be visiting your island. Have fun bringing your fashionable outfit ideas to life. At the hotel, you can scan compatible Amiibo accessories to invite guests. Thank you for your hard work, as always. We hope you can unwind today and enjoy your stay. To increase your island brand recognition, Tom Nook wants to promote it with crafted DIY island goods. Check this box to see which items to craft. Once you've gathered the necessary materials, it's time to get crafting. Deliver the goods in exchange for hotel tickets. Catton will take care of the delivery, helping to spread the word about your island. Take your home storage to the max. Until now, you could store up to 5,000 items, but with this update, you can upgrade it 2 more times and store a total of 9,000 items. And now you can even store trees, shrubs, and flowers. Well, who do we have here? Resetti started a new cleanup service. There are 3 areas that can be tidied. Let's have him tackle just the front yard of this house. You can also have him clean up any flowers or custom designs. Any items he collects can be safely stored away, just in case you need them later. Nice and tidy. Thanks, Resetti. It's been a long day, so let's enjoy a nice, deep sleep. When you enter a deep slumber, Luna will welcome you and whisk you away to a new dream world. You'll wake up in a pristine, fresh location called Slumber Island. Here, you're free to do whatever you want. You can decorate your Slumber Island by using items you previously obtained. And even place plants and trees like this. You can widen rivers, break down cliffs, And by talking to Lloyd, you can easily place bridges and inclines. Select the time of day and the weather. Then bring your island residents on by. Each player can build up to 3 slumber islands. And choose from 3 sizes: small, medium, or large. You can also meet up on a friend's slumber island and play together. Decorate with furniture to your heart's content. Work together to build a cliff. Or dig in to create a lake. You and your friends can build the island of your dreams. Let's go over some of the new collaboration items coming to the game. By helping at the hotel and increasing its island brand recognition, the souvenir shop will start carrying Nintendo products, including retro toys and classic game systems. With an active Nintendo Switch online membership, you can even play a select classic game on each system. Now that's playing with power. Additionally, via Nook Shopping, Lego items, including furniture and fashion items, such as a sofa, a table, wallpaper, t-shirt, and more, will be available. They come in a variety of colors, so mix and match to find combinations you like. The Zonai Authentication Crest, Triforce, plus other furniture and fashion items inspired by the Legend of Zelda series will become available by tapping compatible Legend of Zelda series amiibo. In addition, newly added characters Tulin and Minoru can visit your island. You can also invite them to come live on your island, of course. And if you tap a compatible amiibo from the Splatoon series, Cece or Vijay can visit your island. Seems like they're really into dressing up. They look a little familiar, don't they? Splatoon collaboration items will also become available. Use them to show off your true colors. The free update for Animal Crossing New Horizons arrives January 15th. That's the same day as the Nintendo Switch 2 edition. Well, what'd you think? With new features included in both the Nintendo Switch 2 edition and the free update, we hope you'll continue enjoying the island life. We can't wait for you to see everything new on the island, January 15th.
Well, what you think? Is that great news or what? That's pretty cool. Now I gotta find friends that I can play with. The only flaw to that whole thing. Oh man, crap. But yeah, no, that's actually cool. That's going to be good. For $5, you get an upgrade, and then you get a free update on top of that. That's huge for $5. Ooh. Oh, no, don't want the backpack. Hold on. Oh, that matches my stripe. Hey, keep it PG-13. Will ya? Just kidding. Anytime you want to come visit, you come visit my island. I'll get you a code or something or whatever. Did I sell all that? No, I gotta go sell that stuff. But no, that seems like that was a pretty cool update. I'm really looking forward to it. Which on the other hand kind of makes you mad, because if you had the Nintendo Switch family, whatever the plan is, you get the Happy Home stuff for free. Which I probably should go and do, which I don't do much of. And now you're getting more stuff on top of that. Which means a new game isn't coming necessarily, but we're gonna fill your brain full of whatever we've got for you. Which I think is awesome. Man, hazelnut's strong. I don't know if I like hazelnut. But yeah, so I think that's cool. I gotta start getting my island in shape. Time to clean up, time to do whatever. Time to go fishing. Start filling in my log. Time to get a friend. Bitterling. Yeah, I know. Why, do you have multiple switches? Am I like the only person who doesn't have like multiple accounts for this game? I feel like I'm the only person who doesn't have multiple accounts for this game. And I never thought of making a second account. Like, it never crossed my mind. You have a streaming switch? What's the difference? You'll have to explain to me the logic behind that one. Yeah, you probably can't stream with one hot mama, huh? Since your personal account, you gotta kind of have to keep it kind of joyful designs, huh? Better be careful. Her streaming name is I Choke a Bloke. Yeah, I can't use that name on stream. Yeah, exactly. That's funny. Gotta watch out, chat. Come on, fish. You gonna make this hard for me? Watch, you're gonna turn around as soon as I get over here in a nice spot. Your dad's birthday? Nice. Yeah. So what are you up to today? Is it a laundry day or what is it a... Did you like some of those videos I sent you? To try to cheer you up? How's the pain? We talking the infection part or the wrist? But aren't you on an antibiotic for the surgery one? Let's open the first hit. And it's not getting better? You've only been on it a day though, too. 2 days. Slowly. Completely. Surely. Who is Shirley? Ooh, a fancy party dress. Check that out. You've been on them since Tuesday? Yeah, it'll probably take a while. Well, I also saved up a bunch of recipes if you need recipes for stuff. I have recipes for days. I'm a hoarder. You wouldn't be able to handle my Animal Crossing persona? There's the links for today, chat. Smash them. I don't know. I'm just fishing. Wait a minute, didn't I finish the fishing? Oh no, it's catches zebra turkey fish. I thought it was actually fish for 5 fish. So we're looking for a particular fish. It's about yay big. There it is. Done. Pays to know what you're doing looking for. Now I gotta catch bugs and grow fruit trees. Well, that's easy. That means you just run over here. Oh, I should probably get the net out. I don't know if you'd like my island. You'd probably get like OCD crazy because it's a mess. There's crap everywhere. It's not clean. Oh! No, not the net. Janet. I need iron. Oh no, we're good. I have the iron nugget. Yes. Oh yeah, that's definitely, yeah, definitely. It's a definite yes. Why, what's up? I've only had 4.5 hours of sleep, I think. Nothing, just asking. She's like, nothing. I don't need nothing, I'm just asking. Yeah, so after I was done my day, I was watching some YouTube shorts, obviously. Oh crap, alright, let's talk about this. Good buddy greetings. Floaties rule. I don't know what. Jesus, man, come up with a greeting. I don't think I can fit that. We can try though. I don't think it's gonna fit. Oh. What? Where's the... Is it right there? It fits. I kind of like Get Yoked better, man. That's the last time I listened to a woman. Women. Oh, I caught him on the jump. He was trying to jump, got him. What's funny? Oh, you're talking about the catching the thing. Yeah. Or the comment. Yeah. So anyway, I didn't go to sleep obviously because I was doom scrolling YouTube shorts. Sent a bunch off, etc., etc. Then I went down and had made myself a fried egg sandwich. Bologna and fried eggs on a brioche bread, which was kind of a lot sweeter than I thought. So I was like, okay, this is gonna be sweet bread. I should have just made French toast with it. But anyway, so it was really sweet. Had a sandwich. Then I was watching the Adelaide Crows and Fremantle Dockers game. Because it was on TV, because we have a pretty good tie with Australia, so we get Australian sports. So I was watching women's Australian League football. And yeah, it's pretty good. Now I'm streaming. All the cans today. What did you do? Did you? Well, that's good. She slept, chat. And God, a cricket, such a chirp for you, Jarrell. Oh, I guess I could. Hold on, I haven't been. Let me sell that stuff. I haven't been inside a clothing store today. Yeah, I figured I'd try to maybe sleep early today, so I get up and watch a streamer make something. I don't know what she's gonna do though. On a Monday, she's normally not on Mondays. She's at work, so it's gonna be different. Why? Because now you got to just basically fill them all in, right? This one goes to Janet. This one goes to Steve. This one goes to that mean guy who cussed me on the phone. Yeah, you need to move off my island, little mouse. You creep me out with all the pink. Yeah, time consuming, I bet. What do we got going on in here? Oh. What's all this get up? Yeah, take those. Oh, here we go, high maintenance. You're not messy bun on holidays or what? It's like, no, I like to be clean, stylish. Stretch leggings. Messy buns are stylish. Are you sure it's a messy bun, not a train wreck bun? So how are you going to eat? So today, basically, you just got to rest and get better. You can't like over push yourself because of the medicine or the pain and stuff. If that makes any sense. Oh, I'm jacking this hat. Whoa, there's some glasses I like too. Hold on, move over, Penelope. Get off. Round tints. Now you can't do it. You're not going to be able to do it because you are always like have to be on top of things. And not to the point like controlling, but you're not going to be able to sit there if something's a mess in the house. God, this groovy shirt's ugly. Oh, there's old school, high school crap. Ooh, tech shirt in white. I remember these, putting on chain wallets. Well, I hope so. Because you're only hurting yourself. You're no good to your community if you can't get better. Okay, that looks cool. I like those shoes. Ooh, they got them in black. No, I'm good. Yeah, I'll wear them out of here. Sure, why not? Dude, it matches my backpack, those laces. Well, if you want to get bored and you want to come visit my island, you just tell me. I'll let you come hang out. You cut down a tree or you tear something out or you rearrange something, you're fired. That's not acceptable. Handheld camera. What's up, built over bot? How goes it, my friend? Wrong button. Wrong button. How are you doing today? Who do you got coming on tonight, actually? Oh, I could care less if you mess something up, just not in my house. On the island, I could care less, but not in my house. All right, on. Well, hi. How are you and Sandy doing? Did you guys have a good weekend? Maker maybe shenanigans. Right on. It's awesome. Oh. Let me see, where's that? Oh, I forgot what I was doing. Oh, I can always pop in if you need somebody to talk. I'm not very informative though on some of that stuff. I'm more focusing on art at the moment, but I could always pop in if you need me. You need another voice? I'll come in, shoot the crap. Of course, again, you catch me on a day that I'm exhausted. Oh, I gotta take a nap. I gotta learn to take care of myself better. It's hard to sleep when the sugar plum fairies are dancing around in your head. Have I ever used my beard to paint? No. No. My beard that keeps track of time from when I had cancer and when I had cancer surgery. Yeah, that beard. Well, okay, well, maybe, but it depends on the subject. If you guys are talking 3D printing, I'm kind of in the dark. If you're talking anything else, I might know something. And if you're talking about how to draw or anything like that, well, you should ask Joyful. She's better than I. Oh, wait, do I need bugs? Am I catching bugs here? No. Oh, I'm doing the dance party. Let's go do the dance party. Look stiff enough. Yeah. Maybe. Let's go do our dance thing. Let's get this out of the way. See if I can do this. It's been a while. Let's stretch, baby. Group stretching. Begin. Ooh, what products? You knew a dude who painted with his hair? That'd be awesome. That'd be crazy too. Oh, was I slightly off? No, I think I'm okay. Boom, boom, boom. You know, trying to actually do this when you actually use the joysticks and you're actually stretching, man, that's a lot harder than it looks. But it's probably good for it. It's a good little stretch. I haven't talked to Astrid or Mo, actually. I wonder where they are. Astrid's probably in her house. Sick. I probably gotta take her medicine. Ooh, I caught that grubbing. And the other one, Mo. You know, it was funny because like, oh, I wanted a cat on the island, and then I was like, no, I don't. It's so funny. Oh, Jesus, I should have taken a nap. Us old people need naps in the daytime. Especially when you don't get to sleep at night. Because the sugar plum fairies are dancing around in your head. You know, we were talking yesterday about the blue and old as a topic, right? And it popped in my head, why don't I just draw the earth? Because I could do the blue water and just draw the earth in a spacey background or whatever, and there it was. There's your blue and old. I saw her today. It's the eyes, man. He's got creepy eyes. My camera is really zoomed in today, huh? Oh well. One of the bugs on Joy's floor whispered the pattern into her ear. Give him sunglasses? No, if I give him stuff, he might want to stay. That's like, that plan has all kinds of reverse, doesn't do what I want it to do. Okay, I gotta check who I'm missing. I feel like I'm missing somebody. Talk to him, talk to him, talk to him, talk to him, talk. No, we're good. Ah, it's because he moved out. The chicken moved out. That's what it is. Phone on a Monday? She's not working today and she's still getting phone calls. I think she's lying. She's telling me fibs, chat. No, she got stuff she got to take care of. Alright, let's... Oh no, we're not wrapping things up. Stop doing that. So what reviews are you doing, Bob? Well, what's new in the world of 3D printing? I mean, I'm more than happy to join the talk show, but... Ugh. Barred knife jaw. It's in the ocean, I think. Oh, I need a car. Hold on, I need an outfit. There it is. Well, what topics in the 3D printing, I guess, are you talking about? Something new come out? Are we doing a U1 review? That I'd like to hear. No, you don't have a U1? Yeah. The filament waste thing, I gotta clean a space. And I gotta figure out, I gotta get molds, I gotta do all kinds of things. I should get my head out of my butt and get serious. Everyone knows the funny bone isn't funny, man. So when are we gonna start calling it the ouchie bone? That's a good one. That's a good one. So I got till January 15th to save up $5 so I can buy the expansion for this game. $5. Oh, am I done already? Oh, the scallop counted. Scallop. Scallop. Chop down a tree, plant a tree. That works. Customize. Nice starry night. Ad break. That's where you watch ads and I go to sleep. Ooh, red snapper. Looks pretty dapper. Red snapper. It looks very dapper. Oh, there's a big fish. Gotcha. I caught a carp. Kind of don't need that there, but I'm going to plant it anyway. Just because I can. Alright, so I did the 2. Now I do the fishing. As I say that, more fishing. Catch a damselfly. A damselfly. I don't even know where a damselfly is. It's a butterfly of some kind, isn't it? There it is. November, December, January, February, damselfly. I already donated it. I don't have too many more. Oh, good God. That'll make you tired. It's all Joy's fault. When in doubt, blame the blondes. Or brunettes. She's not a blonde. She's a brunette. Blame her. When in doubt, blame the brunettes. Yeah, $30,000. She's really on the phone. Oh, Isabel's sleeping again. On the job. Look at her go. Blowing bubbles. So cute. Yeah, no worries. And if you need me, let me know. Just shoot me a wet message or whatever and send me a thing. I'll be over. Oh, he's not on tonight? Well, if you need me to fill, just let me know, man. I'll do whatever for you. I'll help you out. He is still out. Is he working or is it? You want me to join? All right. Yeah, I can. Just let me deposit some money here. Yeah, all right. Oh, that's an odd number. How much do I have? 1? No. Nope. 27. 5 million bells, baby. How much money do I have? I can't see how much money I have because it's PJ's. Oh, we're good. Got 5 million bells. I'm finally making some money. All right, let me put this game. No, stop. Nook shopping, right? I don't think I have that. To the edge. All right, that's good. Let me put this down. You stay there. All right, so we're going to close the switch capture. We're going to open this, but we're going to get Bob's stream open. Are you on yet? Let's see, it's built underscore over. There, got your channel. What time are you screaming? 20 minutes? You did send me one? In Discord? Alright. Oh, there it is. Entering the audio. Oh, I gotta turn on my virtual camera. Hey, baby. Oh, no. Source. Stop. Source. Webcam capture. Start. Test. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Microphone check. Check. Camera not working here? What's going on? There we go. Oh my God. Zoomed way down. I don't know why it does that. You can't fix that camera, can you? Oh well, I'll just put on the toque. I look like crap. No, it looks too cold. Alright. Hey, there's Shenanigans. What's up, buddy? Welcome in. I'm just trying to get something set up here. There we go, because we'll be watching Built Over Bot today. Playing his audio. Allow this time. Testing 1, 2, 3. My microphone's working. I will enter the studio. All right, so I'm ready to go whenever, Bob. Just hit it up. Let me fix my hair really quick. Just dropped the trailer, headed to get kiddo. Right on. I'll drive safe. Gotta get a hair dye appointment and a haircut. Ugh. We see you lurking and we love the support. It says. So while this is going here, I will fix my hair and then I'll get out my drawing pad. I need to draw a picture. Today, we need to draw something today. Alright, I'll get this out of the way. I'm really gonna have to go buy another art pad because I'm using this 7x10, 60 pages, and I'm already down to the last half of this book because I was drawing this kind of stuff. Drawing smutty stuff, chat. Smutty. No, I'm kidding. I don't draw smutty. I should. Probably get more viewers, but... Alright. What were my topics? What did we have? Hold on. Light gray, light brown, animate. Let's do that one first really quick while we wait for Bob. Light gray, light brown, animate. Yeah, no, I was looking at it the other day. Like if I was drawing animated waifus, which is the term for anime women with big proportionate pieces. Those people on Twitch have huge followings. Part of me says I should do that. Part of me says, might have to think about a rebranding. I mean, it might have to become like Giggy Jack After Dark or something. Sign up free. Can streamers be honest? That's a good question. Hey, Retromaker, how you doing, buddy? What's going on? So, animate. Oh, you know what I want to look up? I should look up... Oh, I know what I'm going to do. Hold on a second. What is it again? Light brown, light gray, and animate. Okay. I don't know if you remember these. Well, I think there was a crown on it too. I'd have to look at the old logo, but I think there was a crown. Can you hear that, Chad? Is that not loud enough? We're going to join Bob over here on his chat. I don't know where the sound's coming from, which... That's playing your music, right? But that's playing audio from on. Oh, okay. Is that loud enough for you, Joy? Can you hear that? Or do I need to turn that up? Okay. And I think that's how I would draw animate or something like that. Do I need a headset or no? I can hear you. We'll play it by ear whether or not I need to put that in a headset. No, we're good. So then I can do this animate light gray and light brown and color this in. And then I've got my animation. See, that's how animation was done, right? Boom, 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 boom. The old days. Oh, you know what I should have drawn? I should have drawn Wile E. Coyote. And the Roadrunner. Beep, beep. Come on. I need to change my category to co-streaming here for a second too, I think. Or do you have the ability to change categories and stuff as a moderator? Well, I'm just going to put us in just chatting for a minute. And we're at Built Over Bot. Who are we with? At Built Over Bot. And
I see the bag, it taunts me still. The filament locked against my will. Plastic prison crinkling tight. But tonight's the night I win the fight. Stab that bag, break it free. Rip it open, let it breathe. No more rules.
hello, it's loud.
Freedom lies when I stab that bag.
I'll turn that down. Did I lose his audio? Are you muted, Bob?
Yes. Yeah, I was muted.
Okay.
Welcome in, everybody.
Just checking your mouth was moving.
We're Sandy went to get a couple of prints. We did release a couple files this week. I think since last time we released an ice cream container, which is free for a temporary time.
Nice.
And we have released some turkeys into our membership. We are printing that as well right now. Right there, I will go to that a few times tonight. That is a large one. You cannot shrink the turkey for those that are looking.
You still have your music playing in the background, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Need to turn the music all the way off.
No, I was just checking to make sure I didn't have extra sound somewhere.
I can hear Giggy in the background, so I'm going to go ahead and bring him up. So everybody else can. The files we have released that everybody has seen is or a lot of people have seen, the ice cream container. This has been posted just a little while ago. The turkey does have flapping wings and feet. This one you cannot shrink very much because it gets too thin around the sides. And welcome in, Giggy.
Hello,
I'll
hello.
do a shout out for Giggy Jack here in a second. And then we have the turkey earrings. And for those not following Giggy Jack, there is a shout out for him. He is the co-streamer. And let me welcome in a few people here. We've got Retro Maker I've seen, Shenanigans, 3D Medic Vents, Bearded Printer, Pile 3D. Pile, do you by chance stream? I was going to try to do a shout out for some of the people. Kiki, because I have an echo on my headset. Let's see, let me do a shout out for a few of the people here.
I don't remember what's behind this wall. Oh, it's bare.
So you got Beardy, Retro. I'm going to do some, I'm trying to catch up on coding for the background where I'll have some shout outs that are changed based upon the user. Because of the fact that some of these people have files that I'd like to shout out. Like Beardy, I mean, we could shout out his Stang's profile. Yes, you want to see me help Beardy crash his Fusion account or Fusion. That's a great one. Apparently, I'm good at that when I ask questions. We look at the design process different. I had a different idea. Gave him ask a few questions. Totally and utterly crashed his Fusion. So I'm always good for that. Because we were approaching the file differently that he was working on. But welcome in, everybody. My thought of the original was I saw some reviews lately, and I had the question, can a reviewer or a streamer be honest on reviews? I have the take, no, not if he wants to be successful. And I know it's not my take, but can you really trash a company and expect other companies to give you stuff to review? So if your stream is reviews, can you be honest on reviews? That's the question I have. Because we always look at all these reviews and that question if these guys are going to tell us the truth. And I've always wondered why people kind of expect that they will. I think the smaller ones can tech cheaper, so I do think it depends. And I'm not saying everybody's dishonest. But I'm saying that if you're successful, I wonder if you can anymore, for the most part. And Tech Cheaper does stream, so I wanted to do a shout out for him and Cruising Girl as well.
You could probably do about a 90% truth and 10% fluff. And get away with it.
I agree. As far as or you can give some truth, but I don't think that. I think we all need to be. I'm a big guy on truth. I think we all should be more honest as far as say, hey, it's going to be hard to be truthful and give a review and expect somebody to send you something else. And plus, think about it. Like I could say, Bamboo sent me one printer once. Now I paid for most of them. Don't get me wrong, but I got it free Bamboo. When I could go on and say that was the greatest printer ever for the money, the free one. Plus, a lot of us get free parts for that free printer. I'm not one of them, but dang, you trust my review. It's great for the money. I'm not going to have any problems. I didn't pay for it. That's my take on it. As I said, it's a hot take, but it's. I saw some people that were doing reviews and selling the product right away, and it got me to thinking. And this particular person does a lot of reviews on a lot of different products and makes money doing affiliate links. I mean, and I started thinking, that's kind of in a way, scammy. And I see a lot of reviewers doing that. So, I know this isn't going to be the best take, as I said. I actually think the Bamboo's a printer, Cruising Girl, outside of that. But I will say you shouldn't take my word for it entirely, because I did get a Bamboo printer. Should you trust me right off the bat because I said that? Or should you look at other sources of people who paid for them? I would trust Gigi Jack's review of his A1 printer before I would trust mine, and both of us have one. Because I've gotten something from Bamboo. Now, I gave Gigi the advice of buying his A1. Should we stop? Yeah, should you trust me? Probably not at all. Take cheaper. That's side point. I mean, I gave Gigi the advice to buy an A1, and I think he took my advice somewhat, or took that in consideration. But I also bought my A1, by the way. And I actually think A1 is probably the best printer of print quality we got for small stuff. What did you say, Sandy?
Other than the problem with them.
What's that? Oh, the one bed?
Yeah.
We have one that's got a bed warp.
I'm not sure the other one doesn't have. I think you may have one too.
A lot of printers have bed warp, but
I'll give you that.
But this, see if I can get a good shot. This is a tiny print, and that's actually a pretty good print for a multicolor. And that's off of an A1. And I'm sure I could have done better with colors, but this is off an X1C. But that little red spot on that, again, very difficult to get a 0.4 nozzle on an A1. That's actually a pretty good print, I think. I think any printer's worth working, Cruising Girl. That's part of where I'm at.
Yeah, I think as far as like the A1 getting into 3D printing, I think the A1 was a great place to start, a great place to kind of learn. And as an artist, it definitely challenged me to try to stay within, designing things within 4 colors, and printing. So I haven't had a problem with mine so far, and I love it. Because when I first started, I kind of wanted to avoid like the resins and having all that extra venting and cleaning and all that stuff. So the A1 works great for me. But I will probably upgrade down the road sometime. But I'm perfectly happy with it.
Someday I'll get a tool changer, but I don't know if I'll. And I'm not gonna say I wouldn't take a free tool changer. I'll probably have to buy one. Because I'm a smaller, on design still, we're still one of the smaller ones. We're not the smallest, and I would put us in the top, probably 10% of designers, as far as known, but that doesn't put us there at the top. There's a lot
Hi,
of
everyone.
designs out there.
Hi everyone.
Welcome in, Retro.
Hey, Retro.
I snuck in here.
For those that do not know Retro, you should follow him. He's an amazing designer. One of the guys I print as far as stuff. 90% of what we print for sales is ours because it's easier to explain when you go to a show and it's your stuff, But I have Retro is one of them we have sold at our shows, so that does say something, I think. So
I would say same. You're one of the ones I've sold at my shows as well. one of the few that I also print and have sold. So
And your stuff's great. It's designed to sell. I obviously there's other designers. I mean, I'm going to say I've printed stuff from Bearded Printer. I'm not taking any of his to show. I'm not got a membership to his, but at the moment I'm kind of tight on my money, and I gotta unfortunately justify my memberships at the moment. But Bearded Printer stuff is hot now. I guarantee you it sells. That's a great model. But
oh, definitely.
I had retro stuff at a Christmas show one time. It sold, wasn't supposed to sell, but it sold.
Yeah, I definitely have a lot of Christmas stuff. I need to start releasing my Christmas stuff for this year here shortly. Finish up some of them and get them going for this year. But yeah, I like the Christmas stuff.
Oh, you are doing the floppy cranberry sauce? Yes. Are you doing the can
great.
or just a spilled, kind of a spilled version of it, Judy? I'm looking forward to the floppy cranberry sauce. I asked for that at his last stream.
I like that. I think might have been the one that suggested the turkey leg. Actually, somebody wanted the turkey, and I was like, "How about a turkey leg?" So yeah, that turkey leg looks cool.
I think the can is easier to pull it off. And that's actually what I was thinking, was putting it in a can, but
Oh, and then having it come out and be floppy, that would be cool. Have like a two-part model, have the can, and then have the floppy inside.
now that would be something you could pull off. But I was actually thinking of like the floppy can
Oh, okay.
sitting out there. That's, I mean, my thought. Obviously, it's
Sure. I think a lot of the floppy stuff has to be kind of flattish though, because of the depth of the way that the cubes kind of flop.
yeah.
Maybe like maybe a square can or a can on its side or.
Well, it's going to be fragile if you put it together, and it's done, but it's going to be hard to pull off where it's floppy on each side and
Right.
bendable. So you're always going to have issues with the mechanics of it. He's pulled off a fish, whale, wasn't it? Actually, see if somebody can post a link to Beardy's.
Oh yeah, Beardy's got it all set.
Uh,
He's the master. It looks like he knows what he's doing.
If anybody hasn't
You know
looked
he
at it, he
knows
does
what
have a floppy whale shark that printed
Does
in
he?
two halves. Yeah,
I
he's
don't
pulled
think
it
I've seen
off,
that. Okay. Oh, I
But
got you.
the-
It prints in two halves. Okay.
but it's difficult. Thank you, Tech Keeper. That was it. I mean, he's pulled it off, but it's just a difficult print. I think it's going to be, mechanics are going to be difficult over time. I don't know. I would be scared, and I'm sure that's why he's not done a ton of the where you put the floppies together. Is the mechanics are a lot more complicated when you try to glue both halves together and still make it move, essentially. But I haven't tried that. I just, again, going by the scenario, of what I could see as being the problems. And I know he's accomplished it, so that means it's possible to do the
Oh yeah.
setup for that.
Well, if anyone can do it, Beardy can do it. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, he's an amazing designer. We're going to try a house this winter, I think.
The cozy
Which means
cottage.
stepping on Beardy's territory technically, but
Oh.
I'm going to do a cottage style thing. That's yours and Beardy's style, but if I don't step out of our comfort zone, then I'll never grow as an artist.
I think you
I
are.
want
I
a
think
Christmas
your cauldron, your new cauldron is a little different than usual. You've got the knitted pattern, which you have done before, but something other than an animal and a miniature. That cauldron looks really cool.
Yeah. And we've done
Yeah.
most of our stuff like this. We don't post because it's difficult. And the purse, that was actually watching a stream, seeing somebody else did a purse. realistically, the only part of it I wanted to do was the snake on the cauldron purse. But I couldn't. It's not like I could remix a purse. I had to create the entire purse part. But that's probably because everybody says the fidget toys don't hold up, and ours do because of the way we do our joints. So I wanted to post that because I do believe. Now I don't think everybody's joints does hold up, and some of our joints are different. This one I know is a remix nightmare, and I made the mistake even suggesting one time to let Tech Cheaper do a special remix on it, and I forgot about it because I've seen guys have stolen that file. It looks butchered when they're done. You can't remix that one for some reason. The legs will resize. Yeah, I like the knit pattern. The problem with knits on us is it takes forever because we don't. This isn't a brush. This isn't a skin. We actually hand do all the knitting. That way they're offset and they look more real to us. And I know it's a hard way.
Turned out
It is
great.
what it
I
is.
can't wait to print it. I'm looking forward to printing it for sure.
Yeah,
I know
we
your
did put a bowl version of that.
the cozy dragons would fit in there well with their knitted pattern. I know the cozy dragons are always real popular because of that
Yes, the
knitted
Cozy
pattern.
Dragons do really well, especially in sets for us. But they haven't. The last show, people were anti-dragon,
Oh yeah,
and that is a little bit worrisome as far as the future of sale of dragons. I think that the dragon sales are going to drop a little bit. But honestly, I think the Cozy Dragon is the dragon to beat. It took Sandy a month to place all those, to get the knits
bet.
done. The way she does it. I mean, even this one took probably half a week to place all that because she wants to offset them, which basically means you can't let the computer do it. You can't, to make it look natural. So she hand does a lot of it. But I mean, my favorite is probably the Cozy. Now the one that I did a collab with you on, the flower one, that one's kind of a special one too.
oh yeah, that one is popular, especially when you do multicolors in the flowers. I've done it where I do like pink petals and like a yellow center on them. It really pops, and they definitely are unique.
Yeah, I was proud of that one.
Awesome.
That one's not. I don't see it downloaded as much as
The cozy.
yeah. The Cozies are obviously going to be our most popular. Is the dragon market overset? You can talk out.
Oh no, I
Talk over it.
wasn't going to interrupt there.
I do think the dragon market's oversaturated, and I think a lot of it is they can go to the store and buy a dragon. The other part of that is how many times you go to a booth and they say, "I designed the dragon." I think that's just absolutely killed it. Where everybody thinks all the dragons are the same, and I think that's actually. I think the dragon market got so oversaturated it's hurt the 3D printing market.
In a way, I have people that come up to booths of mine and they're just like, "Oh wow, you don't have any dragons. I always see dragons everywhere." And like, not to be bad, but they'll say like, "I'm sick of just seeing dragons for 3D printed stuff." So that's what I mean. I think that people have started saying that. I think it's a sign that it's kind of on the down slope.
but
Unless
was
somebody comes up with a new super dragon or something, I don't know.
was the dragon? Everybody did one because they were more complex and kind of cool. They had the cool factor, or was it just because that was you had one big designer who made dragons popular and everybody wanted to jump on board?
I think the links of the dragon is something that would be very difficult to injection mold the way that they were done, and it was a neat way to show off 3D printing. And people like dragons and anything. I mean, there are going to be other dragons that are popular. Just the fidget dragon, I think, is dying a slow death. it was the people like fidget toys, people like dragons, and it was a way to show off printing. Was the biggest thing for it. The downside is it is oversaturated. I mean, I'll edit. Hell, we got 4 dragon models ourselves, well more than that, and it still sells for us. I'm not. I think you should probably have a couple dragons at a show because they will sell. But if you make your entire booth dragons, that's a mistake. I mean, that is, and it is very difficult to sell your own stuff. In fact, when I first was doing all of our own stuff, I think it was a mistake. And then I took some of retros to a show, and that was why I took retros to a show. It was a last minute choice. I was friends with him, and I worked it out to where I could. And it's like, oh, I'll show retros, and I could say I have friends in 3D printing because he's a friend. And then it's like, then I can say it's not all my files. You know, that was actually the main reason I wanted to take retros, is because we were getting hammered on people just claiming we stole the files, and we weren't a designer. But you'd go down to the print booths, and they'd all be talking like they were the designer of all those files, and I could name off the designers that they were using. You know,
Right.
It wasn't that hard. But at least then I could say, well, this is my friend, and this is his designs as well. It wasn't all ours. So that's originally why I took retros.
Yeah, isn't that
he's
good
a
for any
friend,
kind of business? Oh, go ahead. Any kind of business model is diversified.
Yes, and that was the other thing. You did nothing like me. None of your files were anything like ours. So you're right. It was a diversification. Technically, the other one I would probably add is really Beard, because it's a good design, it's a strong design, and it's a different style. We've been asked to do floppy designs ourselves. If I ever get something that's inspiring enough, I think I could pull off a floppy design. I'm not saying I don't think I could do it, but realistically, if I'm going to take floppy designs, I want more than just my floppy designs, or what I could put out in a few weeks. So I'm more likely, and I'm thinking about it, where I'll get a membership to Bearded Printers and take a bunch of floppy designs, because it's easier to mass add. And also, I think of him as a friend as well, so I can mass add the floppy designs. So that's more than likely what I'll do. I'll also be realistic. Every time I've come up with an idea, when I tell it to mention it, he kind of does it. So, I wanted a floppy design, and it's a good idea, just tell him. So, I'm as lazy as the next guy. Let's be real. It's his thing right now, and I know he's doing other things too. He's got to. If we don't diversify, we're all going to die. That's fine, Darth Gal. I've known you for a while. You DM me. You are a friend. You're as close as any of my friends, realistically. I figured I was DMing or private messaging Retro at the time on the show. I think he would be fine with me calling him a friend.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
I'd known him for a while when I took him to a show. So yeah. I've got a few other friends I've got. I'd probably recommend Little Tup for a designer. He's not necessarily fully in the market I'm in because he's tabletop, but that doesn't mean that he wouldn't sell for most people, but just probably not at the car shows we sell at. And I could be wrong. I don't think the 60-year-old people we're selling our prints to are into tabletop games. On average, 60 plus years old. Again, I could be wrong. But he's an excellent designer and a good person. I also try to stick to people that I don't think are stealing files. And I know you've brought on to that. That is rampant in this industry. You can tell a lot of it, like when they put out a really, really bad design and then a really, really good one, or their joint style changes from bad to good often between models. You can tell. Those are the tells, in my opinion, and maybe I'm wrong and I'm overlooking at things, but if somebody's putting out a really horrible joint and then a really good joint, or a really horrible modeling as far as structural of the face or anything like that, or and then a really good one right afterwards and alternating, either somebody else is designing for them or and it does depend on date. Like, we've improved. Our old stuff does not look like our new stuff. Every designer is going to improve. And they will have bad days. They're not going to say like a bad design or one. We're talking like if it alternates. A designer will be able to tell. Somebody who's put their work into it a lot of times. And again, I shouldn't probably say it, but I don't think I'm the only one who sees that stuff. To where the entire style of their joint changes, or the entire style of their product changes. And I'm not saying, or I'm talking like when there's no reason for it to. But and you're gonna have some that the style changes though.
I'd probably have to pay more attention to designers. It's been recently I haven't been keeping up with it as much, so I probably wouldn't notice as much as I used to. But yeah, when I first started putting models out, I was definitely watching what everyone was doing, and I think I would have noticed it more at that point than now. But my finger's not at the pulse as much as it was.
But
I'm not paying as much attention, but I still see it.
But on that note, the only policing in the 3D community is only within itself, right? I mean, because obviously when you go to a show like one of these, like Murph or Printopia, you're not going to have people there who are selling stolen files. More likely, those are more in the first one trying to get it to the market, trying to kind of dealer in the smaller communities. They're not going to be in the major events. So the only policing is what done in-house within the 3D community?
There's really not much policing, unfortunately. And it's kind of hard, too, because there's also the people. I remember when I first got in there, there was a guy who's would post the winners of the last week on the Things contest. The next week, he would be posting a copy of that file. He never took traction, or that guy or girl, I don't know. I always assumed a guy by the name, but they never took off. There was no traction on their account, but it was whatever won the week before, they would have a clone, normally a second-rate clone, unfortunately. And that's probably why they never took off, but they would have a copy of that file posted the following week. And it was common. I think a lot of the reason it never took off is why download theirs when a better one was posted the week before of everything they did. And they were probably a fine model, again, but they were spending more time copying somebody else than they were their own designs. Now, there are some people that are very good at copying, because they're great modelers. Technically, there's a few that I've got no respect for, because we're all going to get ideas from each other, and I think we should. But if everything they do was a clone of somebody else's, it's kind of hard to respect them as an artist. If everything they do, nothing is unique, it's all just, oh, I like that person's, I'm going to make a copy, put it in my membership.
I mean, there's no strict, there's no rules on like plagiarism, like if you, like there is in art in the 3D world yet, right? Because the 3D world's kind of new, so it's just kind of like the Wild West
Well,
at the moment, I guess.
it's up to the site. I mean, the sites, the repository sites themselves, you know, you can go in, and if you find that your model or a very, very close approximation of your model has been loaded up, you can claim, you know, this is a stolen design. And I mean, at least things used to do it when I would go in and I'd find stuff, but um, they usually take it down after a while. Each site has its own uh, policies and
I
how much
spend
they actually
one
do
day
it.
a week doing takedown requests. All of them do it.
Mhm.
The worst one is Thingiverse. It takes weeks for them to remove anything, or at least it has for me. That one's the only one that's a problem.
But it's
Everybody else
usually
is
the
pretty
exact
fast.
same file, though, right? It's usually when when it's
Yeah,
a copy of the file. But yeah, I mean,
I
it's
only
hard
do it
to,
when it's a direct copy. Most of the time, they'll use my photos, which make it a lot easier.
right? Yeah, I remember
Uh,
that. Yeah, I remember tracking down my snow globe in the beginning there for a while. It just kept popping up everywhere, and it got frustrating. Now I just don't even look.
the weird thing is, we weren't even getting anything for it back when it was when a lot of the people were doing it. I don't even understand why. I mean, what thrill do you get for stealing somebody's stuff and not get paid for it? I mean, they were giving it away.
Right.
It it seems very very weird. And welcome in the shrimp father. Now Telegram, I don't know anything about as far as the STLs on Telegram. Facebook, I see a lot of them. Anybody that's got like 2,000 STLs that they're selling for $20, they're stolen files. I mean, if they're like $10 and they'll give you 4,000 files, or $20 and they'll give you 4,000 files, they're stolen files. There's no other way.
Yeah, there's always going to be a black market that you're not going to be able to stop. You know, and Telegram is kind of that secret world of kind of black market type stuff. So I could see that happening. And I mean, it's inevitable. It's just trying to keep, I guess, you know, on top of the big ones, the ones that are popular and that have good reputations. I think is just the way to go.
Yeah, that's all you can do. I mean, we spend again one day a week searching and trying to find. Typically, the big upload days we'll scan for a little bit and do takedown requests when we see them. I guarantee you, I miss them. I mean, the big ones. There was one guy that used to piss me off because he stole so many of my files and just slopped over them, and he ticked me off because he stole everything. But that and the one that I guess two guys that really pissed me off on it. One guy uploaded an hour later saying he fixed all my mistakes, and that
Yeah.
just
Oh
he
yeah.
uploaded a bunch of our files saying, "Oh yeah, I fixed all the print errors, so I remixed it and uploaded everything to Maker World." That one pissed me
Jeez.
off because he said he fixed it,
Right. And did he claim it as a remix at least, or he just said it was his model?
They claimed it as a remix because he
Oh,
repaired
okay.
all of our errors
Right.
and
So
made
at
it
least he
printable.
still gave you credit that it was the original, but it was kind of a jab, like I made it better than yours, and yeah.
Yeah. And see, he signed up an hour before he uploaded those. So it's not like, yeah, you fixed all those files in an hour. You know, you paid for my membership. And
Yeah.
because we could tell when you subscribed. Now, if you waited a month, I probably wouldn't have been able to tell how long you had it. But, when and then he messaged me the next day. Well, I was just trying to get your files to get me started. It's like, what are you trying to get started in? Disappointing your customers? If you got to steal somebody's word to claim it's your own, you're going to disappoint them when you do something else.
But I mean, but if you pay a membership, you download a file and then you remix it. You're not necessarily claiming it as your own, but you can then do whatever you want with it because you remixed it. So it's basically then your file, is it not?
That's why all of my licenses say no remixes when you download them. That's the reason for that.
Yeah, there's a
Is
license
because
stipulation with that, and it depends on, I guess, how much it's changed. But yeah, to try to make it your own, if you try to use it commercially. Like you could remix it and do whatever the heck you want with it, as long as you're just printing it for yourself and not trying to post it up somewhere. That's where the issue comes in.
Yeah, but see, the problem is our license say you can't even do that because of the fact that we can't give people the permission on our licensing to do that without doing the other. Now, personally, I mean, obviously, um, I'm happy when people make the files their own for printing reasons, but I can't allow the license to say that because of the fact that if I do, then I'm giving them the right to steal my files and sell them. But yes, that is them making paid files free is what we're talking about on uploading Polymorph.
So biking has
And it's common.
an interesting point there. But my only comment on that is have a lawyer send them a letter. I think in most cases like the 3D print in the community, people don't have the cash necessarily to cover that some of that. So you kind of get stuck with, people are going to do things, but you don't have the cash backing to be able to try to go after them like a large company would as an individual person.
Plus, you actually have to know their address.
Yeah, there's a lot of stipulations there, right?
Yeah, the cost benefit isn't there.
That's like, because I look at it from like I'm an artist, right? I don't post my artists on any art on any social media at the moment just because of the sheer fact that most of them, they all claim that they get an unlimited use license to do whatever they want with my work. And I don't necessarily agree with that, because you can take it, use it for AI, you can use it for commercials, you can do whatever and make money off of it, but I don't get any recognition or credit. So then, it's kind of like, I'm not into that,
To a lot of artists, actually, biking, that would be the entire month's take.
Yeah.
I am doing well for a 3D artist, enough to where using a lot of money to build a maker space from it. But no artists are, there's probably only 10 3D artists making a living that I know about, or full on living, to where they could not have a second income.
Yeah, Polymorph brings up a point there. I remember, Bob, we had a conversation about that one time, building in a watermark into a model, into your STL files. I remember we had talked about that a few months back.
Most of the watermarks can be taken out. I do have some hidden on some of my files, to where you have to know where to look, but the problem is 90% of us put them in the bottom and you can slice it right out. I can take the watermarks right out of them. So very, very difficult. And a pro can take out my watermark. I did it back. We started doing it when I had the guy stealing every file I made and just slopping on top of it because we were trying to catch him, and I did. He disappeared anyway because he couldn't get traction. It's difficult to make money selling files. Very difficult. Again, there are probably 5 that take over 90% of the market, and then the rest of us are, fighting for what's left. We're not all Cinderwing. She's making good money. And I'm happy for her. She earned that market. But most of us are not making that kind of money. The problem is your infill changes, and if you aren't careful where you market think tank, it could mess with the structural ability of the model, or a lot of your print time. And if we're allowing people to make money on our files, print time is a big deal. That's something we actually put a lot of time in, is trying to make sure you can do plates of it so you can make money. If you do like this earring here and you do one of them, it's going to cost you way too much to make this. So you've got to do 10 of them on a plate, 10 sets to make money at it. Yeah. And also this one, I'll be honest, it's too small to put a watermark in it.
Yeah, I mean, the best watermark is just to get it so specific and familiar, and then to have it on a major site so that people know, like when you release it, they know that's your model. So, anyone that's trying to copy it or use it somewhere else, I mean, that's really, the what do they call it, the provenance or whatever. It's just like where it comes from. Um, is the best way, because watermarks, if you're going to sell them, nobody's going to see the watermark. If you're trying to put it on a different site, all you have to do is take down requests and say, here's the original file, it's completely the same, and I was the original one. You can see the date, all that type of stuff. So watermarks are kind of, if anything, they're for promoting. I have some of my radios, I actually have Retromaker as part of like the logo or label, and it's inside or on the back or on the bottom, and it's kind of part of the design even.
And in your case, that actually would help. Your logo and your name on like a radio is perfect for the radio. You'd almost be foolish not to put Retromaker. You're not
Like a brand,
violating somebody
yeah.
else's copyright on the radio, because they would have put their brand on it. So it matches. It matches what you're making. It's genius. I mean, it really, your name is perfect for it. If somebody wants to steal from you, they're going to. What you have to, it is on our responsibility. Most designers will spend a little bit of time, or luckily, some of our friends will message us and say, "Hey, I found this file somewhere. You got to do a takedown." You know,
That's how I
So
get the most in mine too.
biking asks a good question there. Is that the one where who would you say the responsibility lies on the maker or the host site? Aren't most of these host sites, they defer liability to the maker?
they do. Their host sites are not going to take any responsibility for anything, realistically.
They're not going to know.
Which
They don't
is-
have the capacity to check every model to see if it's somewhere else and all of that.
They're pretending to now, and that I think is probably
AI. Yeah.
well. No, I think they're pretending to, as far as, and they will with AI at some point do some minor checks, but like Nextprint and a few of them that are taking a while to upload, that's what they're kind of putting a show, pretending like they're doing it. Now, could they possibly do it? No. Again, I'm being realistic. Do they care if you do it? Absolutely. They'll shut your account down. Most sites do have a way to report. The only one that I've ever had real problems getting them to pay attention to the report is not Thingiverse. But that's been my experience. I've been lucky. My first one, I wasn't on the site when they stole it. It was right after I started. And when we first applied, they acted like they didn't care. Then some other bigger designer posted it on Twitter, and it was gone within an hour. So they've stolen our files. So I do think it matters somewhat if you know people, or if you have a presence on that site. If they want a relationship with that designer, unfortunately, and it is what it is.
It's kind of
I've
it's
also been accused of stealing files, so.
it's also kind of dependent on the community, to keep it honest, right? It's not. I mean, as a designer or a maker, you're kind of limited in what capacity you have. But if everybody in the community is going out and buying, knockoff, so to speak, items anyway, it's also on them, if they want to keep the community honest.
Yeah, that basically is the. Unfortunately, I know somebody played some music. It doesn't play on anybody.
No, we've got a raid.
Right from the free heathen.
That's right.
Welcome in, maker.
I need to figure out how to disable those. I don't have them working on this screen, but we did have a hydrate, so I'll drink at least a little bit of water. I need to get the channel stuff working on this app, but I haven't got everything set up.
Yeah.
I'm somewhat working on my makerspace right now, cleaning for it.
Yeah, welcome in, Raiders. You had Free Heathen there. Welcome in. What were you guys up to? Well, I know what he was up to, but
Yeah, he was streaming.
yeah, well, I know. Yeah, I know exactly
He
what
was doing
doing.
his whips, his Sunday
Yeah,
whip.
Sunday
works
whip.
works in progress.
I think he rated, and I didn't even see that. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, we're bringing Maker up on stage. Thank you for joining us. That's weird. I thought you said he was rating us, and I didn't even see that pop up.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Hi, boys. I know you guys. How's everybody doing?
Hey, there you are.
There I am. Hi, Giggles.
Like, should I get my hat for you?
You should. Look at that smile.
That
Don't
looked
look at me.
good.
I don't know how to smile. You look great.
I thought I looked.
Great.
I'm wanted. I thought I was a missing person or a most wanted.
You are. I need a wanted banner for a meme, and then I need the milk carton. Yeah, absolutely. Hi, Bob. Thanks for having me, man.
Well, thank you for joining. You're definitely always welcome, and I am glad you are here. It's a lot nicer to stream with friends.
Well, it's nice to stream with people who understand what you're doing, right? I would think.
I know you on the copyright infringing designs. People want the copyright infringing designs. Biking. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
how
the
I feel.
quickest way to grow. I don't necessarily like. Well, I should try to figure out how to put it. I don't like it because I don't want to harm anybody. And if I'm telling you you can sell something, and you go to a show, and they fine you because that is within their rights. If you make Deadpool, Disney can get you. You owe Disney money, and they can sue you for thousands of dollars. That is a fact. Now, will they? I don't know. But if I did that,
They have a history of taking other people's work. Disney has a
I-
literal history of taking people's work.
I agree, and I'm not on Disney's side here. I'm just saying
It is what it is.
it would crush me for somebody to get sued and lose their house over something I did. And that's where my stance is. It's not I'm more moral than somebody, or I'm this crusader for IP rights against Disney. You can't make a Disney product or a Warhammer product or any of those. It's if I caused you harm, I wouldn't want to do that. So that's my stance on IP, as much as anything. And that's why you'll not see. We did some fan art, and if we do, it will never be paid, and it's probably going to be on like Maker World or something, because of all morality has a price. Just most people biking. I'll be the first to admit, at some point, if I was doing reviews on product, I don't think I could be honest if they were paying.
Well,
And that's what I'm doing.
but you have to be clear. Like for example, I'm sponsored, so I do, and I use affiliate links. You've got to be, but you can also be honest and not brutal. There's a difference between brutal honesty and honesty, right? Like when my machines are down, I say my machines are down. If something doesn't work, I say it doesn't work. Do I go on a tirade and get angry and cut it to pieces? No, right? When I can't get Polymaker to work, for example, like we were having with the nylon. I was frustrated. I reached out to the company and expressed my frustration. They came back with an answer. So, yes, but I think that you do need to take all streamers at the value of, especially if they're reviewing a product, especially if you're using sponsorships, they do have a bias, right? They do want to keep that interaction. They do. But remember, like I've got no follow-ups on anything from the 14 companies I've worked with, just one of them. A single company continues to sponsor my ship.
And in a way, like when I win filament, is that not Polymaker sponsorship in a way, because that's free filament? And
You do end up with a bias, yes. You definitely, I would say you have a bias, yeah. Does it mean that you can't be honest about it? Like if you get a reel of junk Polymaker, you can say, "Oh, I'm angry at this," but you can also contact them and see how they treat you. And we had that talk with Maker Viking about 2 trees the other day, right?
Yeah, but you can be honest too. I mean, if you're using different types of filament, and say you're all using just PLA, you can do a comparison and just say, on this machine this printed better or that, and that's not necessarily going against what you're being sponsored for. It's just you just giving an honest opinion on what it's
Well,
doing.
I've done that where I'll print the same model across different brands and do the floor test, right? That's how we, even with Polymaker Silk, I used to show that how Polymaker Silk would shatter. But you do have a bias, right? Because you are getting a benefit. There's no ifs, ands, or buts.
I don't think you can be honest and run a entire review channel. And the reason I'm saying that is, if you're going to get reviews from multiple companies, I don't think that you can do that. I'm sure that those reviewers are all going to disagree with me. But if they're smart, they're going to give good reviews on everything.
Well, even if they gave even if they gave a bad one but a moderate one, where they're kind of guarded, because if they trash on a brand too hard, other brands will not look at them. That's like a fact. Because they'll be like, nope, he's too hard on X company. We don't want that heat. So.
Yeah, but you can be 90% honest if you up front say, hey, I'm sponsored by so and so, and I'm going to compare these two, and I'm using this X machine, so it's not necessarily biased that this is better all the time. It's as long as you lay it out there.
Because somebody that a lot of people here know, like Zombie. I don't think Zombie's a liar. I'm going to use him as an example because I can say I don't think Zombie's a liar and be honest here and state that. I don't think Zombie's a liar. I know he does a lot of reviews. He does a lot more than anyone sitting on this panel. So I think you can be honest, but I think that he gets even bigger, is going to be guarded on reviews that he does.
That I think is a fair assessment.
Yeah.
I think it's all the way
fair.
they have to do their reviews. I mean, you can only go to a certain limit of being, you can't just totally burn the company down because of your bad experience. And sometimes, a printer acts differently. Somebody's printer is going to catch on fire. Other printers aren't necessarily going to catch on fire, but it's like bringing attention to what you found and almost being like, disclaimer, this is my experience with it, and trying to gauge like, how is that going to impact the average user? And that
In fact, I'll actually say something that'll probably burn my account a little bit here. The people that are giving negative reviews and always talking trash about companies that aren't paying them are the same way.
Agreed.
So I'm not saying it's only that. I could think of one reviewer in particular that trashes. Actually, lately he's been trashing the Snapmaker. He's never operated a Snapmaker. Not going to name drop here, but he was trashing Snapmaker, never operated one. He doesn't know if they're good or not.
I think they're good.
Well,
my primary machine that I use for R&D is a Snapmaker J1S IDEX. That was not given to me by Snapmaker. My Artisan, I talk about my Artisan problems all the time with the machine head having troubles with there's like a fault that keeps happening. I'm working with Snapmaker to try to resolve it. But does it mill? Yeah. Does it laser? Yeah. But it has trouble with the extrusion right now.
And that's the way to do it, is to work directly with the company to bring that type of, like, the review. It's almost like an internal review, and not necessarily say, oh, don't buy this machine because I'm having problems with this, or
and
that.
see,
and
people are able to make it, or their machines are working, so it may just be an issue with his machine.
Yeah, it might be me.
And
Sometimes,
and I know, like with the U1, I see their commercials. I mean, that gets me peaked just the way they've done their commercials. I mean, they're pretty straightforward. So it's not, not necessarily
I'll be honest,
person
I don't have
reviewing.
a Snapmaker, but that would be on my buy list. If I was able, we're doing some things where my money is going to be spent elsewhere at the moment. We're tying up a lot of our funds with the makerspace ideas, stuff we're doing, like new shelving, getting that open. That's going to be an expensive endeavor. So I'm not buying machines at the moment.
Yeah.
And yes, if I got a sponsorship deal of an interesting machine, I would take it in a heartbeat. Not saying I wouldn't.
Yeah.
But it's like Retro said, right? Like even like me, I have problems with my J1. I'm fully honest about the problems, especially since the head swapping, right? Because I've been swapping heads and some of my heads don't work. But I'm working with Snapmaker about it. But that machine is not sponsored. That was a gift. So it's like, and I use that for a lot of my work, especially because I like the dual extrusion, right? I like the idea of not mixing support material with base model. But like the Artisan, I'm honest about my downs with the Artisan. I'm honest with them about it. So it's like, yeah, I think you're right though, Bob, because I am a little bit guarded. Like I don't burn them down, I don't rip them apart. I kind of just explain what my problem is, and I honestly go to Snapmaker with the same thing that I would say to the community. So yeah, but I do feel like there is a bias because I am grateful for the A1 sponsorship. I am grateful for the Artisan sponsorship, right?
And
So-
technically, I think that you need people in some ways to get the products. But I'm actually saying, as I said, I'm saying the battery use some of those are paid.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Some of those people, I think of one that trashes Bamboo constantly. He's mad because Bamboo didn't pay him.
But you know, some
We
of
all
those
know it.
some of those people who are always negative though, that's their shtick, right? I mean, it's like, I mean, we all grew up, you know, if you watch TV, you know, you wanted to watch Jerry Springer because there was going to be some negative content, something was going to get you going, and you know that's where they're getting their audience, right? So some people are just feeding off of that and enjoy that. They're just going to be that way anyway.
Now, the biggest anti-Bamboo guy, that's his thing. It is a stick now. But my opinion is the first thing that got him mad is he didn't get paid. He didn't get a free printer. They didn't give him money. And that's why he hated him in the first place. And maybe I shouldn't make that claim, but that's my theory.
Well, that's what
Now-
it feels like. I know what you're talking about, and that's definitely what it feels like.
Yeah, that's what it feels like to me. Now I think it is he has got a market of people that hate Bamboo that now he's got to feed into them.
Yeah, but he's going to dig
Yeah,
himself a
you
hole that he
figure out
can't get out of too, doing that.
Honestly, yeah, you're right. His entire channel is anti-Bamboo now. It seems like, or feels like. So he's dug himself a hole. And is that going to hurt someday? Yes.
Well, when they drop a multi-material machine like a multi tool, and they go looking around for people they want to deal with, and that'll be the most advanced because you know like Snapmaker dropped, it's the Snapmaker X tool, right? U1, that's where it comes from because I know, right? But when they're the first ones to drop, right? Because the black box came out. Now the U1 is consumer grade. They've made millions on pre-orders. All the testers on YouTube and whatnot have enjoyed it. I think there's some here on Twitch. I don't know anyone who has one, but I'm sure there's a couple floating around on Twitch as well. And like people are enjoying it. Well, that's not going to be the last multi-tool machine that comes out.
That's actually not who I was particularly thinking of when I said the guy that hates Bamboo, but I'm not sure who your MBR is. But no, that's actually not who I was thinking of. I'm pretty sure Maker knows who I'm thinking of. But
For the Bamboo, yeah, I don't know who you're talking about with anyone who's got a problem with Snapmaker because their Snapmakers are pretty rare. I don't know who's beefing on Snapmaker, but it's probably because they're just butthurt. But like, I don't know, Snapmaker went around and gave out a bunch of artisans to people because they knew those people did work other than 3D printing. Like the reason why I got one is because they knew I knew milling, right? They gave some out for lasers, they gave some out as prizes, they've done a bunch of this stuff. But again, like, I don't know who's hating on Snapmaker, because if you are hating on Snapmaker, I'd sure love to hear your opinion, but they're a solid machine. The Bamboo A1, there is like at least one channel I know of that is targeting the A1 specifically, and my A1 has like 3,000 hours on it. So, I don't know.
I'm thinking there's a channel that's basically targeting Bamboo hardcore. That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
If you actually think about it long enough, you'll probably figure out who it is. But now, I think that he's wrong on. No, I think he has built it up in his mind that Bamboo is all these things wrong, but it started out with being butthurt. That's the way it feels. you know, that's. But I don't think. I think it's natural now, and he's stuck there.
The
So
path he chose.
yeah, he made it so much about it, or in so many channels and so many videos that he's stuck there. And if you get stuck there, like if I joke about Creality, and I should, but if I made that my entire channel hating Creality, because Creality does not make a bad machine, I may give them a hard time for not supporting their machines in the past. But I don't know how they're going to do it in the future. Hell, Bamboo may stop supporting their machine. We don't know this. I got frustrated with Creality for not providing or not selling parts for brand new machines, and never selling parts for some of those machines. But you know, it doesn't mean that they're. I would say the K2 is probably a good machine. You know, I don't know.
And I think it's hard too because as a consumer, over the years things have changed. Like we have allowed companies used to have a 5% mortality rate on electronic products, and now it's like 45-50%. And they can put that out to market, and there's no consumer control on that. So a lot of times somebody may get a bad machine and get a bad deal, but it's not everybody's going to have that experience, right? It's just the way the market is at the moment, right? So it's not. You really can't.
We just listed problems with RA1s where they've got to warp in the bed. If you put a print in just that right spot, it's going to fail.
Yeah.
All right. I could have an X1 with that same problem. It doesn't matter what printer. I could go buy a brand new Bamboo and have that issue. I could buy any brand out there. In fact, one of them could have been caused by like filament dropping on the bed or damaging it that way. It's not impossible.
Can I reply to a comment in chat?
Yeah.
So there's a comment in chat, and I think it's a good one. It's from Viking. Great name, by the way. So like in my world, I'm materially sponsored. There's no funds, okay? But I've always said that, whether I lose sponsorships, whether I get canceled, I'm going to do what I do. And if the companies don't like what I do, then that's fine. So there is a choice. Like if all my sponsorships ended today and I never was able to get a sponsor again, it would not stop me from doing what I already do. But I am not a review channel. I am a designer who streams, right? Like that's the main. So I do agree there's a bias. Yeah, for sure, you're right. But I also make what I make, and if other people like it, good. If they don't, too bad, right? I make what I make for myself, and I produce content for myself. I come to Twitch to be entertained by chat. I make my own toys to entertain myself. I'm just lucky to know so many designers that make stuff too. But none of that is covered in any of my sponsorships. All my sponsorships refer to me as an individual. But I think it's a great comment.
But can I ask you a question? Because you mentioned sponsorships.
Sure.
So on your sponsorships, like you're sponsored by Filaments, right? And then the bias then for you is you prefer company A who sponsors me, their filament, over company B based on just the way it prints, or you just, how does that?
Technically, his sponsor does not require that. It seems like from anybody. In fact, their company reps will not actively go out there and say other people's filament's trash. So
Yeah.
he's got a good sponsor, but I guarantee you some are not that way.
Well, I've been sponsored by 10 filament companies. So I have some riders, I have some other things, right? But typically what I do is I compare them against other brands. And I have the floor test, I have the expansion test, and then I have just overall print quality. The one thing that would benefit somebody with sponsorship is affiliates. Okay, so I have like a dozen affiliate programs, but I don't really like participating in them, and I don't generally push them unless my mods tell me to. That is typically how you get like some sort of pay scheme with a company, is pushing their affiliate links. But what I do, and I might like, because again I'm a designer versus like a content creator. I make what I make, and if your stuff doesn't work with what I make, then I say it doesn't work with what I make. I don't like pushing affiliate links. I don't like any of that. But that's from my I'm from a different world, right? I used to be a contractor, like industrial contractor. So the only time I get like the major non-disclosure stuff I get is like pre-release information. So like sometimes they might tell me about something or offer something in the future, but I can't talk about it. But other than that, the benefit of like having a brand on your channel, and I've had 10, is like affiliate schemes. So it's like, oh, this filament looks really good this way. Buy this filament through this affiliate scheme, and that's been like that for years. Like that started way before. Sorry, yeah.
But there's like no non-compete. It's like you're not exclusive. That's the thing, is once you're with one of those companies, you can still talk about other filaments. You can still use other filaments, as a comparison thing. None of those companies are saying, once you're signed up with us, this is the filament that you have to push and you can't push anybody else. Correct? I mean, is that...
If that's a rider in the agreement, my answer is no thank you.
Right, and I don't think that necessarily is one. I haven't seen really too many sites where that's all they talk about. I mean, even our good friends that definitely are sponsored by a filament company still talk about other filaments. So
there has been in a couple of them where they want a day, but then they don't like the rider that goes with the day. Like I'll say yes, but then you have to do X, Y, and Z for me, and they don't like that. So then they just take it off the table.
But are there any? I mean, in this currently, are there any that say, hey, we're going to give you these 5 machines and that's all you can use. We're going to sponsor you. You just use this. Don't anybody else.
I'm aware of that I know of. I mean, and when we're talking about like filament, I know Polymaker is the most known sponsor of channels. You can actually talk to Polymaker representatives, company reps, about other filaments, and they'll recommend them. So that one we know is off the table. Somebody says something good about Polymaker, I don't think anything of it. Now, I'm sure there are going to people saying they want a day, and I get that.
Remember, Polymaker, they're huge, right? So actually, the one thing I've seen Polymaker do is tell us your favorite filament, because then they might make a competing type. I've seen that happen. So that's like when I get asked, like, oh, what's your favorite filaments? Because they do ask me, and they'll say, oh, well, what do you like this or like that? And I've asked them for stuff, and they're like, we can't make that, or we won't make that, right? So but no, like I've had in riders, and I'm okay with 1 or 2 days a month, just specifically that machine or specifically that brand. But then I have a rider that goes with that, like, and they generally say no, right? And generally, like I'll be honest, it's either I want a discount that I can express on that day, or I want to be able to give material away, or a machine, once a month or whatever. And that's the thing. And then they sort of get into things, well, your numbers are too small and da-da-da-da, which is where we've talked about like partnerships with Twitch and partnerships with YouTube in the past. We talked about it on my channel. But yeah, like without a doubt, I have a bias. But I've built my own machines. I've had machines donated by the community, and I've been sponsored. So like I've done it all, right?
I mean, I don't have any sponsors as far as filament, but like there are filament companies that, for certain aspects, like Polymaker seems to be the most consistent about colors. You get 2 rolls of Polymaker, you can end one, stick the other one in, you can't tell. 9 chances out of 10. And a lot of companies aren't that way. There'll be a little bit of shade difference.
That's true across multiple material as well. I'd like to point out that
I'm just going to say it. I need a roll of Pesriwinkle at some point. Anybody, just so you know. I want to print with that.
I think you can talk to Liz here about that.
And I know, like Liz, I was watching Liz do a channel as far as or a stream on Polymaker, and she's like, "Well, I want to talk about Polymaker Day. It's a release party." Sure. That's a fair statement and a fair request from a company.
Yeah.
Say, hey, this is a stream about Polymaker. We're making it about Polymaker. We're talking about Polymaker. Now, I think they're personally a company to emulate. And by the way, I'm not sponsored by Polymaker. There's no deals, no contracts, nothing with Polymaker. They're the ones to emulate because of the fact that, and that's what I'm saying. That was a sponsored stream, and I think that's fair. But on Polymaker, you can actually tell the company's not that way because you could talk about other filaments with Polymaker in a Polymaker stream. That is a company that doesn't isn't afraid of the other companies.
Yeah.
So I think that is the one that's ours emulating.
Well, I'd also like to point out that Polymaker also works with manufacturers, eh? So they work with machine manufacturers as well. For example, their deal with Snapmaker, right? For the Snapmaker box, it's a rebranded Polymaker box. Which if you don't know that, I am sorry to burst your bubble, but that's what it is.
Well, I'm talking about as far as if we were discussing stuff I know they don't make in a Polymaker stream, and they were fair about it. They didn't knock it. They were talking about other great filament companies. It was a full-on discussion with stuff I know for a fact they don't make. And that, I think, says something because they were fair. They were talking how great it was. That's a company, as far as the way they handle it, I think is a admirable company. And we should congratulate companies that are that way.
Well, they've forced a cultural shift. I don't know if you guys are seeing it or not, but I see it. They've forced a cultural shift in manufacturing both filament and machines. The companies are way friendlier now. They're way more responsive to like opinions, like material or fabrication standards. Like they for a company that people had never heard of when it had its old name to where it is now in the 4 years or so that it's been like that. They're involved in every maker community they can be involved in. They get their fingers into every event if they can. If they not sponsoring an event, they're definitely at an event inspecting it and seeing if it's worth their time. They grow the community, and that is a strange thing that the name Polymaker is on so many lips across the world for a company that makes filament. Like, it's wild.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
great.
I think it's because of the fact of the way they do it. But what I'm saying is, I know people were. In fact, I'll use Pez's stream that I saw as an example. People were mad because it was a sponsored stream. But I think as a streamer, that we should expect, and I think that was fair. But Kiki Jack won it. That's fair. It's fair for them to have a stream about it. The thing I'm saying is they at least had it to where it was questions. She was there to talk about the questions and answers of that filament they were releasing. That was what the stream was. It was a sponsored stream about that filament. We get it. What I'm saying is it's difficult to give a. That was also a different stream than this is the best filament on the market. I'm sure there's aspects of that because that's a filament she wanted to push. You know.
Well, yeah, we all everyone everyone who's sponsored by Polymaker, we all got notice for the new material, right? We got notice on the new PLAs, and we got notice on the new PETGs. So everyone who works with Polymaker were aware of that. Some of us a little later than usual, but that's fine. But that's a thing, right? And they I've worked with a bunch of different companies, and basically it's like they'll send a couple of reels, try it out, and then have an opinion. But what they really want is a YouTube commercial. They don't want Twitch live streams. And where Polymaker has made their name through live streams, without a doubt. You often see, well, pretty much all the time, you see Polymaker running on one of my machines. Pez Liz, you'll see them running in the background of what she's got. But it's like at least in my agreement with them, there's no issue. Like, they're my primary sponsor, but there's no issue to run any other materials. Right?
I'll say
we just had R3D the other week, right?
I mean, this here is Polymaker. That just happens to be what's on my desk. This here, I have no idea. I think it's multiple filament brands, but I think any designer out there is going to run Polymaker.
I think as a newer person in the 3D world, anytime you go to look up filament, they have great visibility. You see them everywhere. Everything I've watched, right? They're all over. So it's really good the way they've done that. And as a newer person, I thoroughly enjoy enjoying their Twitch channel or watching them at an event. They're talking because it's not so rigid. Like they're not trying to necessarily sell you something, but they're it's like let's be build the community, have a good time, and here's what we're doing.
They're right. They're part of the community. They are part of the community. They've made themselves part of the community. It seems like most filament companies, that's their business model, is to really integrate with the community instead of being kind of cutthroat and being against each other. Like, how are we going to outdo this filament company? They're focused, which is wise. I saw in the chat Liz was talking about the non-compete stuff. I think printers themselves and the machines are a little bit different in that way. I mean, there is a community aspect, but I think they're a little bit more cutthroat in terms of competition. It seems like the filament community or the companies are kind of seem to be part of the same community. And at least when I go to shows, that's what I see too, is all the filament people chatting with each other. They're not like siloed off like, oh, we're this company and you're this
I think
company.
most of the filament companies are a little different as far as they've realized you're not going to just run them. So
Right.
if we make it friendly for you and don't feel like you're required to run only our product, then you're going to stick with us when we can. And when we don't make that color or we're out of that color, you're going to bail for that time.
I need to step away
But
from
if you're, realistically, I think that's the best business strategy for them. Printer companies seem to forget that and they'll burn the bridge in a lot of cases, it seems like. Now, I'm just saying as far as, and talking smack about your competition always ends up hurting you, or most of the time ends up hurting you.
Right.
I've been in business a long time. That's never necessarily good, even when the company probably deserves it. Yeah, I tried to do too many shout outs and all my shout outs got ended. I'm sorry about that, guys.
Oh, no worries.
But I do think that the printer companies are probably more valid. I just got onto it because I saw a guy basically talking trash about anybody that's not sponsoring him and talking great about his sponsors, realistically, and it pushed the thing on. I don't know that I would be honest if I was sponsored that heavily by printers and requiring that income. I think that's a key. If you're streaming for a living and you're requiring that income, I also started seeing designers talk about how they sold thousands and thousands of dollars worth of this product on Etsy, and I've always seen this. Don't get me wrong. And you go to their Etsy page, and they never sold any of their own product. They would sell names, or it's not what they're telling you they're selling. Because I can go to say Retro Maker's page and see how many sales he's made. It's public. If
Right.
he went
And all the
he made
stuff, pretty
thousands
much
of
all the
sales.
stuff is mine too, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
on my Etsy site at least.
Your page is actually that way, but you'll see that they've not made thousands of sales. They say, I made 30,000 sales. No, you didn't.
But even can I ask because I know like in the bamboo slicer, I know they have all the Polymaker brands in there, but even the 3D, the companies that are making the machines have kind of opened it up to where it's, they kind of support all of them, right? Like all the filament companies are getting support now, which seems to be a good
because
thing.
They want their
surprising,
team to work with that
actually.
filament.
Well, it's surprising because Bamboo has their own line of filaments too, and that's kind of unique, I think, because, well, I guess Prusa does as well, but yeah, for a printer to also produce filaments and sell them as part, but then still have profiles for other filaments. So I guess that's a good sign. I don't use very much of the bamboo filament on my bamboos, but
Luckily, unfortunately for a lot of people, most people won't fact check you, and that's those that will actually sooner or later talk trash on you. I'll give you that, and I'm not naming names here. I'm just saying that a lot of people do this. you'll find people that'll upload a file and get 20 downloads in a minute. That's 20 accounts that they have. Let's just be real. That's there are people that do that. Now, is everybody doing that? No. Some of it is. You got people out there that you post if you build a big enough network, and they're going out and downloading. But that if they've got that many downloads right away, it's probably friends that knew it was waiting, or
Bots. Remember back in
yeah.
the day with things that there was like a whole bot network of when the competition was the way it was.
Yes.
Yeah, and they
it-
caught them. Yeah.
Technically, I think that's part of. I think they tested it one time when I was going up against 3D Print World. That was the first one where the numbers were insane. It was I had a file, 3D Print World had a file. We started teasing each other on Twitter, and the numbers just went absolutely nuts. And I think that was a bot network because people were doing math and trying to keep us 1 point apart for the entire week, and then the numbers were absolutely insane for our
Right.
downloads. I don't think 3D Print World cheated. I didn't cheat on the contest, but I guarantee you there were bots involved. And I can say beyond a shadow of a doubt he didn't cheat, because I said I was going to download the file, and he sent me the file so I wouldn't have to download it and get points.
Boost his number.
He actually sent me the file. So I know a guy that would do that would not cheat, on the contest. So I know for a fact he wasn't cheating, because he actually sent me the file right about a minute or so after I posted. He sent me that file and a bunch of his other files.
Isn't that
They were
common
paid
designers,
models.
though? Like that's I
Huh?
think that's among us among the designers. I think that's I've gotten files from you. I've got files from Gigi, and I've got files from Retro. I guarantee you, there's people in lobby I got files from too.
I guarantee you that it's common. It's just if he was doing that, he's not cheating as far as to win the contest. I mean, he could have waited for me to download the file. It wasn't like I posted it and then immediately I got a DM with a link to the file. I mean, to where I
Well,
wouldn't have had to.
Thanks
do that.
did get AI scraped. Like there was a period of time where Thanks was getting AI scraped, for sure.
Yeah.
Because it was even affecting me. I'm like one of the smallest designers out there, but it was affecting my numbers were going crazy. I messaged them right away. I'm like, you guys, I think you're getting scraped, because it's all these like false. They're not named in any sort of way that you would consider named for user, and you would see like your numbers jump. And it, like for me to get scraped, like I can tell, right? 'Cause, like my numbers are never that wild.
And I know that on that particular instance, the fact that we were ribbing each other back and forth every couple hours on Twitter was driving the numbers up. There was a natural growth there too.
Yes.
It wasn't all bots, but
I agree.
that was the first time when it was absolutely insane. I mean, that was the first time I saw thousands of downloads in a week on a file.
You're saying I need to make fun of all the designers I know on Twitter? Deal. I have a perfect one for Retro. Now I need one for Gigi, and I need one for you. Yeah, I got a perfect way to make fun of other designers. I'm all about that.
I guarantee that was actually our biggest week on single file in the competition was that time with 3D Print World, where we were going back and forth on Twitter, picking at each other, and there were barbs traded back and forth. We were DMing each other the entire time. I mean, we weren't fighting on Twitter. We weren't. It was poking fun at each other and having a good time that week. There wasn't any animosity between us. But he is a good guy, by the way. I've talked to him on, I guess, just during DMs. But we were picking fun at each other just because we thought it was funny. The numbers were shooting up, and it didn't matter. We were only, I mean, the payout at the time was nothing. People, I don't think, cheated near as much when the payout was $300 for the top prize, you know. Until it was when they could get $1,000 when we saw the bot networks hit hard. You know, that I think is when that stuff happened. You know, when it was Dave every week, you know, winning. I think it was, and technically it was more fun to enter the contest back then.
Well, I used to do really, really well on the boards, but as bigger designers with bigger communities and bigger stuff came in, I think that's good. I think that's good growth for Thanks, like for real. I do like what Maker World's been doing, which is where they have like they have some sort of program, and they recognize density or complexity of an object, and they give you points for that. I think that there's definitely some growth that we need to see on Thangs, but you know, like Printables has a point reward system. Nextprint has a point reward system. That's the Elegoo. Maker World has a point redeem system. The only one that's really not doing anything for designers other than hosting and publishing is Thingiverse, and they've been clear. There's just not enough resources through Thingiverse, which is what they say. Hey, it's just what they say, but they don't have the option for that. But they are running contests now. They are putting, you know, front page work. People are getting there. So it as a designer's perspective, it's cool, right? So, but yeah, like the bot scrapes but I still think maybe maybe I do need to make fun of the three of you. There's a few other people I'm sure in lobby I can make fun of too.
But quick question though, because I've only used Maker World. In that regard, how much of it in these other platforms, I guess, is more of a popularity contest versus, you know, an actual credit to the.
It will always be a popularity contest. In fact, that's one of the things I'm weakest on. Is I don't do well enough on social media, and that's something I'm going to have to really do better at in the future, and we're working on. It's always going to be a popularity contest. It's not the most downloads will never be the best designer. You're going to have to build and build and build and grind at it. Somebody who shoots to the top, they're doing it by other methods. That you know,
Yeah.
It's a grind thing. You got to prove your files. For it, I feel bad because our first week in the contest of things, I won. We won top designer, but we won top designer because we went home and we published what was it, like 10 files that week, and all your files counted.
I don't see why that's a bad thing.
Well, it's not, but I'm saying that the reason I could do that is I had 10 files. Everybody else would have one or two, but that was back when the rules were different. It was, you know, and we actually didn't think we were going to win the contest the first week we did it. We actually, Maker was one of them that talked us into doing it. We came home from a show, and
I have almost the exact same story.
Yeah, we came home from a show. He was like, "Oh well, come play with me on things. Upload your files." So we went home, we uploaded our files. I don't think we would have won if we didn't outproduce basically those people the first week. They were good files, and I'm just saying I would have had to grind harder, to be fair. And I think people need to know this, that they're trying to get into the file design thing. You gotta grind.
Yeah. Don't blame me.
Sometimes
I did nothing.
No,
I
totally blame you. Totally. I didn't start releasing models until you hyped up things as much as you did, and then I got lucky. I just got lucky because one of my first designs was the snow globe, and it was just like an instant. I definitely won that week, and it was like 2 weeks into releasing files, so I got all excited. I was like, "Oh, this is great! I'm gonna keep doing it." And then everything dropped because the snow globe was so great. It was like a one-hit wonder, and then I was just trying to stay above water. But yeah, I blame you.
If people want to blame people for us coming into design, it is 3DHP Jerry, and because he brought us to Twitch, and I'd seen Maker's files on Things, and I saw he was streaming on Twitch, and I just loaded it up because I already had a Twitch account. So it was those two as far as our. That's the fault for you guys being here.
Don't blame me.
Because-
I didn't do nothing.
We were at a show, and he's like, "Oh, well, come play with me and come upload your files." So yes.
Okay, so
Yeah,
just so you know,
try to beat me. Come and beat me. Is what I think what he said. Come and beat me.
this
Yeah.
goes for everyone who's
started
trying
it
to be a
all.
designer, anyone who wants to be a designer, and if you got a cool idea or whatever, I dare you. I double dog dare you to come play on all the platforms I'm on, and I dare you to come to Twitch and say something to me. I double dog dare you. I mean, I have nothing to do with any of this.
And technically, most of the big ones were there. It's let's see, Dave makes stuff when
Right.
a file
By
was
the way.
stolen. First week, I was there. Didn't know him from any Adam. He went to people he knew to get my files taken off another site.
Yeah.
You know,
He's a good guy.
so most of your designers are good. They're just great to be around or great people to deal with. I would say 90% of us don't have any dislike for any of the others.
I
that
don't
are
like any
doing
of you.
things
I don't know
about
what you're talking about. I can't stand any of you.
No.
It's-
I'm probably, as far as that I know, the toughest because if I catch somebody stealing files, I've got no respect.
That's fair.
Uh,
I think that's fair.
you know, and if they wanted my respect again, they're gonna have to earn it. You know.
Yeah.
But I don't respect the thief, and I have caught big designers that I've got no respect for, but I've got a lot of others that I do have respect for, because by far not everybody steals. I'm talking about as far as like taking another guy's file without permission and remixing it to the point you can tell. Because again, there are some actual large designers that have done this. I'll be honest. You know, not going to name names because I'm not going into there. But and besides, it wouldn't. Oh no, I'm talking guys that got busted for it. Yeah. Some big known designers have been busted where they got caught. But, you know, and at least I'm honest about it. What a key thing on me is, you know, and I don't think everybody else has to live to my morals. Still knows this, got the nieces and nephews or something like that, because you're not that old, are you? Polymorph?
Steel parts, not files.
Well, I think something that we've all experienced, because I dealt with all three of you, and many people, you know, one of the things that I was talking about is like, I'm more interested in designers than the general population. I'm more interested in companies. Like I have my opinions, right? But I still feel, and somebody said this to me, a rising sea raises all ships. And I really do believe that. I think, you know, because everybody's got different taste, everybody's got different style. I think together, you know, when we do stuff like this show, Bob, thank you again for having me. It means the world to me. I think it helps everybody, and I think why do I care? Even if somebody was in the same genre as me, why do I care if they're succeeding? It just means that I'm gonna have a chance to succeed at some point too, right?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Your success does not diminish my success. In fact, if I'm only actually publishing files and everybody around me sucks, then what is my success worth if I am successful? And I like to think I am. I mean, but my wife and I are successful. I'd like to think we are successful in this. I know I'm not the biggest in the world, but some people know who I am, and that's enough, right?
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
you are successful in the fact that your peers know who you are, right? I mean, if your peers know who you are and they're, you know, proud of what you do, that's successful in its own right. It may not necessarily be a monetary value, but you've definitely achieved a level where, you know, people say, hey, you know, I know this guy. This guy does good stuff, you know, and that's huge.
I could vouch for
And
that
I would-
for sure. With these
I would
guys.
say that most of my peers do know who I am. Most of the companies probably have an idea who we are, even if, you know, They don't pretend to. I know that some have acted like they don't know who we are as far as when I reached out on a few, but they may not know any designer at that company either. Because I've been more eclectic to the ones I tried to reach out to. I haven't sent that many emails. Just the ones I would work with. I would probably pay for their equipment if I had the money type deal.
That's a good way to do it, though. Right? Like that's.
Yeah, that's if I had unlimited funds because I would already had some stuff, where I reached out. I've actually reached out for information at times and not gotten it too. So I know I'm not the largest because I reached out to a filament company who wouldn't respond to me, and I was trying to buy the filament. Now that one I'm not going to deal with ever because I think if they have a contact to where they release information or contacts us for information, I think I'm big enough to respond to. If you looked me up at all, that means they're not responding to anybody or very many people. So I do not know if there's an ad stripper for Twitch. I wish there was for people, but I guess even if there are the ones that I've heard work, I don't think count as views.
Yeah, and if you're using it's the same as YouTube, right? If you're using an ad blocker of any kind, it doesn't count as a view toward the streamer.
So subscribe, sub, and donate bits to the channel. That's my advice. Or have Twitch Turbo. Twitch Turbo works really good.
Well, Twitch Turbo is actually the best for you in a breakdown. If you want to know honestly, if you have Twitch Turbo, you can actually double dip there because if you subscribe to a channel and you have Twitch Turbo, the streamer gets both, and it's huge.
Unfortunately, I'm using an app where I can't even tell everything that's going on. I've only got some. I need to work on all this again.
You wouldn't know what was going on even if you didn't have an app. Don't feed us no lies.
Good point. You're absolutely right. I did actually used to have a thing that would notify me of breaks, but with the talk show like I'm doing now, it's going to be a lot harder.
Yeah, have we even had any ad breaks? Have we had ad breaks?
We had to have because somebody's mentioned that they were in ads.
Well, I know if you're watching on my channel, there are ad breaks going through, but
yeah.
All.
Yeah.
Yeah, Twitch Turbo.
But when that's blasting in my ear, I don't think it's playing on ear.
Whatever. Drink your water. Drink your water.
I don't have water with me.
Get some water then. I don't know what your excuse is. Get some. What are you doing? Take care of yourself. You matter. I love you, dude.
I already drank one.
Yeah. There you go. That's a better shot of the lab. Here you go.
Hopefully next week I'll be out in the a little bit of an area as far as for our electronics workbench. It's not going to be fully up because apparently I have lost my O-scope. I have no idea where it's at. I haven't used it for like a couple of years now.
Impressive.
Ozone?
Impressive. I see how it is. I see how it is.
Oscilloscope? Is that an oscilloscope that you're talking about?
Yeah. I got a training oscilloscope. I put it somewhere and I can't find it. I'm looking for it for like a week.
Well, it's because your space is so massive. It's so huge. I don't know how you keep track of anything there.
It's difficult, and cleaning it out, that's the problem. You would think I could park a car in with 30,000 square foot of garage, space.
Yeah.
Yeah, I put it in a safe space. I'll never find it. But we're pack rats. We keep everything thinking we're going to use it for projects.
Yeah, until you get a bunch of makers down there and we all put you to work and start using stuff, and then you'll be all like, leave me alone!
I've got that problem, but I don't have the space for it. That's what I need. I can't even get another printer because I just need more space. I need a sponsor for space, not printers.
I pulled my truck in when I bought this place with a 16-foot trailer. I pulled it all in the garage, and I took a photo of it. It said, I will never need more space than this. 2 years later, I can no longer park the truck inside.
Yeah, when is Bobtopia? When is that
Bobtopia.
happening? Yeah.
Yeah. When he
As
opens
soon
his
as the
makerspace.
is open, we'll have a open house. I don't know how many people are going to show up because there's no hotels here.
What's the closest airport, Bob? O'Hare?
No, St. Louis is closer to me.
Oh, is it?
St. Louis is only like maybe 2 hours away.
Oh.
So that's not too bad. That's actually probably the closest usable airport.
Yeah.
I in defense of hoarders and machine guys, in defense, I think the only room in my lab that it does not have a machine is the bathroom. In my defense.
My house is sparse
So,
because I've never done anything with it.
since we are talking on that subject, what happens with all the overflow stock from you guys printing stuff? What, if you're printing all the time, what happens to it?
Boxes. I use the
We actually
building boxes.
put up a display in the store,
Yeah.
and we try to sell it as much as possible. I've got overflow, but probably just a few tables because we do sell a decent amount of merch as far as prints. So I'm lucky in that manner. A lot of times, like after I've run a few runs, that's it on that print. Or when we go back, we'll redesign it. So I don't print as much of my old stuff. Again, I always do multiple plates before I release it where we're getting successes on it. But if you go to the shows, you'll see like if it's an old print and it's there, especially the single joint stuff with the last car show, a lot of that would be overstock where we printed way too much of the output and took us a while to sell it. So
Mine goes to charities and I have meetups, so when someone meets me, they know who I am. I'll give them like a batch of minis. I donate to my local food bank, and any sort of anything I can save in hopes of trying to recycle via like a filament producing machine, I save that. Other than that, weird stuff gets recycled. That's about it for me.
And that's the other thing, we give out free to kids that come in the show. My parents use them as bribes for their nurses or physical therapists, that sort of thing. They love to give out bribes. A lot of times, if it's sitting too long, I'll give it away. In fact, if you're doing shows, keep your slow-moving prints. Don't ever throw them out. As far as good prints, give them out every once in a while. You'll have to somebody. It'll pay off. I mean, not giving a print to every person that walks through. Don't get me wrong, but every once in a while it pays off.
Mine are mostly broken prints and like prototypes and stuff that I can't give away because it's all in shambles, but I still keep it. I don't know. I just can't throw it in the garbage or think to recycle it. But yeah, I definitely am in a maker space there where I want to get a recycler of some sort of grinder. That's what it's going to come down to because I got to do something with all this waste because I
Get
can't
a
keep
t-shirt press
building it up.
and press it into sheets.
Oh yeah. Well, but I need to grind it down first though and make it into.
Nope.
No, you're just talking about
Keep
like
smashing it.
just keep smashing it. Oh, into the.
Yeah.
Really? Okay. Even if it's pretty big, I guess I'd have to break it
I've
down.
done it.
Really? Yeah. Well, you have that outdoor
yeah.
that oven too, don't you? Have that outdoor
Yes.
sort of yeah.
That's a
something
powder
that-
coating oven that we don't use food in. Now that's a problem.
So
Get a
do you use
toaster oven
that
if
to
you're gonna
melt?
plastic. Yeah.
You melt plastic in it? Yeah. Yeah. See, it'd be nice to have something like that because otherwise, at some point, I'm just gonna have to chuck this stuff because it's taking up so much space. It's boxes that move up into an attic space full of it's broken models.
Yeah, get a
prototypes. I have
toaster oven if
most
you
of it
want.
is mostly
And melt it down.
toaster oven. Yeah, I
Yeah.
need a big toaster oven. I got so much of it, and it'd have to be outside, right? You don't want the fumes.
You can do it in your garage with the garage door open.
That's true. Right.
I mean,
And if
you're
you're talking
melting
real
it in your,
sticky, I keep I keep my annual set of whatever I'm manufacturing because then I know what brands I've worked with, and then I recycle it every March. So every March I recycle.
You recycle the old filament or the spools?
The reels, yeah. So like the
The reels.
leftover spools. So it lets me know who I worked with that year because then I can go
Right.
and do a review, and then it lets me do a count of how much material I've used. But short of that, like I said, I give them away when people meet me. I don't sell anything. I just sell models, right? And then I give to charity.
One thing you can do with reels around Christmas time, offer them right after Christmas. Offer them up to for Christmas lights.
Yeah.
Oh,
Advertise
that's
them
a
on
good idea.
Facebook
Yeah.
for Christmas lights because they'll sell
Yeah.
them for a couple bucks at the store. Reels just like that. So just give them away to people for their Christmas lights, and they'll take them. You can get rid of all your plastic ones that way.
Yeah. Luckily, most
Throw
are
out the
cardboard.
broken ones.
Yeah, the cardboard ones I do recycle. The plastic ones I still hold on to. I've actually made some into lamps as a 3D printed project. So yeah, I like
Even
to
the
try to-
cardboard ones work for Christmas lights.
Right.
Some of the
sure.
cheaper ones, the cardboard ones, I tore the sides off because not everything. Polymaker, I've never had one damaged where you couldn't run it through the AMS, but some of the cheaper ones will come in where the cardboard just crash and you can't do anything with it. So you tear the sides off and those get trashed.
Oh, and the other thing I do for giveaways is I used to do blind boxes. You can win blind boxes on the channel, but we're not in a place where I can do that anymore. So I think Retro should do that, even if he's giving away broken stuff. Giggy, you can totally
Yeah.
do that, and Bob 100% can do blind boxes for people.
It's a good idea,
Are we
actually.
get-
I do have stuff that is somewhat still in one piece that that would be okay to send to somebody and not insult them. Like, why are you sending me broken junk?
Yeah.
I haven't
You've
thought
got a
about
lot of
doing it on
broken
stream, and we need to. We've just been trying to take care of like kids. You can tell sometimes when a kid comes in, they don't get a ton. You give them a toy, you know,
Oh yeah.
so they have something.
I do that at shows all the time where I give away stuff to kids that are like, I'm just like, just have it. Just take this little, and it's something small too.
Yeah. Well, most of our stuff is small.
Right. Yeah. Yours is.
I mean,
Yeah. Well, it's
um,
mostly Bob's stuff I'm giving away. 'Cause that's what they
give it
love.
its appropriate value, right, Retro?
No, the small stuff, kids like it. They're like, oh, Mom, can I have this? And Mom's like, no. I'm like, go ahead, just, take that little tiny dragon. Because I tend to scale your dragons down too. Instead of doing the full size ones, I like the smaller ones.
I've not had that actually happen to Polymakers meds, and I know it's got to work. But there was another brand that we had that does cardboard. They've got some wonderful tricolor filament, but you got to tear the sides off to make it run. So I do know that it happens, and I like to run it in the AMS light on the cardboard. We also have one of them. I can't remember what brand that won't run in the AMS. The regular because the rolls are too big, or the reels are. That become an issue. I forgot what brand it is.
I know if I use like things that I order from like Bamboo, I always try to buy the refills and just place them on the spool so I'm not getting an additional one.
Yeah, I've never done that before. How hard is that? Do you have like a spooler to do that though, or do you have to do it
No.
by hand? How does that
It
work?
comes in a coil.
It comes coiled. You just pop it in.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
the refills you can just pop in.
Yeah.
Some of them you can actually tear the sides off and then put the bamboo spools right through the cardboard.
Yeah.
On it too.
Oh, okay. I've
That's
never
what I'm
done
talking
it,
about.
Well, like the Sunlu refills I
Kubi.
got were all banded, so it's like a coil, and you put it on the reel,
A bunch of those are crushed.
and it's all
So you,
banded.
you take the side off the reel and then. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
And then the one thing you have to remember to do is put the side back on before you cut the coil, because that's an experience.
Yeah.
I got you.
But the Kubin I had to put in the bamboo slot because if you put it in the AMS, it would tear up. And I know people are going to have troubles with because your shipping company can damage the filament. So it all depends on factors we have no control over. So yeah, I've had plastic reels busted so bad you couldn't run them.
Me too. Oh yeah.
I've had to,
Oh, yeah.
I've had to duct tape some that I've dropped and cracked, and yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, all companies are filament companies are going to have issues. I'm just so far with the Polymaker boxes the way they are, we've not had an issue. Knock on some wood with Polymaker yet.
And then the only real weird reels that I've gotten are the ones from Greengate, because Greengate recycles the reels, right? So you get a full spool on there, and then you get the reel, but the reel could be any brand, and the Greengate Goshen Green I have won't fit on the AMS Light. It just won't. The inner diameter of the borehole is too small, so it always has to be an external load.
Yeah, I can't remember what company that had the reels that were too big that we ran. That I love the filament. It was a red, beautiful red color, but I can't get it to run on anything. The spool. So it sucks, and it's always my last thing to run. And I won't buy any more from the company if I could, as long as I remember it, because of the fact that the reels won't run on anything. But I'm not having any problem with Polymaker. I'm not gonna say they're trouble free. Kubine, they were crushed by the vacuum sealer. I had a bunch of those, so I had a run of those that were all busted. Good filament, just
still better than a broken plastic reel.
Oh,
yeah.
Like duct taping a plastic reel back together is a nightmare.
It is. I've had to re-reel mine on the different spool for sure.
And the cardboard reels, you just bend them back a little bit and you can run it. Whereas plastic reels, you're screwed. I mean, you can't really fix it at all.
I refuse to re-spool anything. I agree with Pyle. I'm not re-spooling nothing ever.
Right. Yeah, the hardest thing is like with samples. What do you guys do with like a 50-gram sample?
I don't take them.
No,
I don't.
But I mean,
I won't
yeah,
take them that small.
Right.
I
just
we
end up
used them
gluing
originally,
on.
but now the problem is I'll use them for my version of Gridfinity, which I need to release.
Fobfinity?
With some stuff. Yeah, the Bobfinity stuff I've got, but because I've made it where it works in some smaller or different areas where Gridfinity I think was lacking for me.
I think it's smart.
So,
you need to stop cutting it down. You're really obnoxious when you do that. Like listening to Retro cut his own work, it drives me nuts.
Well, I don't like because I did take an idea of somebody modify it, do it to make it work for me. That's typically what I do with the samples, because you feed them in the AMS, and then when it runs out, you go to the next thing, and you just print a bunch of boxes for the shop, because it doesn't really matter. You know, they're just single color prints.
Yeah, they work on my A1, the AMS Lite, but it's more the the AMS for that carbon that I have. What do I do with?
Well, I do bases. Like I'm such a cheat. I do bases, right? I'll do 20 mil, 40 mil, 60 mil bases. But like I won't. What am I gonna do with 50 grams? A miniature is so I can make 10 minis with it. That's it.
Okay. Well, that's like you could do a line of this color or whatever, this filament, and
yeah. But then when I throw it on the floor, if it shatters, what good is it to me?
Do you still throw everything on the floor?
Every brand.
Minis?
Yeah, every brand I get, that's my test. I print something big, I print something small, and then I throw it on the floor.
I actually wish we could get to where the schools would work with us to take stuff, but our schools will not dark gallon.
Same here.
I've tried. They don't really take the printing seriously, and it's a shame because I think the kids could enjoy it.
So the spools, though, are they interchangeable among machines? I mean, that's pretty standard. Spools can go on any machine.
Modern ones, yes.
Pretty much now they do, yeah.
Until like maybe a year ago, they were different internal bores for the through. So that's why Greengate, like the Greengate I have, is a respool, right, with their material. So like the AMS is like become the standard size for the internal bore. So really everybody's doing that because basically everybody wants to run on. They want to run in an AMS. They want to run on a pallet. They want to run on a turtle box, right?
Mm-hmm.
The one thing I'd like to see though is like a mixer or an AMS, MMU, whatever you want to call it, for the the positron and the baby bell, because those both are clipper machines, but when they're portable, you don't want to lug around, 3/4 or whole reel at 1,000 grams, right? So the 500s are perfect for that. It's a small machine; it can print small things. Even the Voron Zero or the Voron Point 2, positron and baby bell, right? I'd love to see a small machine for 500-gram reels. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, 50 gram? What am I going to do with 50 grams?
Right.
Well, and Protoposta changed their outer diameter too. They had ones that would work in an AMS, but you can close the lid down. So they shrunk them to size and changed their inner bore too. I think they give like a cutout type of with their corrugated one.
I remember that. They wouldn't fit in some of the dryers too. They had a hard time with the Sunlu S2. They were okay with the Evo Cyclops, but because I don't have any of the full AMSs. I just have an AMS Lite, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I had
There's a
trouble
lot
with
of
them, some
benefits to
them.
the AMS Lite maker. I still swear that the A1 does better at the small filament changes than the X1C. Now it's my theory or my experience, but
Yeah.
I'll get more bleed over with the X1 printer than I will my A1.
That because your
That's
purge
true.
cycle is shorter, or what?
I actually think it's the way that it scrapes against the nozzle to clean it versus trying to hit that roller. If they put the silicone brush back there, and I keep saying I'm going to modify my printer and do that, I honestly think it would probably do a lot better. But I get more bleed from the X1.
I really want to try an armored turtle box. I forget the name of it. It's turtle box or armored turtle box because the snap makers are all clipper. They should be able to run it, and the Voron is clipper as well. So the other machines like the two Elegoo's and the two Ender 3s, they're all Marlin. But I'd like to see. I want to know. I guess maybe someone in chat might know. I want to know if you can incorporate that into those two machines, because it would be nice to do filament swapping on the Artisan and filament swapping on the J1 for sure.
You would probably still have a problem with getting it to bleed out to where you don't have a chute. So you'd still have some issues with the snap maker, I think. But I guess you could always abandon part of the bed and put a chute there.
Yeah.
And make it do it in code.
Yeah. Because it'd be nice to because it does like a purge sample. Like it's not a purge. It's a cycle. It's a heat cycle, really. Like everyone always asks, well, why do you have that tower? It's because when it runs, it still wants to heat that hot end up and get it to extrusion value. Now you can delete those towers, purge towers, if you want, but I want that clean. I want that clean run. And even with because remember, there's dual extrusion and then IDEX, and they both do it. So, but I'd like to see, because I've never seen anyone do it. I've never even seen no one who talks about the Artisan, and no one talks about the J1. Everything's bamboo these days. But I'd love to know, because I don't know, but I'd love to know if you could put like a clipper-enabled mixer, MMU, AMS, whatever you want to call it, pallet, because that's the old one. But I'd like to see that in those machines for sure. Although it'd be interesting in the Artisan, because the Artisan is 400 mils. So.
See, I wanted to try an Artisan to carve a design and then put powder in it and use the laser to bake the powder.
It'll do. It'll do.
That's what I wanted to try with an Artisan. That's originally why I wanted one, was to try to do powder coating with the laser.
I don't use Lubin. Snapmaker recommended Snapmaker Orca, so I use Snapmaker Orca. I do all my milling with Lubin. I would like an alternate. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Lubin, but I would like an alternate just to see. I don't really. There's nowhere even to host milled stuff. Just so you guys know, Like everything I mill, I have nowhere to put it. So.
But nobody's releasing the. I did see something after I thought of the idea a few weeks later. So I'm not a genius. I'm not the only one who ever thinks of anything. But the problem is nobody's publishing their results on it, and I wanted to try it myself. And I've got a few ideas for designs that way.
I could test it on this side. I'd send you photos and video, but yeah, because the only thing that's weird about the Artisan right now is that back pressure issue I'm having, which again is not them. It's something I'm doing wrong. Clearly, like I get it. I don't blame them at all. The machine works great. Mills like a hot damn, and then for the laser, I just need a reason to set up the lasers, right?
To do it properly, and the reason I haven't done it, I've got a laser and I've got everything else, but to do exactly what I'd like for a particular file I want to do, I would need to be able to mill it and laser it with the same zero. So that's why I was looking at the Artisan.
That's the issue I'm having with Lubin and the way that it talks to the machine. There's like I haven't wrote the thing. I gotta write the thing, but basically in the coding, I need it to center. I need it to be plumb on dead center, and it doesn't do that for some reason. I don't know why. In a milling machine, you'd set that up like that, right? That'd be it will mill from corner, but it doesn't orientate the plate via the coding. So like the plate can be anywhere. It'll just bring the head down. So it is a strange thing. But yeah, we can do it if you want. It might take a couple weeks to get it all figured out, get it perfect, but we can do it. But again, there's still nowhere to host build files, and there's nowhere to host anything like laser integration with processing.
And that's
Sounds like an
especially when you're
opportunity.
talking about milled and laser, and that's one of the problems I have with creating files like that, because I have some ideas that I can do with all of this. The problem is, again, getting the machine to do it. Then I'm going to have to find a place to host my files if I'm going to share it with other people, which I'd like to do. We share most everything we do. I don't share my mechanical files as much. Now, the Bobfinity idea floated around. I'm going to share that once I have enough files done.
Maker World will take laser, but no one's taking milling. There's nowhere to put milled files. It's just ugh. And remember, it's only Maker World that's taking laser right now. So Thangs isn't doing it, Thingiverse isn't doing it, Nextprint isn't doing it, Printceptables I don't believe is doing it. Let me double check that. I'm pretty sure.
It sounds like an opportunity for Snapmaker to have their own.
I've told them
site.
they don't listen. They're busy.
Yeah.
They're a small company. They're busy, especially with the new U1. They don't. The first thing that when a bunch of us started talking to them, Xtool, yeah, but Xtool and Snapmaker, they're kind of sister companies, but not quite. But when there was a bunch of us talking about the machine, looking at TechJeeper particularly, put them in class. But there was a few of us talking to Snapmaker, and they had like no social media, they had no social accounts, they had nothing. They didn't even have Discord. They wanted to use their forums, and nobody uses forums anymore, right? It's just the way things are. So I've definitely given them some suggestions. I haven't done my full write up on the processing on the mill, but there's like I'm telling you right now, there's lots of mills because there's Smart Sane, there's a bunch of Chinese names that I can't pronounce, and Snapmaker. They all have milling opportunities, and yeah, thanks Reddit. And there's nowhere to host milled files. Like I have a bunch of them, right? Like even my sign, right? Like how many people want to have that sign, right? Like there's just nowhere to put it. And there's only one website for laser, and you have to run through Bamboo software to make sure it fits on the H2.
I mean, and it's not like we haven't tried, because I convinced TechJeeper to go ask a bunch of companies at a couple of the events, and he tried to do it. I've sent other people in trying to ask for that. So it's not like we haven't asked.
Yeah.
But you're right, there's no, in a lot of ways, it's stopped me from wanting to invest a ton into projects like that, because what am I going to do with it when it's done? I can't share it with people because I don't have the disk space.
Put it on bobsmills.com.
I don't have the
BobMills.com.
storage space for all of the files the way I'd like to.
Yeah. I'm just saying, you could start your own site for milling.
Well, I mean,
Well,
if
yeah,
you
we
had
can
your own
affordable,
website,
though.
just post it there. You know, you can put it there, or maybe
A lot of my files I can't host myself. I mean, we've
Right.
got multiple
You've got a lot.
3MS that are over 200 megabytes
Right.
just for the single file.
what about going outside
think-
of those sites? Go like Patreon or Ko-fi or something like that, where it's different.
In fact, that's why we don't have a Patreon. Is they cut all the hosting off, and that's why everybody started migrating their hosting to Things originally when they dropped Patreon.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So I could probably backdoor it into Things as far as the files because of the way it works. But that would be the only group that would get it. Would be my Things members. It wouldn't be anybody on Printables or any of the others. I think that the only other side I have is Printables now. But yeah, I get that pot more. But keep that one between you and your wife, right? Yeah, I don't know exactly what all we would be able to do, and plus the other scenarios, I only know of 2 people that could actually reproduce that. You know, Maker and TechJeep are the only ones I know of with, as far as
That's true. It's a much smaller
those
market
files.
for sure. Yeah.
I got what I think are neat ideas, and it'd be great to play with it. And plus, the reason I wanted to play with it is we have powder coating anyway. So, and that's why I didn't want to send it to Maker. It's going to be very expensive to play with for just that, scenario. So maybe it's got a bad market anyway for as far as files.
Well,
The
Bob, I gotta
bandwidth is part of the issue.
take off here. I really appreciate you inviting me on here and having me on to stare at the camera and try to interject something here and there. But it's
All
great
right, well,
seeing
have
all
fun
you
with the
guys and
family.
chatting with you guys. Yeah, and I hope to do
thanks
this
for joining.
again. And yeah, for sure. Take care of
Yeah,
it.
have a good night.
Love you, Retro.
How do I get out of here?
You hit the red door, dude. Don't let the door hit you in the butt on the way out.
You're on backstage. Obviously, if anybody else wants to join, which I was always open, I think the link is up at the top. But yeah, I wish I could afford the hosting, but I'm not probably even as wealthy as people most likely think. No.
We all know you're a billionaire, Bob. Don't lie to us.
Not even close.
Bob's a gold and oil magnet, and he just pretends he's poor. But Bob's not going to shows because they don't give him his appearance fee. They don't like his rider that he needs a solid gold toilet.
Come on, it was a full solid gold bathroom.
Oh, my mistake. My mistake.
At most of my shows that I go to, I'm lucky if they have a porta pot.
Or you don't have to bring
We
your
all
own.
know Giggy. We know they coerce, right? Giggy is a diamond magnet and a fishing guru. He's worth billions, if you guys didn't know. They are. I'm just here because they feel bad for us lobies.
Well, I figure a lot of people think when I say I own a business that means I'm rich.
No, Bob. We all think we all think you're almost homeless 90% of the time. So we're right. Man, I wish I knew where my deburring tool was.
You might be closer than you think. I'm an eccentric hundredaire. Let's just put it that way.
There you go. There you go. See, I told big money Bob. That's right. The only reason why Bob even has these conversations is because he feels bad for all of us.
Yeah. I mean, I'm fortunate enough to not question if I'm going to eat next week, so I'm probably better than some, but not not to the point where I can afford hosting. And we don't have internet enough to do it here. I mean, I'm lucky to stream. We have to shut everything off just to be able to run the stream here. Yeah, that's it. But someday I'm going to have my makerspace open. Again, no hotels within 20 miles, but we'll still allow people in. And maybe I like Maker's idea of a little bit of a house here.
All right.
So I think we may try to do that someday. Have a little house where we have people come in, put a tiny house next to it.
Dude, that's like when I come down, that's the first project we're building, whether you like it or not.
A little tiny house up
That
there.
bathroom. Those are the two, like, when we come down, when you have us down, whether, because it'll be, you know my deal, you get me and beans, but it's not going to be just me. But when you have a couple of makers show up, the thing we're doing is the bathroom, because I know it bothers you, and the tiny house, whether you like it or not. And I'm sure there's B&Bs somewhere near you. I'm sure of it.
You just need some old shipping containers, and you can make tiny homes no problem.
They're not very efficient for cold weather or hot weather. And when you insulate the crap out of them, like what we do here in Canada, you lose like 7 inches of overall volume all the way through the machine, all through the object. But it wouldn't be, that wouldn't be crazy.
It'd probably be cheaper to use a yard barn style.
Yeah.
Kind of stick structure. The biggest problem is going to actually be the bathroom, unless I do a composting bathroom and the shower type situation.
Yeah, but we're like, that's don't play it, man. That's what we're gonna do when you have makers down. At least when I'm there, I'll be whipping everybody into shape. But basically, anything that bothers you that you're like, man, I wish I could do this. There's gonna be a bunch of us. Whether like, and when you decide's allowed to come, there's gonna be 2, maybe 4 of us, plus our significant others if they choose to come, and we're just gonna work on what bothers you. Because if that's what's preventing you from doing what you want to do, we want to help with that. Yes, sorting the barn, sorting all that stuff, I don't care, right? Because I can, you know me, I'll come in, I'll say, that's good, that's good, that's good, I don't know about that, and you can sell things off. Like, from an industrial mechanics perspective, right? You can always get my opinion. But the things that we're going to do for you, Bob, and yeah, you can also in the short term rent a porta potty. They're not great, I understand, but in the short term, while that's being built, you can have an outdoor porta potty. While we do the bathroom.
What about doing like
And I'll probably put a shower in the bathroom down here because a makerspace, we'll probably be dealing with chemicals enough to where safety-wise it'd be better off.
couldn't you just do like
Especially if we have anything fun,
Yeah.
Couldn't you just do like modern style yurts with the bathroom outside separate?
Yeah. But he wants to build something, I'm sure.
I've got enough space where I could probably do a couple cabin type deals here at some point. And there's enough power that it'd be possible.
Yeah.
On the property. So, yeah, like I actually have where I could do an RV hookup other than the bathroom now. Realistically, that
Yeah, RV hookup would be good.
tank might be set up anyway, but
At least for the start, right? Because you start with, like, say we're coming into town, right? Like, Giggy, I need you on this one because, like, Bob's so nervous and he doesn't know what to say. But I think if we fly down, like, say Beans and I come down, right? Like, we're invited, come down, help me work on something, da-da-da-da-da, right? We rent an RV and we come stay there. Well, we have a private space, we have a shower and everything, and then that's your start, right? After that, well, the next one, maybe we come down, we rent an RV, but we're building a tiny house. I don't know, dude. But just don't close your eyes to it. And like everyone says, like, do a sea can, do a yurt, do barn. But there are options, and I'm sure that you can swing a hammer. I'm pretty.
Oh, I've rented RVs multiple times and taking week-long
Technically,
trips.
as
I
soon
mean,
as we have someplace,
great.
It's gonna be, it'll be in the work when I have a place that I think people would want to visit. We'll put that on the potential setup, because we have a business with parking and some features. You know, it is a possibility. But I want to have something, because I need to get my shop in order. We're going to be taking weekends off next year for shows and other things. So,
All right, you got Slack. Slack will work for food and filming. Yeah, we'll do a giant benchy. We'll do an Airbnb benchy.
Oh, Bob doesn't print benchies.
no, I don't print benchies.
Bob doesn't print
I
benchies.
printed one, and it was for Chris Pirillo. It's for Chris Pirillo to mock Chris Pirillo and his hatred of peeps. That's the only reason why I've ever printed a benchy.
I hate benchies. I know people have made it their entire personality. I get it, but there are so many more interesting things to print than a benchy. I mean, and any file can be used as a test file. This one can be used as a test file.
Does it require supports?
No.
Then it's not a test file.
Neither does the benchy.
I know, and that's why I don't like benchies. I'm all for people enjoying benchies, but every test file should be able to test the machine. It needs to test supports. Make a bow tie. If only we knew somebody who designed bow ties.
Could do one of these.
Yeah,
No,
that's Liz one, right?
Yeah, the Pezlas one.
Yeah.
The turkey is designed to where we wanted to use 5, but I repainted it to use 4. Just because most people can only do 4 colors. So now I would love to see one with a white top and 5 colors, because that would be the ideal for the turkey, but that's not common, so I didn't hook up all my AMSs to use 5 colors.
Thanks, Bearded. So helpful.
But yeah, I did it in 4 colors because that's what everybody else would be able to do.
2 kgs, love it.
Oh.
Wait, see, Gal.
Oh, you've already downloaded it. I take it from that comment.
Polymorph is
But
just
the,
showing off.
you could actually.
Is here's a question: is there any statistic on like the number the most people can do? Like if they can only do 1, 4, what's the most common sold out there?
4 right now.
4?
Because the best-selling 3D printer on market currently is the Bamboo A1 combo. It's like the best. It used to be the Ender 3 V2, but now Bamboo has outsold Cretality. So the Cretality Ender 3 V2, which was like huge, like there was like 3 million in the wild, but now from the last thing I saw, it's now the Bamboo A1 combo is the most common 3D printer in homes.
We could do 16 colors here if we hooked everything enough. The biggest setup we could do with the AMSs. I've got more than capability. If I had more capability out of a printer, but the reality is I wanted to do these prints. Yeah, sorry, I wasn't not trying to, but I wanted to make these where everybody could do it. 5 colors would be a better application, I think, for the turkey. To be perfectly honest, it'd be what I would dream of. I don't know that I would do more, and a 16 color print is not efficient.
No,
I don't.
even with a purge model, I don't think so.
So it's not realistic.
Yeah, I know with like my A1, as a artist, I try to do everything where I design everything within the 4 color limit. And sometimes that's hard. It's really hard to do.
Yeah, it is. And the 4 color is efficient when you're talking about a plate of these. When you put 10 of these out there, it's not 10 or more on it. It's not that bad.
Yeah.
It's still a long print. I mean, this print took a plate of these probably took overnight. So it's not my most profitable print to do these turkeys.
Depends on how
I do
hard.
believe it took 24 hours. to run these.
Oh, it was a turkey printed by a turkey then?
Yeah. I mean, it's not near as profitable as something like this. This actually isn't that bad. These bowls here, especially if you do them in single color, that's actually pretty decent margins if you sold it.
What's that printed in?
This is one of the Starlights from Polymaker. I forget what the orange one is, but or the this kind of a off gold color. I do believe it's listed on our profile on the print of that.
If you're charging $3.50 an hour per production, looking at those turkeys for under 10, so if you sell them for 15, you got a profit there.
Yeah, but it's not compared to some of the prints that we do. This isn't going to be the most profitable one.
Bob. Greatness takes time, my friend. Okay. If you
I
make
think it's
something
worth
amazing,
adding
it's
to-
worth it.
I think it's worth adding to your file or prints for the table because this thing actually does look even better in person. I am very proud of the model, but you're not compared to a lot of our prints. It's not the most profitable, and I'm just trying to be honest with you. The earrings are the same. These earrings are amazing. They're worth selling, and I'll make a little bit, but compared to like a axolotl, which we sell a lot of, there's too many color changes.
Yeah, but you never know, right? That's one of those scenarios where even though you may think it's not selling today, if you have it out there and it's available, it may take off later.
I think you need to talk to Snapmaker and see if they'll see what they can do. Either hook you up with one or discount a U1 for you, because that a U1 is 4 color. No, 5. Is it 4 or 5? Is it 5? I think it's 5. But yeah, you should see because that on a U1 as opposed to a bamboo, right? Because you're doing it on the X1s and you're doing it on A1, right? It would be interesting to see your time and how much material. Because remember, there's very, very little, like because of multi-tool, like, and you guys with the black boxes can kind of agree with this, but because multi-tool is available, the only real issue you're running into is like a minor purge block for just to get print quality. Yeah, I think you should reach out to Snapmaker, particularly about that model and the earrings of that model, if I were you.
So Beer Printer says the U1 is in 4 colors. Maker.
Even 4 colors is actually pretty decent because I could, with a tool changer, I bet you could cut the time and the waste down to nothing.
Yeah, well, the waste, there'd be no waste.
There'd be no waste.
Like, other than the Purge Tower to get that clean run, and even that you could probably delete, you should really, if it's 4 color and that's a 4 color model, if I were you, I go post that on Twitter and tag Snapmaker because they do watch it. Remember though, they're in China time, so they're like 12 hours ahead of me, something like that.
But I mean, it's an amazing print, but it's not. Technically, I'd love to have done this with an IDEX or a tool changer, two colors.
Yeah.
Because I think I could have made this ice cream container a lot nicer and still doable.
Send me the colors. I'll put it on the IDEX. Send me the colors that you want. I'll do it on the IDEX tonight. I promise.
But because I think that would look honestly great. I could do 2 colors, but by the time you do something this large, I just didn't see it as a worthwhile print with changing every layer. Because I would have done the handles in a different color and the top.
Yeah. Well, the bottom ring, and then have all the knit one color, and I would do like maybe a rainbow color, like a gradient, and then do the handles, the bottom, and the top in a different color. But yeah, send it to me, the color spec you want, and I'll run it right now if you want. Just send it as a DM on Discord.
I'll send you one when we're done as far as the.
Okay.
I don't know if you got this file or not, but I mean, I would, and I should have done it, but I wanted to get the file up because we were giving it away for free. So we ran it on that, and partly it was a joke because people kept asking me for ice cream things, so I'm gonna make one, and I wanted to use a full size quart because I'm cheap.
The knitted on that is unbelievable. That is an unbelievable model.
I am very. My wife is some of the best on the knitting. That's all her, but she is phenomenal on that. I don't think we have an equal.
I love the
on,
Knitted Dragon.
knitting.
I love that one. Tell Sandy all the love in the world because that model and the Knitted Dragon are my favorite ones. And no offense, like I know you got lots of wonderful stuff, and you know I print the bee, but and llamas and the blobs, but I love that model. It is fire.
He liked the fact that Sandy was making fun of me on that one, Polymorph. She was quite excited for that. For anybody that did see the YouTube video, that was my wife was quite enthralled with getting to call me cheap. Finding music for that. I like the Instagram one better, Polymorph though. The music for it that she found was your Flexi which I don't think I've seen that one on there. But yeah, she enjoys teasing me, and we have a different relationship. So never take anything we're saying to each other to heart. If we were fighting, we would not do it on the internet. So that's something I would promise everybody. We are human. We don't always get along, but more often than not.
I am also a
Sandy is
human.
a saint.
I am answering with a human response. This is a human.
I need to send something off real quick. So I will be right back if you guys can watch this for a second. Maybe.
I love you, Sandy. You're awesome. I just watched the video. Bob is cheap. I am 100% human, but if I weren't human, it'd be my core programming to tell you I'm not a human. So I'm definitely a human. Giggles, when's the hair going purple again?
2 weeks. I've got an appointment in 2 weeks.
Ooh.
And it's going, it was funny because I went in last week for a physio appointment because I've got this neck issue and nerve pain shooting down my right arm.
Yep.
So I'm having trouble holding a pen kind of deal.
I know how that feels.
Yeah. Oh God. So I stopped into the hairdresser and there I was like, well, look, it's starting. They said, oh, it still looks good. And I was like, well, can I change it to purple? And we're going to do I think we're going to do a plum. So it's going to be a really bright, really bright purple.
I approve.
So I'm like, all right, let's do it. I don't care. I was like, why not? You want to do it? Let's do it.
But the top knot is growing in nicely.
Yeah, it's coming back. It's so hard because I lost, going through the chemotherapy or what, I lost so much hair. Oh.
It looks good now.
It's trying. I'm trying. I mean, with the sides all cut out and I still have some in the back, but we're getting there.
He does need a samurai costume with the knot on the top.
He is our purple Ronin. He has
Yeah.
no master, and he fights for justice. That's our guy.
Yeah, and many, I guess too. I noticed a question earlier. Somebody had said they don't know who I am. I'm Giggy. I mean, I'm an artist, pen and ink digital artist. I got into 3D printing a couple years ago, or a year and a half ago, I guess. And mostly it was focusing on, the big thing is I wanted to try to do art where I can do my own art in a 3D print. So I've done fan art where I've taken different things and tried to, within the bounds of 4 colors, right? Try to draw a digital art piece that then turned into, a wall hanging and stuff. And I guess if you don't know, I think I sent you, Maker. Didn't I send you these? The ones that were the yin and yang inspired koi fish that I think.
I love those.
Yeah, those are
I
on
haven't done
Maker
them yet,
World.
but I love those.
Um,
Those are awesome.
so for me, it's been the whole thing has been trying to make art, turn art into 3D pieces without having to pay for expensive software. Ultimately, like I didn't want to use a HueForge personally, but but yeah, that's what I do. So, and then I guess sometimes Pezliz will mention I'm the other Nova Scotian that she references sometimes because we're both from the same province in Canada, even though she's in Quebec now. But and then Maker, yeah, the HueForge commercial one's a little bit out there, and I'm not. It was kind of interesting because when I picked up the 3D printing, I was going through. It was a couple months before I found out I had cancer, and then I've been going through a year-long cancer treatment and surgery. And I guess I'm a cancer survivor now. But it's one of those, back then there was no way I was going to be able to drop, money on something and try to do it because I didn't know where I was going to be, Now that I'm getting better, and as I continue to get better, we'll see. But unfortunately, in my part, I had esophageal cancer, which is rather aggressive. So you go through 5 years of testing afterwards, and it's one of those. If it gets out anywhere else into the body, it's basically a 2 to 3 year time stamp, right? So you're trying to. I mean, we were really aggressive with the chemo after the surgery to make sure that nothing survived, right? And now I'm just trying to go through the year-long process of trying to get better because all the chemicals they give you, right?
Yeah, but we're glad you're here, buddy.
But we're getting there. We're getting there.
Glad you're here, man.
Yeah, I asked Gigi to join because he's doing things differently, and as far as the designs, so I thought it would be always an interesting take. Is why I've been having Gigi join. He's a streamer I watch, and he's a 3D printer, so.
Yeah, I tend to look at things a little different than the standard, CAD programs. I look at it from a artistic perspective first, and how to then take it into either Tinkercad or Fusion and figure out how to make it happen, right? Thank you for the follow.
My theory is anybody I respect is welcome here. As far as I think would add in useful information and look at it from a different standpoint.
Yeah.
If all of us did the exact same thing, me having guests on is worthless.
I don't know why.
I've said in Maker's thing, if everybody agreed with me, then they're wrong half the time, so they're not of any use to be my friend. Now I have also joked everybody can disagree with me because they have a right to be wrong. I get that, but that is also true. If you're the smartest guy in the room, you're in the wrong room.
100%.
Yeah, and from it's interesting too. Like for me, from an artist perspective, I enjoy watching other streamers who do 3D printing, and especially the design element, because you learn a lot, right? Like when you watch Maker, in Tinkercad, you learn that process, the step by step, or you watch Shenanigans or Pezliz or Zombie or Digital Dragon. You get to see different elements, right? And it's really neat to say, okay, I have 4 colors. I'm an artist. I'm going to draw a picture. Now let's make this come to life, right? So it's really cool. It's really inspirational to watch everybody too. It's definitely a good community to be in.
I honestly have no idea why I'm here.
You're here because I've got respect for your designs. It's that I could actually like people and not want them on here because I don't think that they've got enough different take on the designs. I'll be honest. I can even respect them and not necessarily want them as far as or go after them for a design or to be on the channel. I'll be on again. I'm honest. There are people I would love to have on. I would actually love to have Beardy on because he approaches things in a way different manner than I do. Files are fine. Files are great. But he approaches printability in a different manner than what I do.
Yeah, so I do enjoy watching him.
Big brain.
His CAD designs. I respect the design and I respect him. So he'd be great to have on here. if somebody was doing the exact same take as what we were doing, the wife and I wanted to have a conversation about printability, I'm not sure I'd want them necessarily over. Because I don't know that they'd add anything. I'd rather have somebody I know that would have a different opinion and say something.
Yeah, and the other interesting part too is when you're starting out and you're new to this, you're watching different designers. You think, oh, it's easy to do, but man, some of that software is so complex. It's like learning a new language. I mean, good luck.
When somebody says they're going to learn Blender
Yeah.
real fast, because that's all the time. I'm going to learn Blender in a few weeks and compete with you. Like, yeah.
I did print the donut, but man, that was about it. Blender stuff.
Yeah, sure. Or anybody that I see a lot of streamers say, "Oh, Blender's easy. I can do." Yeah, nah. I think you could do a usable parametric from Fusion easier than you can Blender, because I've done both. I think the average person can learn Fusion faster, but that doesn't mean you're the master of say Bearded Printer. A few weeks you can, but like a few days, forget it. K2. Oh, you learn to hate. Never mind. You learn to hate Blender in a few weeks. That's what most people learn from Blender.
Yeah, AI is an interesting one that you said that, Bearded Printer, because like I see those commercials all the time for Meshy AI, and from an artist perspective,
Most of those prints are worthless.
I know, but from an artist perspective, the way they show it, it looks like it'd be awesome if it worked. Right?
It does, but it's false advertising.
It is,
doesn't
for sure.
Produce those files. That's one of the. It's kind of like my view on reviewers that I hate in some cases, and I'm not. Again, there are people I don't think they have a valuable opinion on the internet. I hate to be that way. But there are people that I feel that way on. AI is the same boat. If they could produce what they're advertising, it would be a great system for a lot of people. Now, I don't think you're an artist if you ask for a painting of the Mona Lisa. And that's essentially the same thing as what AI is. You ask it for a Mona Lisa and it gives you a Mona Lisa. Are you the artist or is AI the artist? That's a legit question. I know people are going to disagree with me on this. But I don't think that you're the artist on AI.
It's interesting that you say that, because I use Clip Studio Paint to do digital art. And even Clip Studio Paint puts out a thing on how to stop AI from being able to use your art. And it tells you all kinds of tricks to do, watermarks, things, to do. And it's crazy because when you go through AI, I always find it funny that it can't do hands. And for some reason, every model's got two left hands. It's like, well, it's kind of, thumb shouldn't be on the same side.
It will be able to produce the same quality of work that is published under Built Over Bot at some point in my lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
Now, will it be this year? I doubt it'll be this year. Will it be next year? Possible. But right now, it won't produce what they're advertising. That is my issue.
Yeah, it's going to be a few years.
It will not do the models that they're saying is done. They are lying to you. And I have an issue with that. But I'm sure people who watch this anytime at all understand I have an issue with liars.
Well, but see, the other problem too is with AI, it's kind of like the conversation we had earlier. It's up to the community, right? AI is going to, at some point, do what you do, and you don't need Bob. You know what I mean? It's going to say, make an axolotl model. Doesn't need Bob to do it anymore. It'll do it. And everybody will just say, I'm going here because it's cheaper, whatever, but it's not designed by a person.
Well, there's going to be AI streams, AI YouTube. It's coming. And the AI will interact with chat.
Oh, there are already AI streams. There are already AI. That's already here.
And that's one of the things I ranted against earlier, Bearded. I'm tired of the schemers that go out there and say, I sold thousands of this model they didn't. I'm and making a thing on modeling. I don't like the modelers that do that. I don't like streamers that lie to people, and I don't respect them. And yes, none of those people that I think are doing that are going to come up here.
But look at the whole if you're ever keep track of this Labubu craze, right? Like this little doll figure, there are 1,000 knockoffs already out in the market before and only one real product. But it's whoever gets it out first is getting the money, regardless, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I can actually handle somebody that that does even a little boo boo. I don't care as far as should I care more than I do? Yes, but I can handle somebody that did a Labubu would be welcome at least on my stream. I may not say, "Oh, you're the greatest artist in the world" because you copied a Labubu. Yeah, not going to think that of them. They didn't create anything; they copied, and that's the reality of it. But I'm not going to totally say that they're trash or anything like that for it. What I say is that they're lying to you. I think that the ones that I cannot respect ever is a guy that goes on and says, "I sold 1,000,000 of these," and they didn't sell one. They started the video with that. If I came up here and I said, "I sold 50 of these turkeys," now will I sell 50 of these? Probably at some point. Have I sold 50 of them? No, I've not even printed 50 of them yet.
Yeah.
You know, I can actually respect somebody who makes a crochet dragon. I would not respect you if you stole mine and claimed it. You know, but and I actually do feel discouraged. I'm not going to go, like I said before, I'm not going to go redo one of Bearded Printer's floppy designs. All right, I'm just not going to do it. If I wanted a floppy design enough to do it, yes, I'd do
Yeah,
a floppy.
but you both put out flexi turkey stuff this week.
Yes. And I don't think he would have a problem if I put out a floppy design right. I actually don't think he'd have an issue.
Why would he care? Only you can be you, and only he can be he.
Right. I mean, even if it was similar to something he had done, if I wanted to do a floppy design, I don't think he'd have an issue with it. But I understand where he's saying he feels discouraged doing it because I'm not going to basically, and if I copied it, if I took Bearded Printer's floppy designs and I recreated everything he did, he'd sooner or later have an issue.
Yeah.
And he should.
Yeah.
If every week I copied his design. In fact, if I doubt he'd have an issue if I not copied, but did the same type of model as him.
But I mean, are you talking copy, one for one, the whole model? Or are you talking like, say, I'm learning, I have the model, I'm looking at how he did the joints and then start incorporating, trying to learn how to build the joint?
I think I'm talking about one for one. Like if I did, say, I don't know, he hasn't released it yet, but he talked about doing the cranberry sauce. And I know why he said it here because I asked him to do cranberry sauce in his last stream. If I made cranberry sauce, and that wasn't me actually suggesting it at the time, and I did cranberry sauce because he was doing cranberry sauce, and then I did a turkey leg because he did a turkey leg, and I did model for model what he was producing. He'd have a right to be hurt by it because I was looking at his models saying, I'm going to copy it. I'm going to do something similar. I get that. And I'd be frustrated if somebody did that directly to me. But say Beardy wants to make a knitted dragon. And he does a different take on the knitted dragon than me, and he does a knitted dragon. Now, in his case, I actually, considering I know he's got the knitted dragon file, it'd be because he wanted a different take on the knitted dragon. But if he did every file I have and copied every week, the next week he did the same file, yeah, I'd actually be frustrated.
Yeah, but
My
but
plan. That's
but
my new plan.
but different take doesn't mean just printing it in a different color. We're talking about actually taking your model and saying, okay, let me make this part better.
Right. Yeah, and some people probably do think different take is a different color. That's just his color. His knitted dragon looks way different than anything I've ever produced. He's a different.
And let me
Everything is
answer
different
that thing
power.
by Woodcraft by Owen as well, because I guarantee you all artists use other artists' work as references. We most of us will sit there and we'll take, you know, like fan art is a good example. We'll take images and try to recreate or create something that we like based on what we see. Where it gets into problems is you can't directly copy it, replicate it one for one, because there has to be 6 distinct changes for, you know, plagiarism rules, and you can't sell it based
That
on.
is
You
not
can't
a
sell
legal
it if you
standard
copy
that I
it.
talked to a lawyer.
Yeah,
Six things isn't.
it's very.
It's accepted in print, but it's not. Yeah, inspiration is one thing. If I technically, if I just, as I said, if I actually say I wanted some floppy files and I started creating some floppy files, again, I don't think he would have an issue.
Mhm.
In fact, we've discussed adding his files to our print collection more, as far as in just for ourselves.
Yeah.
That I like Bearded Printer's work. It's just if I copied it and I did it just because I liked his and I created my own clone of it every week, it would get tiresome. And that is not an artist. That is a or maybe at some point, I'd love to do a collab with Beardy this winter when we have more time. Once I'm caught up with my own stuff, it'd be awesome. I'd be fully open to that. I don't know what I've done. Most of my collabs have been with technically a retro maker. I've done one with Little Tup. So, I'd be fine with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and same with my joints and Bearded Printers files are space fabric, his floppy files. That's essentially what that is. Now, is his take on it unique? Yes, he's doing the best job of all the floppy files out there. Quality of print, quality of design, I think it's the best one on the market.
Yeah.
So he's done it his way. I think the quality of the joints, everything, he's thinking out the how it bends and where it's going to break. It's his files. And if I was going to emulate a floppy file, it would be Bearded's. Because I think that's the one to beat. Now, we have been friendly with each other, and every floppy file I wanted, I just went to Bearded Printers and suggested it. So I haven't been inspired to make my own. It'd be like some of Maker's stuff. If I want something of Maker's, I'm actually friendly enough with him, and I know that probably in some ways might hurt my membership because I'm not willing to go copy his work. I'll go talk to the designer. I want
can
this.
Copy me, Bob. It's fine. You can copy me. I think my new plan copy every top designer moving forward. If they get number one, I'm just gonna make a clone of whatever they did. Winning.
I know of 2 designers that did that. Both of them are not designing today. So they did not win. When I wanted something from Retro, technically I wouldn't ask. Something of his style. So I get that, and I've been inspired by stuff that Beardy's done.
I'm inspired by his beard.
Yeah. There was actually something I made that right after seeing it, most people aren't going to think of it because it wasn't the same thing when I was done with it. It looks nothing like his work because our styles are different. And technically, I want to do a house. I want to do a Christmas house. All right. Beardy's, and it's because I was sitting there watching Beardy Printer do a house. Now, not what I want to do, not the house I want to do, but I was sitting there watching him do a house, and I want to do it. Okay, that's inspiration. But if I wanted to do the space fabric turkey leg, just because Beardy did a space fabric turkey leg, that starts to get questionable in my opinion. As far as, is that really artistic, or is that just, I liked Beardy, so I'm going to make the same leg and I'm going to do the same choices he did. I mean, that's
You know,
copy.
I do have a kind of a question there, just hypothetically, I guess. Because in a community where you have people that, did something and you want to do something next, like if you ever watch like YouTube, like I like watching people's first reaction to songs, for example. And you'll watch an opera singer review a song, and the next thing you know, 5 other people review the same song. It's like everybody flood the market with the same thing because they're all trying to get the same part of that pie, right? As far as
That's actually what
viewership,
it is. It's the same thing. But and you're going to have that. I'm trying to think of a file right now off the top of my head where I created and I saw somebody post something similar to it right around the same time, and I know that file took weeks to make because you're sculpting, you're not done in 24 hours.
yeah.
If somebody posts a day after me on a sculpt and it's an actual good sculpt, then they already had that design in the works. Very few can do, especially fidgets, and get it to work in 24 hours. Not a great one. We're looking at, there's a lot of work.
Whoa. I did my truck in 2.5 hours. Thank you very much.
I know I was watching a video on how to articulate like a shark, and I was like, yeah, that's going to take me a while to figure that out.
Most people, they're sculpting, if you're trying to sculpt all the feathers on this, it took more than a couple hours.
Yeah.
This took more than a few hours, and for anybody to produce, to get to this level of sculpting, that's more than a 2-hour job. The level of detail in it. So if somebody produces that and they produce it the next day, they'd already started.
Yeah, to make a sphere when they only give you a box.
But you can see that in Hollywood because there's like movies that are similar in production that come out at the same time. That's been a thing for a long time. It's what do they call that? It's there's a name for it, like universal subconscious thought or whatever. It's like people think about the same thing at the same time, and they work on it. And like I'm assuming you had nothing to do with the other designer, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to see us do a copy of anything that close to anybody. Again, I know there was something Bearded did that I did something right after. It was entirely different, but it was inspiration of it.
I did a wood cabin months before Bearded Printer did, but a wood cabin. Do I care? No, I think that it's better. I think his is great. His little RV is sweet, and I've not seen anybody do one of those. But the fact that you went and did a Japanese, like, what are the castles called? Pagodas? The fact that you did like this beautiful Japanese tower after being inspired by someone. Oh, sorry.
Yep. Retro did that. In fact, what was weird is I actually commissioned that in a way. That I went to Retro for that idea. He came up with a Japanese castle to go with it, but I was asking for that style of pagoda, and he built a castle. So
I saw that
that
one.
was, and he did that in like 2 weeks. I mean, it was amazing what he accomplished. He did that pretty fast. But so you can do some things, but you're not going to do it in 24 hours typically. The guy, it's that quick. Now, never mind. I made something and a guy copied it before I got it on all the other sites, and it was a rather simple design. That one I think is more of a,
Yeah.
He saw it, he did it.
Yeah.
But you know, again, most of the time, if you see something I was inspired by, you probably won't. You probably won't know who inspired you because it'll end up not being what we started with. You know, in fact, thinking back, I don't think I remember. I do remember the file I did, but it wasn't. You'll never guess, and you never figure out it was inspired by beer because it didn't end up what it started out to be.
Can we see it? Can we learn? Can we know? Are we allowed to know?
Not on that one because when we start talking about design process, my wife would have to clear it, and she's left because I don't
okay.
think I want to talk behind
Yeah. That's fair.
her on that. I mean, we'll start with one bird, for example, and end up with something entirely different. I mean, it's every designer is going to do that. You know, especially with the animals. He made. Actually, to talk about design process, I really need to have my wife sitting here.
Yeah.
When it involves her discussing it, you know.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to throw her under the.
Well, it's nice to have her feedback too, right? Because like she definitely, like you said, the two of you have very unique design styles, and they mesh really well, right?
Yeah, I mean, she's doing more and more designs without me, but at one time it was a full-on design process, and I don't know how well that's going to continue because we're diverging in our styles to the point we'll still publish under the same name, but you may start to really tell without seeing aspects of both of us in it. You may actually fully see different styles entirely.
I'm looking forward to that, personally.
Right now, she's doing a lot of cleanup, so she's hiding some of my design aspect in a way, so that we keep it as one person. It looks one person. I think some people can tell, but as far as the differences, but probably not many.
Well,
You can tell that where one ends and one begins.
here's a question. Do you want to ever diversify that into two separate accounts? That way there's more visibility?
No. I think it's wrong when the designers have 10 or 15 different things. They're bilking in my opinion, I think they're bilking too much out of the end user. You're paying for our files, you're getting our files. Now, that said, will I go to Colts and make an After Dark account at some point? Maybe. To keep our family friendly stuff and separate that. But that's the commercial rights. That's it. It might not be public on like another site where you could see it, but I'll add the file in to where they can get a hold of it. You just may have to look a little harder.
Yeah, but there's nothing. I've told you before. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. If you, for example, if you have a family-friendly product and a line of toys, and then you make something that is different, like for sure, like look at me, right? Like I keep all my miniatures in one spot, well, mostly one spot, and I release everything else across multiple platforms. So no, I totally agree. I gotta learn Blender so I can make big booby models.
My thing is I don't want people to. I'm not trying to get as much as I can from every person, and I think if I ran 5 different things accounts, and tried to get you to join every membership, I'd be spreading my thing through where you're not getting your money's worth. I'm basically going to be bilking. I'm trying to create multiple streams of those, and that's my opinion. Again, I know that people are doing it. I know multiple designers have multiple accounts, but hey, nobody owes me anything, Bearded, so nobody has to be in the stream. I get that.
So you look at it as better, you know, because since it's a team effort to have it under one banner instead of each having a separate designer
Yes.
account. Yeah.
Partly because you're getting both of us when you're buying it. That's part of the thing.
Yeah.
The built over bot was always intended to be. Technically, we did have two separate accounts at one point, by the way. She does have her own account on things, or did, with her own files on it that aren't in the other. Not that anybody's going to care. The built over bot was supposed to be mine. She started publishing to it. I don't think that we're going to separate it. To be honest, as I said, maybe some adult stuff that's not probably profitable, but just something we want to do, or some that I don't want to associate totally. We might do that, but I'm not going to have a membership to where. And by the way, congratulations if you did win, Barry. I don't think it's fair to my members. If you're paying for our design time, you're paying for our design time, and that's what our membership's doing.
Yeah, I always
I don't
joked
want
as
to
an
be-
artist, don't let me get a 3D printer that prints in silicone. Yeah. It'll be all kinds of problems.
There's two, and there's silicone coming to the market.
All right, don't put them on my lap.
Okay, so what I need to do is send you one if I get one. Okay, I can't do.
Oh, nice! You got a Prusa XL.
I might want a
Sweet.
Prusa. Nice.
Good job.
Nice on that one. Yeah, and again, it's my values. Nobody else has to live up to it. I'm not going to be offended if a guy has 20 different accounts, in different revenue streams, but I'm not going to do it.
Yeah.
What people get here, what is our time? Every commercial file we publish is what's going to be on our memberships. Because I'm asking them to be honest and pay me for commercial rights. I think I need to be honest and not put my files up for them to sell. Yeah.
Mm.
And how dedicated can you be if I've got 2 large membership groups or 3? I said even 2. How I'm going to either have to put trashy files or I'm going to have to copy other people's work. That's the only way to do it. To produce enough work. It's hard to produce this much work.
I agree.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I don't think I could. I'm a commercial designer. We design to sell. That isn't in the works of everything we design. But if I was designing to scam people or get rich quick, I'd be doing fan art or like game applications, Disney, that sort of thing. I'd be doing some of the great market, not my own files, and then it's not me. So we're not doing that stuff.
Yeah. It's funny
I
because
mean-
I always joke that if I get rich quick, it'd be like I need a sugar mama. This is cute right here. Just
My sugar mama days are behind me. I'm not. Maybe not. She might be. She would spoil me if she had the opportunity, but.
I can tell you the lady in my life spoils me. She flies across the world. She joins me for any major event I'm interested in, and she likes to buy pizza. So I get pretty spoiled. I'll be honest.
See, my problem with my dishwasher and pizza is she doesn't believe that there's toppings other than cheese.
Oh, I know, right? Oh, it's like a war crime every time she orders pizza. I'm like, why are we getting cheese bread? Oh, it's a war crime.
Oh, yeah, she does not believe in toppings other than cheese. Now, in her defense, she will put toppings on for me, but she won't eat toppings on her pizza.
Can I just hop off topic for just a second? We talked about this the other day. Is that okay, Bob?
Yeah.
So the 144. What is it? I gotta go look at the thing. There's an event going on right now. Okay. Does Built Over Bot want your bits and subs? Yes. if you're supporting charity, good. Do your thing. Don't feel bad about missing the channel. Don't. I'm happy to be here with Built Over Bot. I love him to death. I love Giggy Jack, the giggles, the giggington. You know, I'm grateful for all of this. So, like I say, I don't know if I expressed for the other two, but if you guys are watching the charity stuff, or you're doing anything like that, or if that ever comes up and I'm around, please do what you need to do for you, and please enjoy it. And then that backs into what Bob was saying. I only design and make what I want, and it has to be what I think is quality. And I think Bob and Sandy are definitely that way. I think if I'm going to release a file, it has to be good in the way I want. Other than that, I'm not cool with it. So yes, could I go and clone other people's stuff? Can I run Blender? Can I run WAMP? Yes, I can run these things. But I think I agree with Bob. Why would I make a copy or a clone of someone else's thing? It's just hollow. I don't think a get-rich scheme will work. I've never seen one work. I never believed in one. I believe in the grind, getting out there, showing people what you do, and being proud and loud about what you do. I think Bob is an incredible designer. I think Giggy is an incredible artist and designer. I think we're very lucky to have them. And I like to say, Bob, I'm always happy to be on the show. Just sorry to be off topic. We're getting a little dark, and I want you guys to feel the love because you matter, right?
I think that you will. It's easier to make money if you're willing to take files, but I don't think that that's the end all of it. And I don't think I could ever do that. I've made fan art. In fact, we tried to erase it all off of things, and it is all gone off things, I think. But we put it in Maker World just to keep to where we could actually claim our files because people were stealing it. But yeah, my Tumblr. I don't have a Tumblr. I'm not sure I have a Tumblr.
I don't think Tumblr's around anymore.
Okay.
I think Tumblr died, and then everybody went to Reddit and to Twitter.
I don't even post on Reddit. Sorry, I need to get better at that stuff. I haven't been posted on Twitter very often. We need to do better at social media. We're going to make a lot of changes next year where we're going to take this more seriously with the makerspace idea.
Yeah.
In fact, I may have to actually try to make money on my designs or prints or something more than covering charity work. I do remember Dora. I've not had his fan fiction art. Some of the stuff I've done is questionable. I'm trying to think. The Loki Gator that I have listed as a gator with a crown. That's questionable, really, and that doesn't meet my own standards.
I don't know if it's questionable. For you.
Huh?
I don't think it's questionable.
Disney frame that I did years ago.
That's
the
still
princess
fan art.
frame.
Yeah, it's still fan art.
I mean,
yeah, having protection from the websites, like Thangs does AI scraping of other, because they have object-oriented search engine. They're really good at protecting your intellectuals. MakerWorld has never really reached out to me, and I'm across like 6 websites, so it's kind of hard. But no, I'm glad that they're doing the best to protect us, because they should be, because we're the ones that make them their money. So.
And technically, we do have to give them credit because they actually threatened to sue a company for stealing the models, from what I understand. So, I've not had, I've had them where they said that a guy wasn't stealing them, even though it was the same model once on things. So I have had that issue before, but
I've had them pull copies of my stuff within like 3 days, so maybe it was slow. But remember, I'm like really loud about it. I get really mad when people copy my stuff or they use it, they try to download it and throw it onto other sites. I get really upset about that, so I get like really obnoxious. So maybe you just need to be a little louder.
Everybody, I think, has different results with different companies. Like my worst one was Thingiverse. It took them months to remove files. That one was horrible, and they didn't care. And I also, anytime I'm on Thingiverse, it looks like it's half stolen files.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
always,
In my defense, I do have like 600 downloads in the last 30 days, so it's kind of an ego boost compared to what I normally get. So in my defense of using Thingiverse, I needed an ego boost.
And technically, you know, my biggest problem with them when I was doing it is there. If you look at it, the designer's an afterthought. I get it being an ego boost, and I get you doing it. I've got the utmost respect for anybody who uses it. But if you look at it, the designer information is in little bitty text and very, very hard. You could actually download files and never know who you designed it.
It's true.
So
You should have Thingiverse banned at school. They're not really good at the not safe for work part. There is a button. When Layers with Lily did an interview, they talked about it. There's also an AI generated button, but they are deeply hidden in the write up. So yes, I do understand banning Thingiverse. Yeah.
I actually think an NFT for that would be a neat concept where you could track it. And I think that's going to be the future, to where they're going to be tracked as far as the files. I can see that happening in our lifetime, but they're going to. It's going to be things like STL Flicks or like the Things membership, where the artist is going to be crushed by the time that's done. Unfortunately, there will be a time when artists can't make any money at all.
Oh yeah.
Doing STLs, because there's going to be so many files. Now, hopefully, when that happens, AI will create a good enough file that people can use. But I know that at some point we won't be able to pay for filament and printing sharing our files. And I don't know that we'll ever have a brand big enough to achieve the stuff without it, as far as giving away, making up for it. But I think there'll be a point where any artist won't be able to make money.
No, it's AI is gonna like the training, the machine learning is just gonna train and train and train and train. But like for example, with my stuff, when you try to throw anything that I've designed for a write up, the machines can never figure it out. But I'm very niche, so what like my thing is a little bit different than, hey, can you design me a flexible zebra with two joints in the body and each leg on the joint? That's a different animal, right? So.
And yes, and that's going to make some of my stuff a lot more AI friendly. But right now, I can't do joints very well. In fact, I can't even really do anything great. But it's going to get there to where it's usable. I actually wouldn't have near as much of a problem with AI if they didn't act like they created this great model and then you get there and it won't create squat. That model was not created by AI.
Yeah.
Rondo dispensers, might be the route to go.
it's
eliminate a lot of jobs.
It's funny that you say that, because from an artist perspective, I look at a lot of AI images just to get references. They, there are parts where they AI will give you an idea, maybe have a general body shape, but then you go from there. Like, you don't, when you need a body reference, AI is fine, but you just got to take for granted that some things are just going to be over, out of proportion.
In our case, that's why it doesn't work.
Yeah, exactly.
Sandy, in particular, if you actually look at any of our models, the toes will be right. And that's something that she'll pick out on other people's models. It'll have the wrong amount of toes on it, or we'll invite Sikorecki up here. There'll be things on it that aren't right.
Hold on.
I'm helping.
Where's my volume? This.
Oh yeah, but that's polymorph. That's always gonna be the question. Oh, what's the best selling carpentry? What's the best selling tires? What's the best selling 3D print? It's gonna get lame, right? It's gonna just be lame, and then no one will do it. That's what happens. Look at Facebook. Facebook was super cool. Oh, I'm on Facebook, and then it became a business thing.
But you know,
It totally shifted.
but in the construction side, when you ask what's trending or what's making the most money, it's whatever they have most in stock is the answer. It's not necessarily that this is popular.
What's making the most money is still Dragons. I guarantee you. The file that's making the most money right now is still Dragons. Now, is it making what it made last year? No. But it's still doing it. Otherwise, you never see one. I mean, there's people that make nothing but Dragons and set up, like people say. Now, would I do that? Hell no.
I just
I
had
think we only sold like 4 Dragons at my last show.
I didn't sell any drag yesterday at my event that I went to, but yesterday was. I thought it was going to be one of my biggest events of the year, if not the biggest, and it was my second worst event of the year.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Really? Oh, I'm sorry, dude.
And not a single dragon sold. Well, I take that back. One of your dragon keychains sold. But
Those are now. When I say no dragons, I'm talking about the long.
Oh yeah.
Or just the,
I had those. I had those on the corner of the table.
I actually don't remember what we were selling them for in the last one. Probably $20 in those. Because I think we were trying to dump them.
Yeah, I had them at 25 and 20. The really long ones, and then the ones that were like 6 inches shorter.
So
I probably
maybe
did 10
the
for
dragon
small
trend's dying. I don't know. You never know, right? Because just because you have a couple of bad weeks, maybe in the summer, who knows, right?
There was another booth at the show we were doing selling for 45. Now, some of it is salesmanship and what we were pushing, I'm sure, but there was a booth selling them for $45. There was one booth that had dragons for $80 to $90.
Yeah.
And I thought that was insane. Don't know if they sold any.
You know, a lot of it too could be timing, right, of the season, right? Because the other thing, I ran a craft cooperative for the last 7 years, right? And you see all kinds of things come in, and some things can be very cyclical, right? Like one year you can have a really good sale on it, next year you don't, and then it flips around. It can go month to month too, right? So I wouldn't necessarily count it out. You'd be surprised because all of a sudden, right before Christmas, everybody wants them again, right?
100% can be seasonal.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Stanley Cups, I heard people printing those again, and I actually never got that, but.
What, you don't like Lord Stanley's Cup of the greatest sport on earth?
I'll take one.
I guarantee you that just because I didn't sell that many dragons at the last show doesn't mean the other shops weren't. We had them deeper in the booth that could have done it. I was more interested in selling keychains because that's where my bread and butter comes from. I know you got to sell more of them, but I can sell a couple hundred keychains and not a dragon,
But a lot of it too could be color, right? Like sometimes it's just a color combination. Some people are just all about color. They'll buy it just because it was pink, or blue or whatever. It's just.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I've been lucky enough where most of the events that I go to, I'm pretty much the only 3D print vendor there. The few events that there's another 3D print vendor, we don't have hardly any overlap, and if we do, it's different designs or different designers.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been pretty lucky that way. But dragons are not a big mover up here for whatever reason. I don't know what it is. I haven't, other than I have some eggs that are, I don't know, 5 or 6 inches tall. And if I print dragons that are small in the nose and sell them as mystery dragon eggs. Those do well. Well, the full size dragons, they do not sell for whatever reason up here. The last it's been probably 6 or 8 months since I printed a full size dragon. So it's just one of those things.
I think it's oversaturated. Too many people have them. They don't. I'm seeing a lot of shows now where people saying, "Well, don't buy a dragon. I'll print you one," or then that's driving the sales down.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I don't sell them online. The only thing I have listed in my Etsy shop is keychains. Over the next several days, I'm going to be working on changing that, trying to update and all that. But I mean, even the keychains, I usually do. My bread and butter is usually your keychains, Bob. In this last event that yesterday, it just
Hey,
wasn't there.
Speaking of Etsy, wasn't there a big ban that came down? I don't know much because you guys, I'm not the best
So,
conversation. I don't sell nothing, but
yeah, a while back there was a big scare that they were going to close down a bunch of Etsy shops that were doing 3D printing. But if you actually read it, and I emailed support as well about this because it was kind of you could take what they had written multiple directions. Basically, it either what you're selling on Etsy needs to either be your own design, or if you have permission to sell those designs. So I subscribe to Bob on things. There's a couple of other designers that I have a monthly subscription to as well. So as long as I can prove that I have the rights to sell the other designers' items, then good to go. And in my posts, in the item descriptions, I say who the designer is and where the file came from. And most designers ask for that anyways, but that way, just to be
You have to be authorized, and technically, we can actually go in and ask them to take them down now with their policy.
Yep.
So if they're not an authorized seller, we could request it.
Yep. A lot of the really big designers, Flexi Factory, for example, they're and a bunch of others as well. They just kept getting ripped off. Either people just stopped paying the subscription fee and selling them, or getting their other people stealing the designs and uploading them and getting them that way or whatever. And they're just finding their designs out there, and it's like, well, you're not on my subscriber list. Never seen you on my subscriber list. Why are you selling it? So it's just making it easier for the designers to get their stuff taken down for those that are not authorized to sell.
So did this kind of crackdown, I guess, stem because Etsy started that, or was there enough complaint, I guess, from the public that something was out?
I would say probably both. If it was my guess,
There are people that truly hate 3D printed dragons. I mean, you can actually find personalities on apps like TikTok and Instagram to where all they do is complain about 3D printed dragons.
we actually
think
did
that was the
a
catalyst.
review of that, Bob, on the channel. There was somebody, it blew up real big, and people are hating on like Cinderwing primarily Cinderwing for her designs, and I was like, what?
Yeah, it's unfounded. There are a bunch of people using like the designer's prints as their photograph, to where they weren't even printing anything, and they were putting the listings on Etsy. And I hate to put it this way, if you're trying to sell off of my prints, that's entirely wrong. You should print the file yourself to where it looks like your print. That's my opinion. You should photograph your own print.
Oh yeah, 100%. And that's how most designers, like all the people that I subscribe to and sell their stuff. Yeah, I take my own stock photos, and I'm actually my event that I went to yesterday, last night while I was sleeping, because I worked 7 p.m. Friday night until 7 a.m. Saturday morning. as soon as I got off work, I went to Dunkin', grabbed coffee and breakfast, and then went straight to the vendor event. And then as soon as I got home, I crashed. But somebody put up in the local Facebook group asking for who was selling the keychains, and my wife thankfully said, "Hey, this is who you need to go to," and tagged me and whatnot. She ended up finding my Facebook business page and messaged me. But I was just going to send her a link to my Etsy store, but apparently I'm slacking over there, and the majority of the keychains that I had on my table are not in the Etsy store. So I got to take pictures of all the keychains and send them to her, and I'll be updating the Etsy store too. So, but polymorph, I do not do phone cases. I do can koozies though. These size selfless promotion here. Can koozies, monster cans, 3D printed. There's a little notch in there so it locks in place. They're available on Thangs. This one is not available just yet, but there are a couple of over there. Actually, that one is available. This one's not. This one's for Celsius cans, but they are nice and smooth. There's a ridge inside down at the bottom to lock it in, and more to come.
I'm probably going to do my first canned koozie published one soon. We have one that we have out. We just haven't published it.
I have had people ask for certain things, polymorph. An example is, so I do sell a lot of the kit kiln designs. That is a big hit next to Bob's keychains. But one of those, so like somebody asked for a Bigfoot design, and I put over in his Discord asking if that was going to be the plan. But basically, somebody had replied saying that no, they don't have one of those. However, if you take the Yeti or Abominable Snowman body and you put Chewbacca's head on it and do the colorations right, it came out really good. I just got to print the eyes for that, and that'll look nice. And yeah, keychain designs. Any requests for those? I get over to Bob when I get them.
We actually get requests every show. So, yeah, see, Greg, everybody here does, everybody on the panel 3D prints. I don't think Giggy sells or Maker sells individual prints, but they design. In fact, everybody on the panel has published designs.
No, I've never sold a print, but I did put one up on Maker World, but I haven't sold any.
Well, that's why the thing we all have in common is everybody here has published 3D print designs.
Yeah.
So everybody is a designer. But I can't. Two of us sell prints at shows, and two of us don't.
I also do vinyl design and cutting on the side as well. Stickers, window signing for businesses, vehicle signing. That's actually what I started with. Well, in the makers, I've always had some sort of a side gig. But with under this
I've not cut vinyl in over a year. We do have actually it's not in here anymore. We do actually have a vinyl cutter, but I have not cut any vinyl in a year.
So I have a question then. Well, what made you transition into 3D design and print versus the vinyl?
The guy that I actually bought the vinyl cutter off of, he has his own business. He started with screen printing, t-shirts and whatnot, and he's constantly growing with that. He wanted to get out of the sticker business because he didn't have the time for doing the weeding. I took that over. And then he wanted to sell off a resin printer because he got sick of the cleanup. So I bought that off him. And then that turned into an Ender 3, Ender 3 Pro, a couple of Sunloos, and now I've got 3 bamboo printers over there. Behind me is a frame for a Roron Trident that I'm working on building. I've only had it for a year. But yeah, I've always had some sort of a side gig on top of my full-time job.
Now I have done sublimation lately, but I've not done any cut vinyl in over a year. Yeah, and I've got.
That's a 3D printed pen.
In fact, you sent me one. I got one somewhere on my desk.
Nice.
Yep. So this is actually a carbon fiber infused PLA, the body of it. And I'm gonna be doing more of those. But yeah, I do all kinds of things.
Let's see.
My
Wow,
wife
that's
started in
awesome.
graphic design. We actually got the vinyl cutter for ourselves. We have another business where we sell merchandise, but we stopped using decals for the most part on our stuff. I don't know why, but we stopped doing that. We haven't fired up the vinyl cutter in over a year. We used to do cars for businesses or signs for businesses.
Yep, that's
but
what I did.
That seems to have dried up. It was always
I-
a sideline though.
I actually had somebody who was at the event yesterday that beginning of the year I had done some custom design for him for a card display because he's one of those pack rippers, Pokemon and sports cards and whatnot, and so he wanted a card design that was adjustable so the angle of the card, if it's in a case, depending on what type of case it's in, the angle could be changed accordingly. But he wants something to go in the background with his channel logo and whatnot. I don't have a 3D printer that's big enough for it, so I was talking to him like, dude, we can just get a piece of wood, cut it to size, put basically a picture frame backer on it with a hinge, so if he needs to pack it away nice and flat, we can paint it, and I can do his logo in vinyl. And there we go. We got the background. So
I've done some die, and I keep thinking I'm going to cut some decals with the die cut vinyl and then put dye sublimation on them, but I never have done it.
I haven't tried sublimation yet. And I probably, to be honest with you, I probably won't. The sublimated water bottles and cups and stuff like that is oversaturated here. Like multiple vendors at every vendor event I've been at, they're doing the sublimated like cups and insulated cups and whatnot. So I probably will not go that way. I do want to pick up a shirt press because I've made my own work shirts. I've got 2 button-up Dickies shirts that I wear at vendor events that I put my own logos on using a small little tiny cheap off-brand Cricut iron. But I want to get my own t-shirt design so I can do more of those quicker. Not just for myself, but that's something that I would like to offer down the road. So
We were playing with sublimation on 3D prints and got another couple ideas that were sublimation, not cups. I've done some lasered cups with that, taking the paint off or the powder off. Problem with sublimation cups is if you put them in a dishwasher, it fades, and I'm not a fan of a inferior product. Even the
well, you don't wash the dishes, Bob.
I know. I'm not even allowed in the room. But the issue is I don't like to put in a subpar product, so I don't want to be. Even DTF printing will fade over that. It just can't handle the heat. So.
All right, boys. I gotta go. Thank you very much for having me. It's been a joy. I love talking about it. Again, we're all working hard. I believe in you all. And, the 2 things I always want to leave you with is you are loved and you matter. Please take care of yourselves, everybody. It's been a joy to be here with you, and I'll keep watching, but I'm just too sore.
I get it. Have a good night, Maker.
Have a good night,
Maker.
Let me do a shout out for
The free heathen.
He, yeah, he basically the problem is with sublimation is I didn't think I could do a good product on shirt or cups and mugs, so I'm kind of avoiding that. And I know I shouldn't care because everybody else is putting out subpar products, but you know,
Yeah, how much of that, since the subpar part, that kind of, like, even when I did the craft cooperative thing, I always told people, if you don't think your stuff is good enough, if you don't put out a quality product, the buyer will let you know. So you don't want to fake it, right? But I wonder how much
Oh,
of the
100%.
how much in the 3D world right now is it just get whatever you can out and just go with it kind of thing.
Well, if you're selling it, you need to be concerned with it. Every single print that I do, if I'm using a brand new filament, especially with keychains or something like that, or if it's something that's going to be, played with quite a bit, whether it's a fidget or something like that, I sit there and I twist it and wrench on it. I mean, especially with keychains, silk filament is the worst for that. There's only a cup. Polymaker silk is really the only silk filament that I've never really had too much of an issue with as far as strength goes. The most other brands with silk, as soon as I put any pressure on those joints, they're done for. Right? They break so easy.
StreamYard, to answer your question, is what I'm using to stream Violet. Essentially, it's the only way I can afford to have everybody in here with my bandwidth. I'm streaming to StreamYards, and they're each streaming to StreamYard. So that's what that is. That's why the Power by StreamYard is. Right now, I'm using a free account from them. So, but and also you got to test each print because not every joint will handle.
Oh yeah.
Even not every one of my prints will handle shrinking and doing everything because
And it has
there's
a lot to
limitations
do
in that.
with your settings too. I mean, you could, as a designer, you can do a fantastic design, and you can recommend, hey, this is what the settings that you should use. I'll look at the settings that a designer suggests, but more often than not, I will do my own settings, and I tend to go a little bit beefier on some stuff just because I'd rather it be safe. I'd hate to get a message or a call and be like, "Hey, this happened. My kid was messing around with it, and it did this, and now his fingers cut up or whatever." No, no, I don't want that on.
Well,
me.
this is going to be a good example here because this print here you can't shrink. It will fail if you print it at 50%, and we publish the file anyway because there's going to be nothing should be grid infill even on our profiles, but not all the profiles transfer over right.
Oh, right. And
So,
as far as size goes, if I'm resizing something, I like to go bigger. I mean, you see that egg over there? That's a 13-inch tall dragon egg. I mean, it still opens up, but that was like a 30-something hour print, or 2 prints rather. Maximum size on the Q&S, but yeah, I don't tend to make something smaller just for that reason.
well, most of my files will go smaller. This one, the legs will fail if it goes too small. You're gonna have to shrink the nozzle size if you're going to shrink it too far. I think it will fail. Now you can go bigger. I'm printing it at 200% now. You may have to add supports after a certain level, but you can possibly. But the problem with the compensation for the gaps is if you look at my sit and stand ducts, there's a reason people can't remix them without messing with the legs up. It's not going to be a easy task. So you're going to run into issues. You can run it on anything, and it depends on the settings. yeah, there's a lot of things you can do with StreamYard. I can add 12 people if I pay enough for the memberships. So I can also have desktop or show desktops easier with this. Here's a link on it to look at it. It's asking me to do it every so often anyway because I'm using the free version right now. Because they're going to offer a deal on these programs typically the day after Thanksgiving, so I'm waiting on the deal. I'm cheap.
Yes, Dark Gallon. The sit or stand ducks do sell really good for me as well, especially with Jeep people. They love them.
And again, most of my sit and stand ducks you can shrink. This one's going to be the problem child. Because we tested it, and it didn't. We didn't have very good luck. It wants to push the leg through the side of the turkey, so it's a little thin when you get it too small. But everybody's going to have their own settings. I'm just saying it's going to be a challenge when you get it to 50%. But yeah, we try our best. There's only so much time I'm willing to put in a turkey to try to beef up the sides, though, to get it at 50%. And I think every designer is going to be that way. I mean, what people do with the files after we send them out, we can't control everything, so we can only do so much contingency plans. Yeah, I saw that on, I forgot what site she posted a photo of that. I bet that Wicked one sold, and I should have thought about that. Instead of the purple, made a green version, but that I'm sure did do well. And that's probably far enough off to where it's not, a issue. A green witch, I'm sure is not. And most time, I don't think. Have you actually seen them come out check people for IP, Grecky?
I haven't. I've had people ask like who the designers are, but that's it. I haven't. I mean, you see my kit kiln stuff. That's all. You can tell
That's all
what
I
that
did.
is, So, but no, I haven't had anybody. I think where you might run into that is if you go to something like a Comic-Con setup. That's where I could see you running into issues with that. As far as
The issues I've seen personally were somebody was selling on Amazon, somebody was selling on eBay.
Oh yeah,
Here.
I mean those type of things. It's
Facebook Marketplace, you might get nabbed. And there was a lady that used to sell Disney ears across from Disney, and she got busted hard
multiple times.
Oh, when she was doing, I mean, she was doing it constantly, and she finally got busted.
And she would just keep changing her business name. That's all she would do. Change her business name and start over again. But
in fact, I think she's still doing it to a point, but they're going to sue her someday.
I mean, oh yeah, but I mean, it's putting it out online. You're putting more. You're allowing more eyes to get on it, right? So it's way too easy to get shut down like that.
I knew a guy that did a leather version of a Lego man, and he got sued for like $200,000.
If you use the term Lego, for one, that's copyrighted. The design that you're putting out, that's a builder brick style. It better not be a like too close to rip off of their actual designs. We saw that happen a year and a half ago with a
he changed his name. Yes. Now I am shocked that he's doing so much IPs again.
I think it's because of the. I read up on some of it, and I did ask him, and there's there's a lot of subtle changes to it. So it's still recognizable as to what it is being modeled after, but I
If
think
it's
because of the-
recognizable, it's illegal. That's the
Yeah,
actual
yeah,
facts are.
that's how I read it as myself. So that's why I don't have those listed anywhere. I've got pictures of them when I post pictures of my setup when I do in-person events. There's pictures of them, but I'm not putting them. They're not on my Etsy store. I don't have ads for them out anywhere. If I was to ever do a Comic Con, which I would love to do a Comic Con weekend type of thing, honestly, I don't know if I would take those. There might be a few brands that I would because Star Wars stuff does tend to have a lot more leniency with it, even with the parent company that has that now. But overall, Star Wars does have a little bit more leniency, and that has something to do with. Oh my goodness, I'm such a nerd, and I'm forgetting his name. George Lucas. That was part of his thing because he loves the fan doing all the work that they do with it.
No, he
I mean,
says he does. Star Wars has leniency because they lost the rights to the Stormtrooper.
Yeah.
Right. Well, there's
They
that too.
overreached.
Well, even before that, I mean, look at the 501st.
No, that was actually when the first movie came out. They lost that Stormtrooper armor right away.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
They
I didn't
sued the
know.
guy that produced the Stormtrooper armor because he started making them for people, and they lost the rights to it immediately. Because
I
they
didn't know
overreached.
it went that far back.
That's actually why they're lenient. He tried to be like Disney, but he lost in court. So now it wasn't unique or something enough. I think you can't sell it in the U.S., but you can sell it in the U.K. But it still kind of muddied everything. And when you overreach and you lose that bad, you let it.
Yeah.
You're a little more lenient.
Yeah.
But the House of Mouse, yeah. And the reality is, when you're doing that, and that's what I tell people is, I don't care. But when you're doing that, you have a risk because they get to decide if you're guilty or not you.
Right.
So
like,
they can come after you.
Oh yeah, 100%. But I try to minimize.
don't
I
think
try to
that they're
minimize
doing
that risk by not posting it online and whatnot for sale. You know, it is what it is. That's a risk that I'm taking.
Your risk is low if you're not posting for sale on Facebook Marketplace.
Right, and I don't. So, you know, but
I'm shocked that guy who got in trouble once is doing IP. That's the only thing I'm saying.
I mean, yeah. How do I turn? Yeah, give me a second, and I'll show people an example.
And I'm not trying to knock him. I'm just saying I wouldn't be doing it if I got busted for it. You know.
This guy here.
Yeah.
This is
So-
it's a 1-to-1. I mean, a couple inches taller, but that was what the actual figure looked like, just shrunk down. And he got in trouble for it. And then that also put the spotlight on a bunch of other designers that had followed suit.
Now I only heard of him getting in trouble, and technically I think it was over the Thor. Disney.
But that's
it was right around. It was right around when the Thor had hit. But yeah,
that's kind of an interesting one, because I look at it from a fan art perspective, right? I mean, there's an example where somebody they didn't necessarily, scan the original object and enlarge it. They actually sat and tried to build it to look like a replica of it, right? But the only reason they got in trouble is because they then turned around and sold it. If they kept it for themselves, that you're just...
It's not fan art if you're selling it.
Right. That's
And
exactly right. So
it's definitely not fan art if you're selling memberships to commercially printed.
yeah.
That's where, I mean, again, I'm not defending or detracting from the guy. He seems like a nice guy. I'm just saying, if I have been busted for selling that, there's no way that I'd be doing anything with Disney. There's just no way that I would be touching it. I would be too terrified after dealing with lawyers and seeing that side of it. That's me. He's braver than I am because he is producing fan art now. I mean, it's IP stuff. Again, don't. Yeah. I don't think it's right to sell memberships to that, but that's my opinion
Yeah.
because I wouldn't have the rights to sell that legally, so I won't do it. That's me. To each their own. Nobody has to live to my morals but me. But yeah, I'm not. I'm careful, and I'm way too far the other way. I get that. I'm not going to produce a lot of things. You know?
I mean, it's kind of weird too because as an artist, like I like to draw, figures or certain characters that I like, but the thought of me ever never crossed my mind to turn around and sell them, right? It's like more.
That's actually where it stops being fan art.
Yeah,
can't
it's
claim
more
it's
like
fan
I
art
want
if
to
you're
just
doing it for
create it, see if I like it, hang it on my wall, whatever. I drew it, awesome, move on. It's
And see, we did the Disney Princess mirror when we first started designing. That was one of our earlier designs, and we published it. It was the Princess mirror that is hanging in Disney, or from Cinderella, I think. It's a pretty good copy. Now it's a visual copy of what the wife thought it looked like, but it's an early sculpt. But that file is was fan art to us because we didn't think of anybody commercially selling it. We published it. We thought, oh, somebody may make something of this. Neat, whatever. That could be argued as fan art at the time, but as soon as we started selling commercial memberships, I don't know that it's fan art anymore. So it's no longer in our thing.
I think I would be a little leery on if I did a fan art piece for 3D print and it was a file and I let that go out there anyway, free or for, because then you have a bad actor who turns around and does something with that. Well, you're ultimately, the one they're probably going to go off because you created that,
license,
right?
But you have opened a can of worms.
Yeah, you open
And
a big
I still
can.
have my fan art available on different sites, but it's listed as not commercial, no commercial rights, because somebody may want to. I think it's cool if they make it, but when you start selling it, it's not really fan art. I don't think you're going to win in a court case when I talk to a lawyer about it. And I've talked to multiple lawyers, and my understanding is the instant you start selling it, and technically they could go to your show, which I'm not saying you got huge liability on that, man. But you're,
Yeah, I know.
Technically they could actually show up if a lawyer showed up to your thing. They could sue you. It's just limited exposure.
Yep.
Yeah.
The chances of it are 1 in a billion for them to care about you. So I get it. But as I said, if I was in the shoes of producing it, no way. I'm risk adverse. I'm not doing that. And I get people saying just selling 3D printed fidget toys in a way is a risk anyway because, we're not certified as toys and we can't be. Technically, we're not supposed to call them toys.
No, you're 100% right. And if anybody's ever looked into insurance for selling this type of stuff at events and whatnot, the majority of the insurances will not insure you if you are selling toys.
Yeah.
It's actually
I can sell 3D fidgets, but not toys.
Right. And that's and the majority of the ones that I've looked at, the toy question is usually one of the last questions that they will ask you when you get through that list and you're looking at the application going, all right, this will work. I need this, I need that, I need this type of coverage, and this event is requiring this type of coverage or this amount. And then, are you selling toys? Well, no, I'm selling collectibles and keychains, but not toys. But yeah,
Yeah, that's a good thing too, right there. That terminology, right? Like what you actually call it. That's kind of iffy, right? I mean, whether it be a collectible or a toy, that comes down to whoever's, making the final decision on whether or not that crosses that line.
yep. I mean, I have a bunch of fidgets. This one's kind of messed up.
And man, when you get a chance,
But
can
I
you
mean,
post
I've been
in,
doing a lot of
chat,
pickles
so-
lately. This is a Franken pickle, but it's just a fidget. I have multiples of these on my desk at home, at work. It's just something to mess with and fidget with. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I printed several of them just because people at work love pickles for whatever reason. And then I'm like, I can't put it down. I have to play with the pickle.
My addiction is the eyeball, and I don't know why because it actually disturbs me. And Grecky, can you post this? Violet can see your profile. Yeah, that I don't know where.
I don't have the articulating one. It's in one of these totes next to me. What link does he want? Oh, I gotcha.
Just a link so that she can follow you.
Yeah,
just your
just one
name
moment.
even. But this has been my addiction, and it really absolutely yeah. Thanks, Sherry. That has been my addiction. I have to hide it when we're streaming because I will sit here and play with it. I don't know why. It absolutely creeps me out. The wife made it to creep me out. So I cannot stand anything near my eyes. And I can't stand watching people in a movie where somebody touches an eye or something like that.
Oh, like somebody maybe touching a contact lens or something?
Yeah, I can't watch it. It disturbs me. I don't know why.
Yeah, I got those.
And then I have a toy where you play with the eye. I don't know.
You got a frog.
Do you ever remember those, like, you used to squeeze them and they were like eyeballs and they were gooey and they would expand like you're...
Yeah, the stress balls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't stand those either. That's why the wife made that. It's just to absolutely disturb me. That's all her design. I mean, this stuff I can, get behind on design, but the eyeball typically not. But that's my addiction to mess with. It's just the way it moves in your hand. It just is addictive to me. We all have our fidget issues, I'm sure.
Where's Piled? Is Piled 3D still in here?
I don't know.
This was designed on Piled 3D's program, Piled 3D.
Let's see. Do we have a link to his profile or his program?
His program was on what's that? Steam is where it's at. It's on Steam. But this was it's a vase basically, but it's just in the shape of a wine glass. I was just trying to have fun with it, checking the program out, and that was my first design I did on there.
What is that? What is that printed in?
So, which was surprising. But
yeah, it's not the most family-friendly design, but
well, hold on, Polymorph. I got something else for you. Hold on a moment.
There's a link to anybody that hasn't seen it. I have not played with the pilot software, but I would like to at some point when I have some extra money in the budget. My wife likes horror movies, and she giggles when bad stuff, which should worry me. But
Well, it's a
I-
cat
alright.
multi-tool.
I'm not scared of them, but I typically don't watch.
Polymar, if you want something that's family friendly, this is a design that I made for the medical professionals, mainly like EMTs. Other first responders could utilize it as well. This is a keychain for medical tape. So it'll hold 3 inches of medical tape on there, and then just you got a wire keychain, and yeah, this actually sells really good. You don't need to take the keychain off to change the tape. I am working on trying to find some cheap but good
Carabiners.
carabiners. So just to make it easier for them to take it off their belt clips or whatever, for quicker access to it. I think that would be a little bit better design. But yeah,
Try Amazon. I get quite a few carabiners for like paracord bracelets and things that paracord items, and they
yeah, I'm
do
gonna
pretty-
need to get like an assortment of sizes so I can find
Yeah.
which size works best, because the size of the shaft, if you will, is perfect for Coban tape. It's just under 1 inch, so for the inner diameter. But yeah, multiple. You can have it'll hold like a 2 different rolls of 1 inch tape, and then your 1/2 inch tape on there. It's perfect.
Looking at the side of that, you're not going to be able to get a carabiner without making a loop like that before you hit to it. Not that's
Oh
gonna
no,
hold
I'll
up.
make the hole a little bit bigger, and use a tougher material. But yeah, I like that. That works too, Polymorph.
I have no idea what he's talking about on that one actually. But
But I got this idea from
paracord
because
growth stints. Yeah.
I work at my local hospital. I do registration
Wow.
mostly on the emergency room side, and one of the nurses in there, there's Pile 3D. But she also works EMT on ambulances, well, a couple of the ambulance crews, and the fire department. But it was her idea. She showed me something that she had bought off of Amazon that actually broke. It only held 1 roll of tape. So came up with that, and she absolutely loved it. And she has actually ordered almost 100 of these from me, and just gives them out as gifts. But
it works.
yeah, and I've sold a few online, hoping to sell more. I think with the carabiner on there for a quicker disconnect from the belt loop or whatever, I think would make it that much better, in my opinion.
Would it be
I'm
worth
also-
using that keychain to a carabiner? To get one
You
that's a little
could,
stronger?
but I mean, you could, but it's gonna increase the overall length in having it just flopping out and about. I want to minimize the risk of it being able to get caught on something, because the other worry is, even if a patient pulls on it, so that's just making it that much easier for it to get snagged on or what have you. So I want to try and eliminate that. I'm also working on a design for oxygen bottles, so that when if EMT goes in and the patient has oxygen bottles or whatever, and the handle is missing, which happens quite often from what I'm told, they'll have that that keychain there with the easy access to.
Now that I've done,
Cycle it.
since you said something to me about it, I made some for my dad.
Did you? I
Yeah.
still. That's how long ago I had the thought. I just haven't been able to finalize it. We've done several little tests with it, but it's been hard as of late because she no longer works at the hospital. She's actually in PA school right now. So yeah, there's that.
Yeah, now I could probably do better on it. So otherwise I'd just send you the file because I don't care necessarily on that one. And especially when I got the idea from you, I made some for my dad. Now to release it, I've got to do a little bit better job.
Nice.
You know, that, but you're right. If he can't find it, he can't shut his oxygen off. They have that
Yep.
plastic handle that they give people, and it's not. They only have one, so we hung a few up on the wall in case he ever loses it.
My plan is to sell them glow in the dark filament. So I need to find a nice strong glow in the dark or a luminous, anyways, at least, to make it that much easier to find as well.
Yeah, but see, PLA is stronger than people think. The problem with PLA is temperature, which wouldn't be a problem for oxygen, I wouldn't think, typically.
Well, I want my only thought with that is if they leave them on their gear and they leave the gear in the trunk of the car or something to that effect, that could affect it. But granted, I mean, what I have in my mind, it's literally, it only doesn't need to be any bigger than that around. That's my thought, is basically just a round puck, 1/2 inch thick, with knurling around the sides, with the hole right dead center. You know, print that at probably,
Ooh.
I don't know,
All it
50%
is-
with 5 walls.
Is just like a little cutout where it's an easy enough
Yeah.
design.
Yeah, it could actually just be a hole all the way through it too. It doesn't need to even be just an indent. It could go all the way through. That way it could be used from either side.
Technically, the question I have is, could you put that at the end of your tape thing?
I had just thought of that. So
I mean, to where that did it.
Just
I
make-
mean,
just make the base thicker, and yeah,
Mhm.
you could put that right dead center on the bottom.
no, it'd be hard. No, with your keychain, it'd still work.
Yeah, because the carabiner will let you get some leverage on it.
Yeah. So,
Hmm.
I would probably think of that. Because my
I need to order.
wrenches weren't that
I need
big.
to. I need to order some carabiners tonight.
And then they've got 2 tools in one. Might be more likely to keep up with it that way too.
Yeah, I like it.
But yeah, I hadn't thought about that, except for the fact that if you leave oxygen on, you could have a fire problem realistically.
Well, that's just it. So, like, if especially with older patients that have mobility issues, from stories that I've heard, there's not every single oxygen tank is going to have the handle on the valve, and that's where the idea came from. So, unfortunately, it's just one of those things. And if you can create a solution to the problem, hydrate, what?
Except I don't even have a bottle of water. So Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to. Oh, you Susan girl, sorry.
Can cookie design available on Make a World.
Huh? Actually, let me go get a bottle of water.
Yeah, polymorph. It's not so much the issue with the tanks that first responders have; it's the tanks that the patients have. So when you respond to a patient at home.
I don't even have the audio playing on the stream because I've got to make some changes.
Excuse me. Right. So polymorph. That's exactly it. But you still, if you're going to take the patient, you still want to turn off their tank, right? And if their tank's not there, if the handle for the valve's not there to turn it off,
Yeah, I do need to fix
There's
the
no
no cooldown for hydrate.
Well, this could get dangerous. I've got some adult beverages down there on a shelf.
I actually thought of doing that for Christmas. Bring an adult beverage down here and do hydrate with that.
Oh, cruising girl. Oh, but no, I totally agree, polymorph. So what projects are
always small
everybody
plastic
working on?
polymorph, so it's easy to lose. And they switched the tanks out, so you, in a lot of cases, you got an elderly person trying to keep up with a small plastic piece, swapping tanks. So they're going to lose it. I don't have any of the sound alerts, unfortunately, going through this because it won't let me take an input. I'm working on that. I haven't found a solution. I've got to have a mic and everything else is separated. As soon as I can figure out a path around it, I'll fix it. I think I might have to pay for the larger version. Now the cooldown, that's my mistake. But I don't have the bandwidth to fix it at the moment on my internet, so we're gonna raid here before too long into Shenanigans channel anyway. Because it's getting late for me. I've got to be up at 5 in the morning, which is
The
not
joys
that far
of a
off.
business owner.
Yeah. No, I'm on the center of the country. Essentially, I'm where Indiana, Kentucky, and Illinois meet. So,
One of the many tri-states.
yeah.
And you said,
But
St. Louis is the closest airport to that?
realistically, yeah.
Might be the nicest.
Well, St. Louis is like 2.5 hours, and there's one that's an hour away that people use if they can't go to St. Louis.
Yeah, no, I mean, I liked St. Louis. It's a good airport.
Actually, no, it's about an hour and a half away. And then there's some small ones that you might be able to land a Cessna at that don't have air traffic.
Yeah.
But if you actually want to land a plane, you're looking at St. Louis for me. Everything else is about as far away, but a lot more expensive to fly into. So again, there's nothing here.
Yeah, that'd be like a road trip, man.
But if anybody was actually flying to see me, they'd probably land in St. Louis, because I might as well drive the distance. Or if I was picking somebody up, that extra hour when they're saving like probably half the price on the plane ticket
Yeah.
because they'd have to transfer from St. Louis to fly again to save an hour trip. You know, yeah.
And sometimes that little flight's not worth it.
90% of the people from the other airport drive to St. Louis to save money.
Yeah.
When I was younger, one of the companies that I flew out for paid for me to ride in a limo to St. Louis because it was cheaper on the flight.
I don't know. A limo might be a little too classy for you.
Oh, 100%. It's the only time I've ever been in a limo, but it was that company flying me a few places. But they actually paid for me to ride in a limo.
One time I was in a limo. We took it was a group of us that wanted to pregame on our way to a hockey game, and and it was a Hummer limo. So yeah,
This was just actually it's a party bus limo that I rode in, but
hopefully it was nice and clean.
I didn't actually think about it at that time, but I get the point. The only time I've ever been in a limo was actually for work. I've never been one to go out in a limo. When I worked at a casino, I rode in one a few times, and when I worked as a robotics engineer, I was in one a few times. That's not something I do anymore. The casino wasn't too bad when they take you out to eat in a limo. They own one.
So what's everybody working on for projects? I've got the Braun back here. That's, I won that on Pezliza Stream Thanksgiving of last year. I just started building it. What do you guys got working on?
I've got a couple projects. Dang, the wife would kill me if I show any of the stuff that's not published or not ready to publish yet. I don't have anything close yet. A nativity scene, that's actually a cool project. I used to collect those, but not as outwardly religious as I used to be. So I think I'm banned from some local churches.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I've been working on I guess a new art challenge, and then I've been trying to refine my maker chips.
Maker chips can be a pain, but once you get them done, that's nice and rewarding.
I'm going to probably change my maker chip entirely up for the next show because it looks like I'm going to Murph next year so far.
Nice.
We've got some budget set aside for it.
Awesome.
We're talking about closing the shop that week, or that weekend. So that looks like that's a go. Now without the wife, but when I redo it for the next round, I think it's going to be NFC stickers as well because I want to do something with it. Although realistically, if somebody searches for built over bot, I'm probably the only one who shows up. So it's not like it's probably as necessary as some names to have a QR code. It seems to be an unusual name, the way we've done it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I actually had quite a few people this weekend that asked me for cards, and of course, I use maker chips as the card, and these people were like, "Oh, well, I don't want that. I don't have a cell phone." So I'm actually think I'm going to be breaking down and ordering some actual business cards just because, so I can have.
So you don't
both.
use print time, basically.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to stick with the maker chip because of the fact that I'm not really doing enough with the business card aspect right now. versus the amount of printing capabilities I have. And a business card costs just as much.
Oh yeah, no, I know. Polymorph. I do have Linktree on mine. That's my QR code goes to Linktree. That's got everything listed on there. But I'm probably gonna do both. I mean, I've got 2 multicolor printers right now. I have no problem running maker chips, especially mine are simple. They're only it's black and white. So, but yeah,
Yeah, I mean it's not it's a printing of the business card that is as expensive as a maker chip. Violet. It's not really like the business cards are too hard to do. It's just each card costs you about or a little bit more than what the print and plastic does. So on the maker chip, maybe you shrink them down enough to do Kevin's new format, the thinner ones. It's actually if you do 2 color, you could do less money in per maker chip than a business card. However, you got to be able to have the print capabilities to not be burning up your printers, you know. I'm not handing out 1,000 business cards either, though. I was paying more than that too.
yep. That's mine.
So-
Nice and simple.
And that's also the point. The maker chip people keep. So there is that bonus. I've gotten better results handing out maker chips when I have been at shows than I have business cards.
No, yeah, at vendor events, I mean, people see these as when they get handed these as a business card, they're like, "Oh my goodness, that is such an awesome idea." I've done several different types. I got a photographer friend who ordered his own little version. I've designed it to look like a lens cover. And on the front of the lens cover, where you would click it together, it's his business initials, and then on the backside is the QR code. Nice and simple. It's clean and it works. It'd be great if I could make the class actually move. That would be fantastic.
You could.
And I've had people asking. I've actually did orders for custom poker chips. So
Yeah, that's what kind of excites me. The custom poker chips, I think, is a great idea.
I did some poker chips for a poker run, and I've also done one fan art one with that we did a bunch of for an event. But honestly, Violet, if you got access to a 3D printer, seriously look at the maker chip for with a QR code over. It's a neat way to hand something out like that stands out. Realistically, I was an early adopter of the maker chip, but I'm not going back to business cards. Not unless I run out of print capacity. And even then, honestly, right now, I'd probably buy a printer just to print maker chips if I had to. But
well, I've been
ran out of print capacity.
I've been trying to save for a H2S. I was really hoping to get a lot closer to that after yesterday's event, but yesterday's event just tanked. But it was a good networking opportunity. I got one guy who we're going to be meeting up to talk about 3D printing a gauge pod holder for his race car. Another one for actually I already mentioned that earlier, the background for his cards ripping station. But another kid who's local, I say kid, but he's in his 20s, whatever. He only has 2 machines, but he's getting ready to close down on a manufacturing deal with a local company for 600 parts that are TPU, which will end up taking him a couple of weeks or a couple of months rather. And he asked me if I was willing to help out with that order and subcontract with them. So I'm like, yeah. So I may be picking up a bare bones P1S just for TPU. Well, not just for TPU, but to help with that. So I'm gonna have to order some TPU and start figuring out a profile for that, because I've been printing for almost 3 years and have not done TPU. So I gotta figure that out.
TPU is stringy if you don't dry it, in my experience, but
I've got a dryer. Wrong side. I've got a dryer up there. So
I actually have still a was it Ender 3 that I've been running TPU on. So I would probably seriously think of something like a Bamboo A1 if you're buying, and just run it on that without the AMS.
I have an A1, but I mean, I have the A1 Mini, I have an A1 and the P1S. And as much as I love that my A1 is coming up on 7,000 hours on it. That's my workhorse printer. But I want to. I don't know. I like the thoughts of the just another enclosed machine. For that way, I've got another option for other exotic materials or whatever. You know, because
I get the
have
enclosed
several
machine, but you don't need it for the TPU.
Right. I don't need it for the TPU. I understand that, but I do have other clients that where having the enclosed machine is what makes.
If you've got an old machine, you can run TPU on that because it loves to be run slow.
So, nothing new.
I mean that's why we run it on an old Ender.
That's not a problem,
run
Chrissy Girl.
TPU.
I can get more of the poly boxes from Bamboo. I've got one up on the shelf behind me. I can get another couple.
In fact, it's
But if I
actually
need
getting
to-
a little bit late, so here in a minute we will be rating out to Shenanigans, by the way. So,
Who? Q.
Shenanigans? Do you follow him?
Shenanigans is awesome.
Okay. Yes, that's
If you're not following them, you should be. Oh, polymorph, 100%. The B2S looks promising.
I like the idea of those, but I've not been in a market to where I can buy a printer right now. Because literally everything we're budgeting for is either the show or
Is that the right
essentially
Shenanigans?
the makerspace.
Who we-
Okay, we are going to go ahead and kick off the raid because if I don't go up before too long, my wife will be annoyed. So she gets cranky every once in a while when I wake her up. So we are going to kick off. Please join us in raiding Shenanigans. He is a friend of mine that is a streamer, 3D printer, designer. And
Thanks for having me, Bob. Appreciate it.
thank
Have
you
a
for
good night,
joining.
everyone.
Everybody have a good night. And
Thank you, Bob, for hosting.
Yeah, and you're welcome back anytime, Sigareki, and definitely Gigi Jack as well.
Yep.
Thank you all for joining, and have a good night.
Have a good night, all.
night all.
Okay, it looks like it's rated. I'm going to end the stream. Thank you for joining, by the way, Gigi. I
Oh, anytime,
appreciate it.
man.
You
My
stay
pleasure.
late.
My pleasure. It's always good fun. Good chatting.
That said, I really appreciate it. I'm gonna have plans in the next couple weeks, but I need to get the cleaning done before I can finish all my shit. You know.
Oh, I know the feeling. Yeah, anytime, man. Feel free. Ask
And
me.
you know it's hard when you work 5 days a week or 6 days a week, and then trying to stream, clean, and build a makerspace has not been easy for me. So I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, anytime. My pleasure. I enjoy it. It's good fun.
Thanks, and I'm going to kick on off and have a good one though. 'Cause I need
Yeah.
to get upstairs.
You too, man. Have a good night. All right, Chad. I think I am back. Now I need to go make a quick sandwich or something because I am starving. Ugh. So give me 1 second to run down and grab a snack. I need some kind of snack. And then we'll get back to chatting. So I will be back. Who is this? Once human power. God, I've got all kinds of windows open. I don't know who these people are. I'll be right back, chat. Short break. I'll be right back. Break button, break button, break button. All right. So we left off. Oh, I gotta change my category on Twitch. Hold on. No more just chatting. Let's see, this is ACNH. 2,000 followers. That's growing. All right. I'm gonna switch the light. I may want to start buying some of this stuff up. So I have it ahead of time. I need to make a better bedroom for myself. Any suggestions? Ooh, look at that. I think I just bought this marigold one, but I'm going to buy it anyway. So how's everybody tonight? She's still sleeping. Man, it's been hours. Jesus. Not to fire her. That's my girl. Oh. Oh, you can't sleep. Oh, you're stitching? Nice. I'm good. It'll be better when I finish this sandwich. And there's times you're just hungry. And then I like bologna. Very basic, but very tasty. I use it for everything. Ad break is over. Welcome back. $23 more furniture pieces. Oh, never gonna happen. You know, I should probably check to see if I have any turnips in my bathroom still. This brioche bread is really sweet. I better get ready for bed here if I'm gonna go watch Joy in the morning, huh? Is that music too low? I might have lowered my music here. Hold on a second. Audio might be a little low. Well, and I'm sure you guys don't want to hear my voice. Oh, I should have grabbed some chips, darn it. Crackers. I don't know why I always forget to bring some other stuff up. Oh, what's this? Station. 3 more stretches. All right, let's do it, man. What's this one? Oh, I gotta visit some neighbors. Yeah, I just had a bologna sandwich. And some bologna, cheese, a little bit of mayo, a little bit of brioche buns. You didn't play Animal Crossing on Saturday. So I had a sandwich. If you haven't played it today, you can reset the system date back a day. As long as you haven't played it today, you can take the cartridge out and back the system up one day. And then you can catch up. Otherwise, wait a year. So, yeah. I don't know nothing about doing that. I've never done that in my life. I would just back up the day. Oh, we're doing feng shui. I'm moving. Just go into your system settings and change the clock. That's all you gotta do is change the clock back a day. Joy says, good to hear. For my sandwich. Yeah, it's alright. It was food. Not the greatest, but it'll do. It wasn't like your eggs Benny. She just here to rub that crap in, man. She's like, oh yeah, that crap was great. Eggs Benny. I don't need any of these bugs. I'll take the coral though. It's technically, well, it's technically, no, it's not really cheating because people do it all the time. People do, they sit like they get the game, they set the game to the day the game released, and then they start jamming through days. Because a lot of people don't like playing the 24-hour clock. A lot of people like just to do stuff on a regular basis. Man, I forgot to get snacks. Damn, I need to bring a bag of crisps up here. No, I don't have anything to sell. I just sold it, didn't I? Yeah. Let's see, I should sell it. That's weird. I just ran that whole coast and there wasn't a single fish. What's going on? Crap. Once again, I set a pill down and I don't know if I just ate that. I probably ate it. We're gonna say I ate that. I don't know what I'm doing. I do need to go to the grocery store. I'm out of grapes, chat. I don't know what to do. I'm out of grapes. Red snapper. Looking dapper. How many girls does it take to change? Now there was a dragonfly. There it is. No, I want that. Damselfly, yes! Sell shells. Is that 10 cells? I can't see it. Yeah, I think it's 10 shells. Alright. I said why. There's something more there. Why? Why? Oh, why? Can my whatever be? What is tuna? I'm just understanding. I don't understand what chat's doing over there. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Ah, ha, ha. Ooh, try to trick me there, bug? Sea crabby? Talking about here? I am totally confused, chat. I have to get shells. Cheating. It's not cheating. Oh, it's changing the clock back. I'm like, what are you talking about cheating? Oh man, I don't know. Do you know what love is? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That should be enough. Do you want me to show you? Yes, let's sell the shells. There's a sound. Oh, you know what that sound is? That's probably the air balloon from the... You got the slingshot. No, it's this way. Wait, where's that sound coming from? Wait, you are 0.85%? 8. That's less than 1? Or is that 85? Man, I am totally hearing something, but I can't distinguish where the sound's coming from. Must be just me hearing something. Now I'm gonna have to ask, what did you do? So less than 1%. $400,000 stitches? Holy crap. I don't think my hands can handle 400,000 stitches, let alone one. I caught a bitterling. Oh, the kickback. Oh, I hate being single, but at times it feels great. Actually, I'm gonna lay here and mope. I might as well put this blanket on. I'm gonna sit here for a little bit instead of go to bed because I can't go to bed now that I just ate. Now I've got a dilemma. Gotta let it digest for an hour. Otherwise I gotta sleep sitting up, which I don't want to do. Crap, that guy screwed me up, man. What's up with the instant popping? A little fish? Wait, who's that? Oh, it's Audie. And what is she doing? There it is. See, I knew I heard it. Just couldn't see it. What did you do for a Klondike bar? What would you do for a Klondike bar? That's the thing. What would you do for a Klondike bar? Huh. Suspenders look okay. White pants, suspenders. Oh, I'm not wearing pants. It's a lot of stitches. Our laundry, a lot of stitches. You crazy or what? I don't think I could do it. So many stitches. Ugh. Cherry, your singing freaked me out. I am screwing up the fishing big time. Get focused, chat. We're not going to catch anything the way we're fishing today. What did you... Whoa. Pike. We caught a pike. Oh man. Alright, yeah, you buy it. Sure, fine. I want that guy. Or oh, she's ripping me off, man, but alright, I'll take it. There was a whole beach of dragonflies here just a minute ago. Other coast. I can't wait. There's a new version coming out. You know, it's kind of funny. One. Two. 3. Probably shouldn't eat that much food. I'm gonna be up forever now. I'm tired. Oh well. Life of being a dum-dum. Wait, where'd that bug go? You didn't catch that, did you? Nothing. Oh, it's a quiet night in Hollywood. So everybody doing good but me, Mr. Yanni over here. Two. Probably not down here. Oh, what's wrong with you? Sure. So chat's doing okay today, huh? Tomato juice? Yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Give me a recipe. Okay, that does look good. I put the photos in Discord. Oh, okay. Why is it all black? Oh, let's see. Discord, my Discord. Under share your art. Wait, you're doing well, you're only doing that bottom corner. Oh wow, you got a long way to go. You were just in that bottom tiny corner. That's not black though. Is that dark green or is that black? Is it an actual black or is that dark green? Oh man, my eyes are not working. It's a lot of work. I guess better you than me. I don't know. Oh, I think it's green, isn't it? I'm gonna sleep right here in this chair, man. I'll leave stream running and everything. You just wake me up. I'll be the best sleep I'll have in months. Way to be a team player. Kids, man. Oh crap. Don't tell me you're on the other side of the... You better get your... You don't know what word just came out of my mouth. Was it nice? Definitely black? Okay. I'm just gonna say you say so, because to me I thought it was dark green, but my eyes could be getting all weird because of the colors. But man, that's a lot. Either way, it's a lot. Black, green, whatever it is. It's a lot to do. A little bitty corner you're doing. One more to go, baby. Let's go. Oh, that's the guy. Oh. Ad break's over. Welcome back. I didn't mean to smoke you that pole. We're all stars now in the dope show. got a little playroom wall. What? Don't give me junk. Black, 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 black number 1. Oh, it's hot. Oh my god, this is hot. Oh, take off my sweatshirt. Whose house is this? Boots, maybe? He's got a Japanese door? Oh, it's Boots. No, buddy, we're not talking today. You're already in your pajamas. We're not talking. Thought it was done. Hey, Ma. Did I do better today? Oh, whoops. Oh, you crossed the river on me. I'm not hitting rocks. Well, and I can't believe I didn't know tomato juice. I caught a dab. A dab. A dab. Delicious. Where's the shovel? Hold on a second. I put my butt right here. Oh no, I grabbed the wrong thing. Drop that chair back. Put that back down there. Whoops. A little too far. Violin beetle's gonna be on a stump. Maybe you should go make the tomato juice. Can't believe I don't have tomato juice. There's a recipe already. So what a night. Oh, good Lord. Please don't be any turnips on the ground. Please don't be turnips on the ground. Please don't be turnips on the ground. Oh, phew. Lucky. I need to figure out what that. Hold on, I got a bed or something I need to look up. It's called a Luna bed, isn't it? I have to put this Luna bed down or something to go to this dream world or whatever. Is that once a day, once a week, once a month? What? Anybody know? Oh my God, it's hot. It's that bed right there. Well, let's find out, Chad. Let's go take a. Wake up, hand. Come on. So warm. Like having a harem on your head. So there's the magical bed. I don't know if I want to sleep in. Holy crap, am I tired. Oh, it's 12:20 in the morning, that's why. Wait, did that clock back up or that clock not back up? No, it did back up. I need to go lay down or something. I just ate. That's not a good sign. All right, well, let's do I didn't do any art. Well, I was doing art, but I fell asleep. Or no, I was streaming. I still can't picture doing that picture. That's crazy. You know, it's funny. The way those books are in the floor there, I would think you're looking at the inside of an RV or a Volkswagen bus or something. Some kind of wagon. But you wouldn't have a potbelly stove in any of those three. It's a gypsy caravan? So it is a wagon. But you'd actually have a potbelly stove inside a caravan? That's kind of ballsy. Or dangerous. I shouldn't say ballsy, I should say dangerous, sorry. Same artist did one from the outside? What? What time is it there for you right now? Is it 4 a.m.? Okay. Just gotta check, make sure the clock is correct. Oh, and you gotta go to a doctor's dentist appointment or whatever? Oh, Lord. Yeah, I shouldn't have ate all that before. I gotta wait. I can go lay down, but I can't sit straight up. Oh, it's her dentist appointment. I thought it was your dentist appointment. Oh, look at the sniffles. Oh, brutal. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why dentists. I don't know. Yeah, dentists here are getting pretty rough too. I don't understand it half the time. Could just need to be shaved out. Is the filling at the edge of a tooth, between teeth, or anything? 'Cause if it's between teeth, it could just be pushing your teeth apart or something causing pain. Like you have a little burr. Yeah. That makes sense. It's not covered under your school plan, huh? He is so tired. Fingers crossed, yeah. Wait. He drilled into the side of my tooth rather than the usual straight up. Now I get god awful pain that links to the exact. Oh, that's terrible. I know exactly. Oh. I can just picture that through the side of your tooth. You know, we had a thing here about, I want to say it was about 10, 15 years ago. Oh, somebody had some kind of tooth pain or something, had to have a few teeth removed, right? Went to the dentist. The dentist was like, I want to say from a Middle Eastern country, been here a while, whatever. The guy was having some teeth pain. The dentist removed all of his teeth. It was like the biggest lawsuit known to man. I mean, it was like he just took all of his teeth out. It was like, you know, one of those freak weird, I don't know what the thing was. It was just crazy. Took all of his teeth out. Oh. I just can't picture that though, some dentist making that mistake. And even then it may not be a mistake, you know, the guy may have been just a bad dentist doing it on purpose, but what is this that I can't sit on? Yeah, I've heard of other people having that happen, like, but there's a difference between choosing to have that happen and the dentist just doing it. Oh crap, man, I need to go to bed or something. I'm getting so sleepy. I'm fighting it, but I shouldn't fight it. I probably should just go to bed. That's what I should do. I've been up all day. Got up really early. It's my mistake. Oh. All right. All right, Alondria, I better go to bed. I'm getting tired. We'll pick this up again tomorrow, but I get up and do some yard work. I should, or definitely should do some yard work. Oh, I felt good. All right, well, you have a good morning, I guess. And we'll see you soon. Good luck at the dentist. And then we'll see you soon. Sleep well.